The moment you've all been patiently waiting for. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Die Europäische Zentralbank legte den Referanten.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel, XM 105, Sirius 206.
And now, a show the likes of which America's never seen. So appalling, so offensive, yet so entertaining.
It's not your normal show.
Beamed from satellites in space down to you every single day.
What planet are we living on?
It's the Opie and Anthony Show with Opie.
We're experts and we already know this is going to be great radio, so shut the fuck up.
And Anthony.
I live in a big house, I make a lot of money, and I fuck attractive girls.
And little Jimmy.
I don't even like in our opening. It sounds like a little...
You did dang over there, don't listen to dang over there.
Stop with that shit.
And now, here they are. Why am I introducing these buffoons? I'm William Shatner, goddammit.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Is this Light FM? Turn that shit up.
Oh, shit.
If we're going to have this dramatic music, shouldn't it be loud?
It probably is loud to the listeners.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know how the sound is here.
Wah, 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 wah. How's everybody?
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Wednesday morning.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
It's so weird to take a Tuesday off. That's the dumbest day to take off.
Is it?
It really is just stupid.
What's the bestest day?
Gotta
be Friday.
Obviously, a Monday or a Friday,
Like Friday's the best, Monday second best,
and then a Wednesday.
then a Wednesday,
And that's it.
You bridge it right to Thursday, which is the day before Friday.
You break up the week, but
Yeah.
taking off a Tuesday or a Thursday is just stupid.
Yeah.
But I did the Halloween thing down in Philly.
How'd that go?
It was wonderful. What are you laughing at already, Jimmy?
Just reading the Colin Quinn tweets thing.
Oh, isn't
Oh
it
my
great?
God, that guy is the funniest fucking guy.
Can't we get him on the air?
He's out of his mind.
Did we try to get him on the air? He's big news today. We should get him on the air.
Can I ask where this is? This from one of the papers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or just one of the quotes.
Or it's online.
Oh,
Soon to be in the papers.
that's fine.
Yeah, Colin took over Twitter yesterday, man. He's the king.
Yeah, he was the guy.
Colin Quinn is the king.
He's the
The
guy.
king of the Twitter.
Was he really?
Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Somebody was
He was
talking.
making news and everything. He
hilarious.
was making blog sites. What, Huffington, I guess?
Yeah, Huffington went for it.
Oh, my God, it went to the mail online
Mail
at
in the
UK. Yes, yes.
What dummies people are.
They are.
Look at that headline. I was into a lot of bad drug
No,
stuff.
he was. He's talking about
Yeah,
Will
he was-
Ferrell.
yeah.
No, comic-
Stole Anchorman concept.
Colin Quinn jokes that Will Ferrell stole Anchorman concept
Yeah.
and takes drugs.
But they
Yeah.
don't think it's a joke.
No.
Because the media is stupid.
Well, he said it says jokes there, so
Yeah,
that's
this-
kind of that kind of.
This article came out later because
Yeah.
3 paragraphs in it says, however, it
Yeah.
appears they just failed to spot a good-natured bit of joshing.
A good-natured bit of joshing, don't you know? Yes, Colin Quinn, comedian.
But this is late in the story because a lot of people were buying into it for a while.
What Jim's reading is from the Hollywood Reporter.
And the only
Oh God.
and the only reason they know it was a joke is because Colin got scared.
Yeah.
Colin started going, "Oh fuck, maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe I'll get in trouble."
Look at the headline on Huffington Post.
Yeah.
Colin Quinn rips Will Ferrell on Twitter. He stole Anchorman, has drug problem.
Colin said, I think, did he say it on the show? He said to CNN, like, you guys are so dumb. Like I'm scared that you don't get it.
Right.
Did some of the quotes,
Read it, Jimmy. Read it.
I couldn't believe, that's what, it just made me laugh.
Fuck my Halloween story. Who gives a fuck? This is way better.
It hit me. He goes, Ferrell recently received the Mark Twain Award, and it seems Quinn was not a fan of that. It says, anybody see Will Ferrell at Mark Twain Awards last night? Great for him, I guess. Like, who takes that seriously?
No, I know. Who the fuck takes that seriously?
No, I'm happy for Will. We never really got along at SNL because he took so many of my ideas, but he continued. That's his whole.
He took so many of my ideas, and the whole thing when what's the Lorne Michaels one?
I'm gonna get that's in
Oh,
two,
okay.
and it's the one that made me laugh.
Yeah, that one's hilarious.
He goes, then Quinn escalated his comments by saying Will was into a lot of bad drug stuff, and I don't know if he still is. Actually, not true. I happen to know he's still very much so. Then Quinn goes on to target Lorne Michaels.
Target.
He goes, the years at SNL, Lauren really was kind of messed up over various things, and I was the shot caller.
He's saying he produced SNL during the years he was there.
And I was the shot caller.
He called the shots.
Who the fuck believes that?
Apparently, a lot of dumb people.
Wow, we are really dumb. Oh, then in the last one, he goes, he said a couple hours later, Quinn seemed to apologize for his remarks, but at the same time threw in another zinger. Feel bad about the whole Will Ferrell. Feel bad about the Will Ferrell comments. I'll never mention him again if he pays me my residuals for the whole Anchorman concept. What
Business.
dumb motherfuckers!
Business Insider. What?
Yeah, the headline says Colin Quinn may have just accused Will Ferrell of stealing the concept for Anchorman from him.
I hope Will Ferrell gets it. He has to.
Oh
Will
yeah, he
has to
totally
get
gets it. He absolutely gets it.
Yeah.
That's how famous Will Ferrell is, though. Like,
Movie line. Colin Quinn tweets that Will Ferrell had a bad drug problem.
Yeah, Will Ferrell's got to fucking read that and just laugh his ass off like
you hope
fucking
so.
Colin.
You hope so.
I would think so. You know what it is though. It's brilliant because first of all it's just funny on the surface. It's funny shit to read, but you dig down deeper and that's pure Colin is taking something like Twitter and showing everyone how ridiculous it is and how easy it is to take something that is social networking and twist things around and actually make people believe anything.
And everybody wants to be first to print it. So
right.
Colin Quinn is saying that,
The feeding frenzy,
Will Ferrell is a drug addict and he stole Anchorman from me. They're like, fuck, we got to get this up on our blog
Let's run with it.
immediately.
And they're reporters, but nobody does any homework. They just get these tweets sent to them. They don't scroll back through these insane
They're
tweets.
copy
that Colin Quinn-
pasters. They're not reporters anymore. They're copy pasters.
That's exactly what he just said, Sam.
Yeah.
They don't do any background checking at all. They just go with it because they need to be the first one.
Unfucking believable.
Yeah,
They just
great.
don't care. They don't. You know how you know the copy and paste? When we mentioned Patrice, Bob Kelly is the one who actually said, and it doesn't matter. Like Bob Kelly said it, but they were saying Jim Norton said, and they were using Bob Kelly. Now I know some guys don't know Bob's voice, so they couldn't tell the difference between Bobby and I, and I get that. But when you see one print it. And then you see bop, 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 all these other ones printed. It was like, all you're doing is reporting what they reported. Like, you're doing no homework yourself. You're doing no original work. It's like fucking lazy, man.
Happens all the fucking time.
They're just lazy.
What else do they have to do during the day? They're not doing a radio show. All you have to do is, fact check.
Like, they can't listen to audio themselves. First of all, hear it's two different voices, but then just do their own homework and maybe come up with an angle themselves or use their own words.
Nah.
Terrible fucking
Copy,
reporting.
paste, get it up on the site, boom, move on.
That's exactly it.
Unbelievable how gullible and just, a complete lack of reporting. Well, Colin said it. And there's no accountability, which, that's the biggest part. Like, does it matter? Is somebody going to get, one of these news agencies going to get in trouble? Or is the reporter going to catch heat from whatever superior they have because they printed something that wasn't true or real or printed it like it was true? No, because everyone accepts the fact that if it's written down, even if it's on Twitter, it must be true.
Well, the stakes are too high, so they're all in on it.
Stakes. We got a stakes pick there.
Stakes are too high. They're doing gambling all the time, just hoping, what they just read is true as they put it on their site.
Yep.
Sleeves has a Colin Quinn song. That's what Coke Logic is telling me.
No one understands him. Fa la 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 la.
La la la. Hair like he combed it with an M80. Fa la 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 la.
Jane Ward does his voice. Fa la 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 la.
Got skinny little legs. Fa la 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 la.
Breakable cancer fingers. La 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 la. Nobody likes him. Fa la 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 la. He's a dirty fucking rosacea Irish face. La, la.
You can so break his fingers easily.
Oh God, dude! Like, by looking at them,
Well,
we got to hear the Sleeves Colin Quinn song.
Well, who wouldn't want to?
From the Radio Ghost himself.
Leaves. Radio Ghost. What does that mean?
RadioGhost.com.
Go chase some fucking leaves face down. I like to see the last shot, and that is him just going down the river face first.
You're leading the leaves by dead example.
No. You got it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
God. Here it is. It's buffering, by the way.
Someone's fired.
Is that really buffering?
It's buffering.
Done things. I mean, we all have. Am I right? Right, Colin. Completely right. Terrible thing that can never be taken back. It can never be taken back, Colin. Ever. It's ugly stuff. Stuff that I keep saying never again. Then what do you do? And I wake up. And what do you find upon waking? Oh my God.
What is this? He's losing me on this one.
Is this?
And I'm a big fan of Sleeves, but
I'm exposing him.
Anybody see Will Ferrell at Mark Twain Awards last night? Great for him. Not bitter, but just,
What is he doing? What is this? Get it.
good for you. Will was into a lot of bad drug stuff. I don't know if he still is. Actually, that's not true. I happen to know he still is. Very much so.
I have no idea what that
He was reading tweets. I was actually liking that one.
really?
By the way, Colin tweeted, I guess, at the end, to all media, etc.
Oh, no.
Will Ferrell was not on drugs at SNL. I never even saw him smoke a joint. Is this what it's come to? With 3 question marks.
See?
I guess he had to because it's like, he's kidding, but he doesn't want.
But it's a great way to end the whole thing,
Yeah.
too. It's like
he was getting scared.
It exposes everybody.
Because Will would have fun with that. He was getting scared. He got some pressure from some people behind the scenes, I'm assuming.
Somebody just said, dude, you just got to say you're joking.
Yeah.
Just be running with it.
It's a great way to end it because it's not like, hey, I apologize for this. And it's like, look, hey, idiots. Do you even fucking get this?
I want to see more headlines, Sam.
I was just reading some of his other tweets that didn't make the article.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right after he tweeted the Lorne Michaels thing, he tweeted, "There's things going on right now, secret things, behind-the-scenes type stuff that I think will catapult me into the best of the best." And,
yeah, right on.
yeah.
Holy shit.
Feel bad about the Will Ferrell comments. I'll never mention him again if he pays me my residuals for the whole Anchorman concept.
He stole the concept. He wants his residuals.
I don't like the fact that Sam read one that I just read.
Yes.
And did the same thing I did with the capital letters. Put emphasis on it.
Oh, the whole like
I
that?
don't like that.
Yeah.
And he repeated what I said.
Yeah.
Already.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
What's going on with you
fucking
today?
yeah. Parrot
What's
Roberts.
going on?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you want to be
look.
on Beretta's shoulder.
A Beretta reference.
He's getting very antsy sitting there.
I see
Oh,
that.
you
great.
know
I'm
who
sure.
doesn't do that to him?
I see that.
Mother.
I'm sure he'll be doing Ansie's jokes soon, too.
Oh, and Jim sees. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you gotta read the different tweets, Sam. You're reading the same thing. Detective Monahan heard that.
Jesus.
Quince, gee, I don't know. She's only 5. Come on, they look so nice when they're that young. I'm the colonel. I don't touch him. I just look at him.
Look. Shit.
So that's a big one today. We got to get Colin on.
I didn't had no. Someone I saw on Twitter said something.
Yeah.
And I just hadn't seen Colin's tweets. I wasn't looking at Twitter yesterday.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, it was hilarious. It's the perfect way to expose Twitter and expose these fucking idiots. Whether it's just another guy tweeting that's sitting around and can't fucking understand sarcasm, or these dumbass fucking people in the media.
There's a panic going on though,
Yeah.
man, because a lot of people on Twitter are getting the story before mainstream news. They're getting it out there first. So now, what do? You got to gamble.
But it's also a mixture of real journalism, well, not even real journalism, like mainstream media, and just a blogger. All of a sudden, it becomes the same fucking thing.
But break it down. Colin's tweeting this crazy shit. What do? Do you try to call his people, knowing that everyone else is reading Twitter, and you know someone is going to grab it and go with it? So then you think to yourself, well, Colin isn't known to be this crazy off the cuff type of guy. He isn't in the mainstream.
Yeah.
So they go, fuck, we have to go with this. You know,
Yeah,
that's what's going on there.
I don't have time to confirm it.
No, because someone else is going to grab it.
Someone else is just going to run with it anyway, so I might as well.
Right.
What? What is that one?
No, it's just when you Google News him. Once the articles about Will Ferrell stopped, the last Twitter fiasco that he started about Gaddafi is...
He's brilliant. And if you did a second of research, you would understand that Colin is never serious on Twitter. Ever.
But why does he say it that way? Sam says Gaddafi.
It's a G, Gaddafi.
No!
Gaddafi.
There's a G right there.
Oh, my mother made the Gaddafi the way she made Gaddafi. Melts in your mouth.
I think we all agree it's Gaddafi. It's just spelled differently.
Yeah.
No, but it's a little bit of Gaddafi. You put some Zuccotti on that.
Oh, the Zuccotti next to the Gaddafi. My mother was the same when she cooked. Every Sunday afternoon, you smell the Gaddafi in our house. It would take up the entire room. I'm a Gaddafi.
Does she slice it nice and thin?
Oh, you gotta slice your Gaddafi thin. The thick pieces, you chew. It's like rubber. It's like rubber.
My father taught me to respect that, and he punched her in the mouth. He said, respect your mother. And then he goes, shut up, Marie. And he knocked her teeth down her throat, and she couldn't eat no Gaddafi.
When the Gaddafi was cold, my father would come out with the white beard with a little Gaddafi stain on there. And Pada Bing right now, fucking face.
And he said, I gotta go see my Goma and put some a little Zuccotti in there. Oh, we laughed.
Stashing the Zuccotti. You fucking dago wop guinea assholes.
Well, that's because Sam says it differently
I
than
know.
everybody else. I've never heard Gaddafi.
No one has. It's never been said before.
Yeah, Sam.
Well, then
Say
should we-
Gaddafi. It's just spelled with a G in some parts.
Gaddafi. See, Colin
Gaddafi,
spelled it with
very
a
good.
K. Then I would have said Gaddafi.
It's just Gaddafi.
But CNN spelled it with a G, so then I say Gaddafi.
Why does CNN spell it with a G?
I don't know.
That would be the last place they spell it with a G, I'm thinking. Fuck.
Oh, God.
Oh, how was the trick-or-treating?
It wasn't bad. They were pretty civil.
Did they bust
This
them in
year.
like you were talking about?
No, they didn't. But
No?
a couple of kids were little hooligans.
Yeah.
Little hooligans. There were 3 kids that just kept coming back to the door in different masks and costumes.
Yeah, but that's flattering. That means you had some good shit.
Oh, I had the best of shit. But
What was your shit?
well, I had Choco, which is
What?
good. Look, what am I from Inglewood?
I
Pulp
don't...
Fiction.
Okay, you scared me.
No, it was. They kept coming back, but then I didn't realize until like the 3rd time, and I was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I would just put the tray down and let them grab from themselves, and that was it. It wasn't just quality. I give the kids quantity, but then I had to hold the thing up and dole out one, and one kid starts jumping at it. I picked up a Snickers bar and threw it at his head.
Nice.
As he was walking down the sidewalk. And then you get these poor little kids you feel bad for because they're like, they take one and they're like, thank you.
Right.
All pensive.
Well-
And then I was pissed because I don't want to be part of a kid's fucking etiquette lesson. When you sit there, I give out the candy, and then the parents are like, what do you say? And they're like, trick or treat. It's like, no, what do you say now? And I got to stand there waiting for
And
this
wait
kid
for your thank you?
to cough up thank you.
Fuck the
I don't
thank
give
you.
a shit.
Yeah, we know what this is about. This
The
is
door, wham!
It's a stupid holiday. Take your candy and beat it,
It's a
stupid.
shakedown.
Yes.
It's a shakedown.
And why would you walk around aimlessly from neighborhood to neighborhood when you could do circles and get all your candy? Why?
That's true.
What is every house special? No.
It's the same shit.
It's the same shit.
Same shit. Although in my neighborhood, I know mine was the best.
Well, if they're coming back, it has to be.
I was looking in the little bags and things and seeing what was in there, and
Yeah.
I had your quality items, your Snickers, your Twix.
King size.
Well, no, they were fun size, but they were taking fistfuls.
What's a fun size?
That's
Isn't candy
hilarious.
in general fun?
It's hilarious.
Why does it have to be a
size.
fun size?
Fun, giddy,
Stupid marketing
giddy
words.
size. Yeah. But, yeah. Kurt Love, wow, Ant went all out. All right, you sarcastic fuckwad.
Yeah, fun size. I think the average fucking plumber is getting fun size.
I know.
You should have went king size.
No, but you know what? There was some. I looked in there, and there was some of those fucking dumbass candy corn.
What do
If
you
you
mean?
give out candy corn, you should be fucking just assassinated. It's horrible.
And it's just by itself. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not even,
in the bag, just
it's not-
laying there on the
yeah, it's
bottom
not-
like lint.
It's not in packaging or anything.
Terrible. Once candy corn, it's wax. Yeah, but no, I was giving out good shit, and then packs of M&Ms, and just good quality items.
A lot of people used my trick, and it worked perfectly.
What was that? Oh,
the empty bowl with the sign.
The empty bowl. Yeah.
Take one.
Take one, and then they realize, see, he tried. He put in the effort, but apparently he had good stuff, and now it's all out.
How was your building, Jimmy? They take over the building?
Oh, boy.
Well, I was supposed to have no kids at my door because I'm not on that list. And
For
they
trick or
were-
treat, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I said,
Is that what is that your
I don't want 'em.
excuse?
Yeah, I went over yesterday, but
Were
there
you
was
allowed to?
Well,
Were
the
you
whole-
allowed to be on the list?
Yeah.
there's a whole 500-foot thing. They say I have to stand at the end of the hallway. I can just lob the candy. They're fucking bags like a free throw. But I said, I didn't want anybody, but they kept knocking on the door, and it was a hassle. And I went over my massage scenario yesterday, where I really was getting a massage, and
Really?
it was a legit one, but still annoying. Try to talk somebody into something, fucking ding dong. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're trying to negotiate, and a little kid's in a.
She wasn't interested in
Halloween
negotiating. I knew from the beginning she wasn't, but I'm like,
Yeah, you can
still,
tell.
you try. You open the cheeks a little bit.
Is it humiliating when they don't go for the signs
No,
or
because
the moves?
The signs, what, like a third base fucking
Yeah.
umpire
Like,
or coach,
he's opening up his ass cheeks.
Oh, he's
I
waving
see.
me in.
yeah, I thought you said curveball. She's like, no, that means quit waving your dick at me.
I would imagine it'd be humiliating if they don't go for it. If you're putting yourself in these,
Depends
these
on how
positions.
you say it.
Yeah.
This girl I didn't really try with because I knew she was. I could tell she was legit because she was too strong to be.
Do you enjoy a massage if it's legit?
Oh yeah, I call only legit masseuses, and the ones I see don't typically do anything, and I know that.
Right.
But I've had a few that have, but the because this one site has gotten dirtier. Like the legit masseuses are all kind of being more legit, if that makes any sense. Like they know what it looks like out there,
right?
So they're like overly draping. It's getting like annoying, actually.
Right.
Overly draping.
You have to be draped.
Did you guys?
There's one massage. I'm sorry, one I saw recently, and she like I don't mind being draped because you have to be. But she tucked me like it was like a mummy wrap. It was like, what, I get it. I'm not going to put my dick by you. Relax.
Oh, God.
Like when they lift the one leg and jam the fucking sheet under the other. It's like
they don't want your dick creeping out?
It's like, I understand the massage language. Like when you're draping me, I understand you have to do that by law, but you don't have to lift the leg and cram it under. I understand. I understand. You don't want any sexual thing. I accept that. Oh, lift that leg. Cram it under there. Get under there. Foot.
They tuck it in so your dick won't accidentally
they wrap it under
slither
you
out
like an Indian woman. It's like, madam,
That's uncomfortable if you're having a massage. You can't move around.
That I don't like. When they
I feel bad for the girls out there that go to massage school hoping to get into a legit business.
Jesus.
And then you got these pervs all over the place trying to get a little extra all the time.
Just a little brush. A little brush of the hand or something.
They just happen to be pretty. They just happen to have big tits. It's like, God bless them and curse them at the same time. But no,
they probably should only allow the ugly ones into massage school.
I agree.
Really, you do?
Yes, because I don't want them. But the one girl, you could tell when they're no nonsense. Like this girl was no nonsense, and I knew it.
Right.
So I did the leg separation, but it just got nothing.
Oh, really?
But it wasn't embarrassing because it was just it wasn't like I.
But then
I
on
tried
top
to
of
Laying down doing a split.
a little bit, like I look like a fucking T-square.
Legs are completely out.
Yeah.
Yoo-hoo. But then on top of that, they come to your place.
Yeah,
so they must be like, fuck, man, I just wanted to go into this cool business, maybe work in a mountain resort, and I'm in some dummy's apartment.
Yeah, this creep pushing his asshole up with this fucking Ozzy Osbourne staring at me from the wall. But I haven't had a dirty one in quite a while. Yeah, man, it's been a real dry spell, which is kind of frustrating.
What? It's like fishing. You enjoy the
sometimes
sport of it.
Yeah, and then there's other times though where I like it's almost when you know 100% that it's legit. It takes a certain pressure off you,
right?
Because I'm such a pervert, I almost feel obligated,
right?
But with certain ones, like I go to this one person and get them, I know that they're all no nonsense, and I know the whole fucking drill, so it kind of removes a weird pressure to do anything.
You guys talk about this yesterday?
Yeah, well, I covered it.
Because Spectro is beating me up because I didn't listen to the replay. Go fuck yourself. When you have a day off, you have a day off. Whatever job you have, if you have a day off, do you go somewhere else and do it, or watch someone else do it? This is a job.
Well, what I'm talking about right now, I covered yesterday, but not to the extent I'm covering now. Because I'm talking more about the legit ones.
But I mean, if we get a day off, I'm not.
I don't listen to replays.
I know.
Yeah, you want to take a break from the whole fucking thing for a day. Even though this is a cool job.
Yeah, I understand that part of it, but
Yeah.
Right.
why listen?
Will I listen to the Ace Frehley replay? You fucking bet.
Yeah, you will.
Ace Frehley. He's in today.
I told the story on the after show. I couldn't leave during the Tony Iommi interview because I was scared you were going to scold me.
No, not at all, dude. You said you might have to because you had to be somewhere.
I was going to Philly.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Whatever. I think, like I said, Iommi.
I mean, it's half true. I mean, the other thing is that it turned out to be a great interview, and I was loving his stories.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting there. Everyone else saw it. I'm piling up my stuff because I want to sneak out early. And I'm like, man, if I don't do this properly, I could get yelled at by Jimmy.
No. I understood. It's like if you got to be somewhere, be somewhere. It was as long as you didn't take him with you. As long as you didn't walk out and go, Tony.
Let's go.
wait. But
let's go.
He sold, Kenny was at Bookends in Ridgewood. He sold fucking over 700 books.
Holy shit.
At that location alone.
In 2 hours. That is an amazing fucking book signing.
Wow.
700 fucking books in 2 hours.
Wow.
I love seeing the crowd there. Just fucking guys with long hair and ripped up T-shirts. Yeah, rough.
Still living the dream.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that.
I asked somebody to find
what
out
they're into.
what cologne he wore because he smelled so good.
Enough with asking the rock stars what cologne they
Why
wear.
they smell good? Duff smelled great. Fucking, I'll tell you who
Ozzy,
smelled.
we
Ozzy
bond.
smelled. Well, I know what Ozzy wears. And fucking, I have it. It just doesn't smell as good on me. And Rob Halford smells great. These guys, I love that rock stars. These guys smell. Well, you know.
That might be the scent of the. You know, to bring them in. You know.
Oh, to lure the young ones in.
Lure them in.
There might be a special thing in there. You don't know.
And what's his name? And fucking, I only smell. They just smell. There's a smell these guys have. I don't know how they keep. I can't smell my own cologne when I put it on. Like, getting you spray cologne.
I know. What's that about?
I don't. Am I just used to it? You can smell it. I
don't know.
I think leather helps too. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think when you're wearing some kind of leather and then some cologne, that leather mixes in with it. Leather naturally just smells kind of cool.
Just put it on the leather collar.
Yeah. New leather smells good.
Long hair too. I wonder if they spray. I wonder if Ozzy sprayed his hair with
hair
the cologne.
products.
Because he smells
hair products.
Amazing. Like there's a story of Nikki Sixx one time was in the studio and Ozzy walked by and he is Ozzy around? Like he smelled him from the hallway.
He's dreamy.
He knows the smell.
And yeah.
Sorry, very good.
Occupy
Occupy San Francisco.
Oh, the fuck is happening with the hockey thing up top?
That's why you should watch, man.
Oh man, did he blindside him?
Well, you don't hug the other guy.
That was hilarious.
You kind of made a mistake there. You don't. You just
hugs him.
You don't do that.
But why did he punch him?
I don't know.
Did he punch him or hit him in the?
Yeah, he punched him.
Belted him in the face.
He gave him a punch that wasn't going to get him in too much trouble.
Why was the other guy laughing after he punched him? He didn't say
Because they're hockey players. They're meatheads.
I only saw.
He takes a punch to the face and just laughs it off.
Who's got the story? Because I saw it very briefly on Twitter on the way in today. What, did the guy score and he was celebrating by hugging the other guy?
Oh, maybe. I just saw the clip.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah,
I think
that could piss him off.
Scored and then he got excited and hugged a player from the other team, and then that guy said "fuck you" and gave him a nice jab to the face. I believe that's the story.
Hilarious.
I saw the Occupy San Francisco now.
Oh, you did?
No, I mean on the tube.
Oh yeah,
it's in every fucking city.
Yeah, I know. How does it end?
How does it end?
But you were saying though that you saw the Philly one.
Yeah, I was down in Philly. Had some.
And there's a big drop off.
I had some business, so I stopped by Occupy Philly, thinking maybe film, maybe just check it out, whatever. Someone has to call and explain this to me because what I saw, and people get mad when I say this is what I saw, but it's what I saw. Oh, you're having a fucking agenda. You're the 1%. Yeah, you know what? I am the 1%.
Yeah.
You know, I was the 99. I was the 99% for most of my fucking life,
exactly.
And now I am the 1%. And all right, I'm embarrassed to be the 1%. I'm sorry, but that's not why I'm going down and shooting shit. I'm shooting shit because there's freaks down there, and I love that type of thing. But for some reason, I guess I have an agenda.
Yeah.
But this is what I saw in Philadelphia. It is extremely ghetto, and a ton of drug addicts, like the cracky kind, like the
oh shit,
like the I don't know, like they're a bit older.
Dangerous looking?
Real dangerous.
Yeah.
And they opened up like what could only be described as the soup kitchen, and they lined up like zombies. They were a wreck down there.
That's fucked up, man.
I think Philly's got all the homeless that are just hanging out in it's City Hall.
How are they covering it like it's some kind of fucking event when it pretty much is just the homeless, especially in somewhere like Philly? Like you saw it firsthand.
Well, I've been down to Zuccotti Park a lot, as most know, and this was my first trip to the Philly one, and I'm telling you, there was a major drop-off in the quality of people. and
that's not saying much.
And a lot of the people at Zuccotti Park are questionable.
Yeah.
They really are. But this Philly was just a whole bunch of...
dirtbags?
Well, it was ghetto.
Ghetto?
You're not seeing a lot of black people at Zuccotti Park, but man, there were way more black people in Occupy Philly.
Are they there for the cause, or are they there for the free food and shelter and fucking clothes?
This is what I need to know. They had way more tents down there too, and they take up way more of an area down there than Zuccotti Park here in New York City. There are hundreds of tents. And there weren't a lot of people around. The people I saw were, like I said, black and kind of like drug addict type people just wandering like zombies. That's all I saw. But what happens with these Occupy, Put Your City Here is they do day trips.
Oh, yeah.
To go do something. So were they doing that yesterday when I was there? To be fair, because this is what I saw yesterday, but if someone knows differently, please tell me.
Were they on a mission? Yeah, because I'm seeing a lot of white people in this video that Sam is showing me.
I absolutely didn't see any of this.
It's Occupy Philly, and then
like that guy looks like he could be a normal guy. Did not see this at all. I did not see the normal white woman we're looking at.
Oh, God, I hate these fucking idiots.
You hate? Why?
I hate them.
I don't hate it at all.
I hate them.
I think it's kind of cool in a weird way.
Fucking assholes.
Bank of America backed off on that scumbag $5 debit charge.
Yeah.
That they were going to try to put.
But you know what? It wasn't these fucking assholes that got that done. It was the people that bank with Bank of America that said, fuck you. That sucks. I'm going to take my money out. These people don't even have fucking bank accounts for the most part.
And then they're crying that it's going to cost the banking industry $1 billion or something. A billion on top of the billions they already make, I guess.
Yeah.
Like it's all relative.
How is it going to cost them $1 billion?
Well, they would get $5 from everybody.
$1 billion that they can't make.
They would have
Fuck them.
They're going to lose $1 billion off that.
They would have gotten a fuckload of money, but
right.
I pulled a lot of my money out of Bank of America and put it with like just other investments in places. But I yanked most of my money out of there because
be careful what bank you pick, man. Some of these other banks might give you a better deal, but fuck, who knows if they're stable.
It's all right. FDIC. That's what I'm talking about here, Jerry. Why don't you see old Bill Deal down in Northwest Federal?
I put it in Ted's high-interest yield bank.
I'm sure you did.
We pay 37%, Gregory.
Imagine that. You would never sleep. Just wondering when your bank's going to collapse.
I have it carried in my pocket. I pay 37%. It's a Ponzi scheme.
Heck, I'd give you a 1 point over prime.
Now, to be fair, what we're seeing here is one video from Occupy Philly. And this is completely different than what I saw. So maybe they had some kind of day thing going, or maybe because it's a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Maybe they were still in their tents. I don't know. I wasn't going to knock on tents to see what the fuck was going on.
And this is from earlier. It's from like October 7th.
Oh,
so maybe it's.
When did socialism become a dirty word? That's someone's sign. It's not what our fucking country's based on, you cock.
I don't think anybody hates socialism. It's just when you see policies here that are making capitalism into socialism, that's when it becomes a dirty word. Not in itself.
Jesus, it just doesn't work as a system.
Yeah, it has had trouble, right?
Oh, well, yeah. Look, historically, it just doesn't. It doesn't really make people want to invent new things. It doesn't promote entrepreneurialism.
Yeah.
It just makes people want to fucking get on the dole and not really go above and beyond to make something of themselves.
When everybody sees the ceiling, it seems like it's harder to. That's where capitalism is great. It's like you don't see the ceiling.
No ambition to be better, to make something that no one else has made, to have an idea no one else has had, and then putting it forward and making a success of yourself because of that. When you just know that you're not going to be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor, and it's just going to be divvied up amongst the community. It's ridiculous.
Is this yesterday?
Fuck you. Go to Russia. Yeah. Oh, they're not coming.
There you go, Ant. This is what I saw yesterday.
Really? Okay. I see some Hispanics. I see some Asians. I see some blacks.
Is there a lot of people down there?
No.
Ideal
but a ton of tents. So there's obviously a lot of people occupying. I don't know if they were in the tents, like I said, or doing some kind of day trip.
Homeless, yeah.
But when they opened up that soup kitchen, man, they came out of nowhere and lined up for free food. So, and the people on the line were really fucking scary. Really fucking scary.
But now these protesters, they come down there with this idea, but now they have a problem because they are then put. It really is a genius thing of allowing it. They are now put in the position of, in a smaller scale, who they're accusing everybody else of being in, which is, do you really want all these homeless guys just coming in and taking your shit when you're here for a purpose?
Right.
They have to give it to them, but it's using their resources, and they're not doing anything to earn it.
Oh, well. Yeah. Isn't that a bitch?
And the homeless know how to survive on the streets, obviously.
Fuck yeah.
Yep.
So if they see something like this where they're going to, they're putting out food every day, trust me, the word gets out, and everyone's like, yeah, it's a watering hole. That's right.
This is like me being in my living room, and all of a sudden chicks with giant tits and big pussies are all over the place, and they need a place to tinkle.
Oh, Jimmy's face. Weak.
And then there's other accusations that the cops now in some of these cities, including New York, are pushing like the drunks, and
I could totally see that.
And some of the scourge, like they're just kind of pushing them towards Zuccotti Park in New York City.
I could see that. Why wouldn't they? It's brilliant.
It's been said. Who knows? Who knows what's true out there? But yeah, that's what I saw in Philly. It was a much different fucking scene. What's going on with Michael Moore? He's ignoring questions or something you were telling me?
Of course. That guy, who hasn't figured this idiot out already? They revere him at these fucking Occupy events. He's been trotting about the country, going to these various cities where they have these Occupy things, and he's a hero. He's a hero. He speaks, and they just look at him like he's Christ, like he's fat Jesus.
Well, this is in his wheelhouse, let's be honest.
Of course. It's exactly his demo to sell his fucking books. And he beats the shit out of this so-called 1% when he goes down there and asks them to give. And at one point he asked them, hey, why don't they cough up $1 million each, these motherfuckers? And some guy said, hey, Michael, you're one. You're one of the 1%. And boy, did he ignore that motherfucker. And then these freedom of speech people just start trying to drown out the guy that was asking him, hey, Michael.
Right.
You know, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's
it's a weird
there's
spot
audio
for
of that.
him. I mean, what is he doing?
It's not a weird spot. It's an
he
exact spot he wants to be in. He's selling books.
But is he
He's a multimillionaire.
But I mean, is he donating money? Is he helping the cause financially? What is he doing?
Why don't people like him and like Jon Stewart, who I watched last night on The Daily Show, just lambasting this so-called 1%, who he is an entrenched member of? If you want to give more money, give it. Fucking fork it over. You're allowed. You're allowed to give as much money to the IRS as you damn well please. You don't have to give just what they tell you.
Right.
So give an extra $1 million. That'll help somewhere down the line. But me personally, I don't feel like giving anymore. I feel I'm doing my share. That's my opinion on what's going on. And legally, I'm doing everything I can, but I don't want to give more. If they want to preach that this bastard 1% isn't doing enough, you're part of it. Give.
How about
give till it hurts, fat man.
How about giving away half your wealth? You're right.
Go ahead.
Because they're in a place where half their wealth, they would still be very, very comfortable.
Yep.
How about that? If you're that for the cause, how about saying no more fucking private planes, no more first class? Any money I would go in first class, I'll fly in coach and give the rest to the government.
There you go.
Feel free.
It is strange when these celebrities show up. It's like, I'm here to support you, and they all look at him like they did it to Russell Simmons too. Like, what? You know how rich you are?
But Michael Moore, they revere him, and because he comes across like, hey, I'm just the ordinary guy from Flint, Michigan. Look out, I'm against the fucking system. He is the fucking system.
You think he's on private jets when he goes from one Occupy to the next?
And the guy brings it up. The guy that was
we got the clip. You wanna hear it?
Let's hear the clip. Because first of all, he can't fly fucking coach. That fat fuck could not squeak himself into a coach
but he
seat.
could afford the 2 seats.
Well, that's true.
And first,
well, I'm trying to ask the most richest people of the world on the 400 Club, man, to donate $1 million apiece on it. Well, at least ain't nobody asked them yet, so we saying they automatically.
All right, I'll repeat that.
Somebody asked them, we'll sure appreciate it. So
I'll repeat that.
Thomas Bowles.
Thank you.
I sure
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. What he just said is very good. What he just said was that the richest 400, we know about them, right? Yep. They have more wealth than 150 million Americans combined. All right? 400 people.
I think what he's trying to do is say, look, my level's not the problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's what a lot of these guys do. My level's fine. This should be a fine level. We're talking about the people above me.
You know what? They're not talking about that.
But that's how they
try to justify it.
Well, that's how some of these guys are trying to justify it. I'm sure that's how Jon Stewart justifies it. It's like, no, this level's fine. This isn't greedy right here.
Yeah, please.
We're talking about the people above me.
Well, everyone standing there isn't, because he's firmly one of the 1%.
But that's what he's saying.
Oh, that's what he's saying.
Yes.
Yeah, but even the people that are protesting aren't saying that.
Oh, I understand,
Yeah.
but he's already saying that with his little speech here because he knows that
he knows what's coming.
He knows there's eyes on him going, what the fuck, Michael? You know?
Yeah.
You're kind of that 1% they're talking about
He's
here.
exactly the 1%.
why does he point out the fact though that like, and I agree with Michael Moore on this point, like him, Jon Stewart, these guys earn their money through doing what they do, but they're not fucking asking the government to, I guess, pay things out and then taking giant pay. Like they're not doing the things that the bankers. No, I know. I'm talking about the bank, not you. I'm talking about the bankers.
Oh, I know.
The ones who I have a problem with are not these guys. They're not guys who make a lot of money. I don't care if you make $1 billion. I don't have a problem with fucking guys who make $50 million a year. It's only the ones who make it a certain way.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But do you understand these people in these parks don't look at it like that?
No.
They're looking at people that just have carved out a nice living for themselves as being evil, and anyone with more money than they have is bad, and that should be divvied up in some way, shape, or form through higher taxes and whatnot. And believe me, you're just as evil to them, Jimmy, as the fucking bankers.
I would hope so.
You're just as bad.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, you want to hear about the shit monster?
What?
Remember I said that supposedly they're sending some of the dregs down to these places?
Right.
Finley from Manhattan. Finley. Hey, man. Hey.
Yeah, I'm a fireman on the Lower East Side.
Yeah.
And I'll just say, we sent the shit monster. You guys know about him. I was going to send him in for the homeless shopping spree.
Yeah, we could have had the shit monster for the homeless shopping spree.
Oh.
We never had the shit monster for the homeless shopping spree, right?
No, you didn't, because the lawyers.
Shut it. Yeah, they shut it down, whatever. But there's a homeless guy known as the shit monster, and Finley personally sent him to Zuccotti Park to hang out.
What does he do? What does he do?
He
shits himself?
But let me just, as soon as you touch him and try and take him to the hospital, as like a defense mechanism, like a skunk, he shits.
Oh, that's right.
He shits himself.
That's right. I forgot about that part. Yeah.
So then you don't want to touch him, you don't want to deal. But I didn't send him down there because I want to fuck with them. Well, maybe a little bit. Mostly because I don't want to deal with him.
Yeah.
So he knows, hey, I go down there, I get free food, lodging, people hand me out stuff. And he went, and I haven't seen him since.
Now, did somebody tell him that and he actually listened without shitting?
Oh, no, this is after he had shit himself. And I finally said, hey, fucko, listen, don't you know what's going on downtown? They're giving out food, they're giving out shelter, they're giving out water. Go down there. You could hang out. You could do whatever you want.
Fucking the shit monster. Wow. How many times? He must just stink.
It's great that he's got a name.
Dude, he leaves puddles of shit on when he shits. It seeps through.
What the fuck is he eating?
It's a great defense mechanism.
He doesn't. He just drinks. All he does is drink.
Oh,
wow.
He's got fucking alcohol shits.
They're not healthy?
Wow. That's a good one.
There you go. The shit monster might be at Zuccotti Park. Thanks to Finley.
Hey, go see him. Celebrity.
And really fast, Brian to Philly. Brian.
Hey, good morning, Opie, Anthony, Jimmy.
Hi, buddy.
Hey. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how you doing? Philly has a hardcore homeless population. They're basically professional homeless, insane people. They just will refuse any kind of help, shelter, assistance, or anything. They live in tents outside all year round, either like by the library or the art museum or under the Vine Street Expressway or whatever. And they also, like whenever anyone is giving out anything for free, they just know. They kind of gravitate toward it like ants to a picnic. I used to be homeless myself in like 2006, but I went through the shelter system, and there's a few people that kind of are there legitimately because they, made bad decisions or lost their jobs or whatever. But most of them are they're just insane.
Yeah, filthy fucking
bums. And they know where the free food is, so it's not really helping the cause because you got a lot of people going down there that they don't want to join the cause. They just want the free eats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like when I was in the shelter, like people would come back at the end of the day or whatever, and everyone would exchange information on like who's giving out the showers, who's giving out the clothes, who's giving out the food, and they just know, and that's really all they're there.
Yeah, I think we were saying that the other day. There's a whole network with the homeless, and the word gets out where, like you said, where the stuff they need is happening that day. So. And right now, man, it's a gold mine. Every day, you're guaranteed to get a free meal if you go to one of these occupies. So, thanks, Brian.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right, back to the Michael Moore clip.
Yeah.
And this man, Thomas, is requesting, and I think it's a very simple request, would each of these 400 just give back $1 million each?
How about $1 million of your 50 million? How about $1 million of your 50 million?
Yeah, supposedly he's worth $50 million.
Of course, that's not even beyond the realm of possibility. Of course.
So why doesn't he start this? That would be a great story.
A great start,
Michael. You start this. And show how easy it is to do. Because if you're worth $50 million, that's an easy thing to do.
Yep.
That's right. But I don't like the fact that he's not differentiating. But top 400, it's like, I'm jealous that they have a lot more than me, but there are people that are extraordinarily wealthy that really did earn it and not on the backs of scumbag moves with the government. There are people who have legitimately just fucking invested and made their money.
Michael Moore would be giving up about 2% of his wealth, I guess, right? If he did that, a lousy 2%. So fucking.
Hey, what about it?
So start this, Michael.
Come on.
And see what other celebrities would join in.
I love that somebody fucking started yelling that out. Love it.
Yeah, and
Call
they're right.
him out.
million. How about $1 million of your $50 million?
They spend that on lunch.
And he's walking away.
Is he?
Yeah.
But listen, I know they.
He wasn't expecting
so much for what you've done. Thank you. I love Portland. Thank you.
Yeah,
He starts walking away.
that's annoying. It's like he didn't. He should have addressed that. Why didn't he address that?
Yeah.
Why didn't he address it?
He didn't address that.
No. No.
Right.
Please make way for him up these stairs.
Michael.
Please make way.
How much your own $50 million are you going to donate to Occupy PDX? You don't want to answer that? Aren't you part of the 1%? Aren't you part of the 1%?
He should at least answer the guy.
No.
That's terrible.
No.
That looks terrible.
He should have
He's
had
a
an answer for
fucking
that.
hypocrite.
Who is the 1%?
Selling books.
Where does the 1% start?
1% starts at anyone making more money than these fucking assholes.
Yeah,
Believe me.
I don't
But
know
is
who they
there a
consider
number?
it. I don't know.
Of how much you're worth? That you're part of the 1%?
It's the 1% of the country that
Is
yeah.
Michael Moore the 1%?
Oh God! If you're making
Yes.
worth $50 million,
Yes.
yeah. Sure,
Yes.
I think so. Or you'd be considered by then. the
And
1%.
1% is a figurative thing now. It's not technically the 1% anymore. It's become this thing that's a dirty word for anybody that has made money and has more than, the average person in this country. They consider them the 1%. Blow me.
He really should have had an answer. He should have assumed that maybe
He has an answer. Buy my book.
someone would get to him and ask him some tough questions, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going into that territory. Holy shit, you better be prepared.
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
But he knows
Down there.
He knows it's it's his own crowd. You might get one or two people that'll blurt shit out like that, but then the crowd starts turning.
One guy is all
and-
it takes.
and yelling. I
One
know.
guy is all it takes.
Well,
now
the
there's clips everywhere.
The
That's
crowd.
true.
And now he looks kind of stupid.
He looks really stupid because he's not specifically saying they should go after the people that fucking took money from the government, took our money, and then took these giant payouts. Those people should
Yeah.
have the payouts taken back by force, and they should just be fucking smashed in the street. Like those people should be violently have the money taken back from them,
Right.
but not just because you earn money.
Those guys are like the half of the 1%.
Yeah.
Or whatever. You know what I mean? That number is a lot lower than 1%.
Is that true?
What?
The 1%? In 2009, it took just $343,927 to join that elite group.
What,
Yeah.
making that a year?
Yeah, it says the
Or having-
average made $960,000 a year. I think that's annual income. Yeah.
Annual income, $345,000, let's say, and you are part of the scumbag 1% elite, not doing anything percent. Fuck you.
So Michael Moore is absolutely part of the 1%.
Yeah.
So
Weight-wise, he is too.
So, so Michael Moore, you should be giving up your $1 million if that's what you want.
Come on,
the 1%ers to do.
Can you imagine the amount of
should
press
start it.
he would get if he did that? If he took $1 million of his money,
Right.
and said but he wouldn't because he's just going to give it to the dumb government.
Yeah.
These dummies.
He knows that.
But if he did that,
But
and
he should do that, Jimmy. You know why?
Absolutely.
Because I think Ant was mentioning this is good for his business. He'll make that money and more.
Absolutely.
What? Because I'm sure he's filming. I'm sure something
Oh,
will come
yeah,
out.
yeah. Believe me, he's going to document
Whether it's a
this
book,
shit.
a TV show, a movie, he's going to make a lot of money off the Occupy movement.
Yeah.
He absolutely will.
Yeah, why not just cover costs on the next documentary and take no money from it?
Right.
Pay your costs and then take no money.
Give the $1 million away. That would be a great start to your movie. And then go around with your dumb fucking camera talking to other celebrities, seeing if they're going to give up their $1 million. It's
great.
And then you could take your stupid bullhorn and yell at buildings again.
Douchebag.
That's when he lost me. Really? You're yelling at buildings through a bullhorn?
Yeah.
I understand how it's symbolic, but, that's not too brave.
He did something else too that was really weird with the
I kind of like his movies in general.
Yeah.
I really do, but
Taken as entertainment,
then he gets kind of douchey.
not as his.
What was it? The Cuba one where you might have saw another boat 10 miles away that he was yelling at? I think that might have been one of them.
Yeah.
Cuba.
He was getting close to, Cuban waters or something.
Yep.
Help me out.
I think.
Was that it?
Yeah. Was that in
I think that was a sicko. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, trying to take the guy for health.
But he's yelling at the boat like they could possibly hear him, but it was obviously for his film.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking him for health care.
Right.
Stupid. It's Cuba Gooding Jr. or something, you know.
Whoa.
Make way for the 1%. $50 million Michael Moore. Here he comes. Michael, we love you. Make way for the 1%. Hey, Michael, you flying the corporate jet back? Huh? Your own private jet? Who's paying you? Who's paying you? Who's paying you? Who's paying you? Who's paying you?
So trying to get a chant going.
Yeah. Instigator.
Who's paying you? Who's paying you? Who's paying you? So much for free speech. So much for free speech, right? Who's paying you? So much for free speech.
At least they weren't yelling pervert at him. 'Cause that'll make you move, man.
But the guy...
That's what they do. That's
what
their
a prime
tactics.
example of what hypocritical douche fucks they are. This guy's got his fucking shit to say, and they just try to drown him out because your hero, Michael Moore, is using you to sell books.
You should be listening to all voices.
Yeah.
Those people should be all about that, right?
And the guy wasn't saying anything that isn't true.
And they should be questioning Michael Moore. They know he's worth, I mean, some say $50 million. Most of the people down there know he's very well off.
Sure. Oh, but he's just one of them at heart. Yeah. Fuck him.
Yeah, that really is annoying.
Can take the corporate jet.
Extremely.
It's great.
And if Michael Moore would have turned around and said, "I've never flown a corporate jet in my life,"
maybe that's not true though.
But but I mean, if he had an answer,
yeah,
or something like that, but you can't just walk away from that.
Try
stuff.
to shut him down, but no, couldn't. Yep, good.
So,
hate that.
And I don't know how this ends. I mean, I said the other day, I think a murder will end it.
Yeah.
I think a murder in Zuccotti Park's going to end the whole thing.
A freezing death of
And I
somebody that isn't just, some homeless.
And people are
Boom.
getting more and more uptight down there as the days go by and the weather gets colder. So I think that's how it ends. But this thing is in every city now, man.
Yeah.
How the fuck you end this?
I don't know. Yeah, it's. I think you're right though. A death,
Yeah.
some type of tragedy.
Open your fucking eyes, people. Open your fucking eyes. That's all we're asking you to do. Open your fucking eyes. We're marching to the beat of Occupy Wall Street.
Oh, shoehorn.
Shout, we've been left out. We're turning up the heat. Why are we here? What are we gonna do? Why are we here? I don't know. Maybe it's to help people out. Maybe it's to help out your fellow man. Maybe it's to help out a woman across the fucking street.
What an idiot. What a fucking idiot.
Just fucking maybe it's about feeding your fucking family. It's about putting food on the fucking table.
How many more cliches is this guy
People
gonna...
can't do that. They got fucking unemployment through the fucking roof in this country.
Yeah, because they keep extending the
Get a fucking
benefits.
job, they say.
Who would get a
fucking
job?
Sometimes it's not fucking that easy.
That's right.
I bet you.
That guy's good.
Unemployment is so lucrative to these people these days.
Yeah.
And the way they're extending the benefits, that I bet that's a large part of why they can't figure out how to lower the unemployment rate.
Right.
Because what's the ambition to go to work when you're pretty much going to make exactly what you're making on unemployment? Really? Think about it. Think about it. This guy's an idiot. Oh, God.
Peter Pebbles was doing just
Can you
this.
pause this?
He was.
We're watching my fifth video from Occupy Wall Street. This is an Aussie. How do you say it?
Yeah, Aussie.
Aussie.
An Aussie, yeah. Either one.
Aussie.
Aussie or Aussie.
But then it's Aussie.
No, if you say Aussie, then I'll just get excited.
Oh, okay.
That's how they say it in California, I bet.
Yay.
See, and this is why I get really mad because people think I have an agenda when it's so easy just to film shit down there. You got a guy. How do you describe the guy that's being interviewed?
Looks like Danny. Oh, no, he's on the bike.
He's a fucking shithead. He's in a bag. What is he dressed in?
I don't know. But he's trying to make the point that this guy, Peter Pedals, I think, you might have to back up slightly, would pedal his bike to get energy. And it's all well and good because as this guy's being interviewed, there's a guy in the background doing just that. He's pedaling.
Pedal generators.
But the problem is, in this particular clip that people think I set up, obviously, because I have an agenda, the kid who's pedaling has a Starbucks in one hand and he's on his cell phone in the other. This is what is fucking up your movement.
Man. Yeah.
I would really like to sit down with some of these Occupy Wall Street people and go, do you understand what's going on here? You can't have a guy trying to talk about alternative energy by pedaling a bike saying, look what we're doing by pedaling, because supposedly they are actually creating energy down there for something.
He's got like a
but
generator.
you can't have the guy drinking a Starbucks and taking a cell phone call.
He's on the cell phone, sure.
How about you make your own coffee? How about you use that to power your own little coffee pot? Right. And you make your own Sanka.
It's not as good.
Did you back up so you could hear about Peter Pedals?
Peter Pedals.
You want to hear about Peter Pedals? Hit it.
Peter Pebbles was doing just this. He was producing energy, grinding his food, using the bike as a tool, the pedal power as a tool, to drive, to do all kinds of things. His inventions have greatly influenced a lot of ideas.
Now I'm working out.
And he's got the coffee and the cell phone. He's like, yeah.
Don't get mad at me in the
hilarious.
comments of the YouTube videos. Don't get mad at me.
Yeah, you're always
This is
good with
what's
that.
going on down there. It's easy to find.
Brilliant.
I have enough material for probably 10 more videos.
Wouldn't you think you
Easily.
reuse the same cup over and over? I mean,
Yeah, there
if
you
you're why not? If you're Peter Pedals,
Peter Pedals. Peter Puffer. pedal file.
why don't you? If you're Peter Pedals, the son of Rose, why wouldn't you reuse make your own coffee and reuse the same cup and use soy milk?
Yeah, this video is from a mere 2 days ago. There were a lot of fine musicians down there.
Yeah,
Including this guy singing about his boss. You want to back up?
Take this job and shove it.
Yeah, the tent next door to me was sold.
That's good. He's got a nice little ditty.
Now I'm working 9 hours every day upon my feet. My boss, he lives way down on Easy Street. I'm making $1. He pays me just a dime. And if I start to holler, he says it's a bloody crime.
Oh, shut up.
That guy's good.
That dumb song. Oh, he's mad at his boss for actually taking more money than he's paying you? He's the boss.
He's on Easy Street.
Easy Street.
He's on Easy Street, Ant.
Oh,
you can't deny
crap.
that.
Guy's
These
making a
people are
dime.
delusional.
You can't deny that he's on Easy
He makes
Street.
a dime for every dollar the boss makes. Good.
That's
what
about
I'm
right.
supposed to work.
That's about right. I wish
Yeah.
we could make a dime for
Oh,
every
believe me.
dollar the boss
Every
makes
dollar I
around
make here?
Holy shit!
Yeah, a lot of dimes.
That would be an amazing salary.
Be able to haul them all home. Bunch of dimes.
I know, clanking around. You have to call Ted's Dime Hauling Corporation. We haul dimes and we shine them, Gregory.
That's very pigeonholed business.
Certainly is very rarely used.
And Ant, because I got an agenda down there, I made sure I got a shot of Stilt Woman. It's a circus down there. Of
course it is.
This is better than Ringling Brothers.
They're idiots.
She's on stilts. She's got to be close to 8.5 feet tall. Dressed kind of like in that like that laughing type of outfit.
Yeah, it's like a
Going
lot
old
of
school.
very colorful kind of.
And she's got a sign. What does
Peter
that sign
Max
say? I
looking.
didn't even read it.
Insatiable growth is not sustainable.
True.
Okay. Well, really?
True, to a point.
Well, to a point.
I think when it gets to that point, though, they'll figure something else out.
Yeah.
Because they kind of need us in the end to feed into this bullshit.
Yeah.
Hit it. I don't even know.
I think the internet.
Oh, pause. The beauty of going down to any of these occupies, man, they all want to be stars now. You just pop a camera in someone's face and they will start talking immediately because they're all looking to be the big Occupy Wall Street star.
The
in a
next
video.
big one, yeah.
So this guy has a theory about the internet that he needed the world to hear.
I think the internet has brought all the brain cells, all the parts of the brain, Belgium, South America, Africa, they're all coming together on the web. And we all know that we are the same person. We are one person, all of us.
Pause. See, okay. You must have caught some shit for that.
What?
Well, after that guy talks, you edited it to the point where the other guy yells douchebag, implying that what that guy said made him a douchebag.
Well, I'm having a little fun. I mean, I'm an artist, so I'm having fun with the clips I get. I collect the clips and then I mold it into something.
But the guy is a douchebag.
Thank you. So maybe that was my way of calling him a douchebag. But the problem is, am I wrong? What has he got as a microphone? A Donald Duck microphone.
Donald Duck.
With a little sign that says what?
Occupy yourself.
Yourself.
Yeah. How about go fuck yourself?
He looks like Richard Hatch, by the way.
Does he?
Yeah. And then we go back to the guy that a lot of people think is either me, Eastside Dave, or Dane Cook.
Okay, I thought it was Eastside Dave at first. For the first second I saw it, when he was yelling, because Eastside Dave loves yelling.
Oh, yeah. I got
and falling down.
I got an incredible idea for Eastside Dave. I got to get a hold of him.
He'll do it.
Yeah, I know.
You just know he'll do it.
Because in general, I'm not setting up videos. I set up one so far, but I might set up a second because I got a great idea. For
How do you not
Dave.
want to use Eastside Dave or something like
Yes,
that?
hit
of
it.
course.
Douchebags! Americans are douchebags! Now we've got this reputation for being fucking idiots.
Pause. What you can't see, hopefully you'll check out this video later. I would appreciate it. But you got a guy with a sign, and this shit's everywhere. He's scarfing down some McDonald's French fries.
Yeah, a little McDonald's French fries. McDonald's, a publicly traded company down on Wall Street. I'm sure they make a lot of money. I'm sure they don't pay their employees 10% of what the owners of the franchises make. Sure.
10%?
10%. Well, a dime for every dollar.
No, I
That's
know.
what Mr. Song fucking Meister, you tuning son of a bitch.
I would assume the average McDonald's employee doesn't even make a penny compared to the dollar the boss is making.
You're a tunesmith.
Did you ask any of these people up? Because that'd be an interesting thing. Like even without anger, ask sir, you got this sign. You're eating McDonald's fries, because it takes away their defensives if you're not attacking them. If you're really asking,
No, they will turn around like you called them a fucking shithead.
maybe they will. But if there's a
I
way to
bet.
ask somebody something where they don't feel,
I'm glad you asked that, Jimmy.
Oh.
Wait for the next video.
Oh, okay.
Well.
Good.
Wait for the next video.
Good, okay.
Because this guy got me a thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's scarfing down French fries as he holds up this whole sign about 1%, 99%,
Corporate
blah, blah,
America,
blah, corporate,
Wall
blah,
Street,
greed,
blah, 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 blah.
You can't be at Occupy, whatever, put your city here, and be scarfing down McDonald's. And I'll say it again, the people that are really in charge behind the scenes, they got to be walking around going and slap the fucking fries out of this guy's hand and go, what the fuck you doing?
What are you doing, man?
Because at this point, the world is watching. I'm one of hundreds of people with cameras down there on any given day.
Yeah.
Hundreds of cameras, all filming.
They love it.
So why wouldn't the organizers say, will you knock off the corporate shit while all these cameras are on?
You're not the boss of me. That's what I would say.
But in this one video, without even trying, you had Starbucks guy and you got McDonald's
guy.
fries guy.
Peter Pedals is Steve's sign.
Right. All right, hit
Freddy Fries.
We used to be the best country in the world. Now we're fucking shit.
Then leave. Then fucking leave, you cunt.
This guy's giving the finger to America. Then I just
hippie bitch.
Yeah, another hippie
I like
bitch
that.
just dancing.
Tag that.
The Occupy Wall Street shirts are making. Oh, pause this. I'm so glad I got this shot. Here's a guy. I think he might have even been an old media newsman or
He
something.
kind of has that old journalist look to him.
And he looks really familiar.
Yeah.
He's holding up a sign, which you'll be able to read in its entirety in a second. But just to set it up, he's standing there looking like an old newsman with a long coat on.
Oh, yeah.
He's being interviewed. And I noticed while he's being interviewed, you got Hippie Chick.
Hippie chick is dancing in the background.
Like a lunatic with, by the way, her Uggs on. Those are Uggs.
Uggs, by the way.
Another huge corporation.
Yes, of course. Another fashion statement.
Who some would say love killing animals for their fucking Uggs, by the way.
And I would love to know what their practices are as far as employing people, maybe overseas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. I'm just talking to my ass. I'm not knowledgeable on this, and maybe I'm completely wrong.
Right.
But I wonder if they have jobs in China that employ underage employees and don't give them any benefits.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
who knows?
You got the hippie chick with the Uggs. She's right behind this, what looks like an old news guy.
Got
And
a pussy stank.
she's got her really nice animal hat on.
Oh, yeah.
Those are really expensive, too. And wait till you see what
Nice
the sign
jeans,
says.
too.
And you see she's looking like a lunatic dancing like a freak, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Grateful Dead type dance.
Watch this and pause it when you can read the whole sign.
All right. Okay. Media. Please be honest about the spirit of this movement. That's what I say when I take a shit. The spirit of this movement.
So I decided, okay, I'll show you some honesty.
All right.
You're hoping the media is more honest about it because they don't think they're being honest. And my shot shows a freak in the background with Uggs dancing like a lunatic.
Right.
How's that helping the cause? Once again, to the organizers, get rid of these weirdos. So then maybe you will have more honesty. Well, that's as honest as you get right there.
Yeah.
That shot.
It's very hypocritical.
You literally have to start. You can't eat McDonald's and drink Starbucks.
No.
And if you're going to scold other people and scold corporations, then you have to. It's like when the Westboro Church, when they're attacking Steve Jobs, and people are like, but you're using iPhones.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, God created the. It's like once you start doing that, like, yeah, but.
Yeah,
People's like, shut the fuck up.
I'm an exception.
And like I said a couple weeks ago, you would almost have to walk around there like a caveman. I get it. You can't get to that point, maybe, but at the very least, take your Uggs off, throw your stupid Starbucks away,
Your
or
designer shit,
or put it in a red cup. You know what I mean? So no one knows what kind of coffee you're drinking or the French fries. You can't have a McDonald's fucking logo.
Yeah.
As you're protesting the man.
The man.
And the machine.
Corporate fucking evilness.
Right.
Jesus.
All right. This will break. We can move on, I guess, or I don't even know what's. Go ahead, I guess.
I just like watching these videos. Oh, the drums.
Oh, yeah. Pause this.
What are they doing? They're all pretty spiritual people.
Yeah, what are they doing? What are they doing?
Well,
they're reading invisible books? What are they doing?
Well, they're meditating, but the problem with meditating in public, I think that goes against the whole meditation thing.
It's for attention?
Especially when people
they're
are
just
drumming like animals.
They're drumming like animals. You don't see it in the shot, but the drum circle can't be more than 25 feet away from, so it's drowning out your thoughts. It's so fucking loud down there when they drum, which I like, by the way. I like the drum circle. But they're meditating, and the lady is they're putting their hands out in front of them like this.
It looks like they're reading an invisible book, like they're holding an invisible book,
Right.
looking at their palms.
And unfortunately, I never understood why they were doing that. But they can't be really meditating because you can't focus in that environment. Most people meditate by themselves in the woods, at the beach, in a room in their house. Maybe with
masturbate too.
Yeah.
Same places.
Maybe with a small group in a yoga studio, whatever. But you don't do it like this. That's just trying to get attention.
This is silly.
Right.
You come up with that?
Oh, pause.
10 years. Oh, I remember this one.
Remember this? We all got this one.
Of course.
There's an old lady. She has a sign. Ready for this? 10 years ago, we had Steve Jobs, Bob Hope.
We had him a month ago.
And Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
Now we have no Jobs, no Hope, no Cash. We've all seen this, right?
I've never seen that until now, but I probably blocked it out.
You never seen this?
That's terrible.
It's been everywhere since Jobs died.
But it's almost like, what did they do before that? We just had no hope in Cash. And then what did they do before Johnny? We just had no hope.
Yeah.
How many names are you going to use? We before that we had no Kennedy. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Fucking idiots.
Dolt. Well, she doesn't look like she.
So I asked her if she came up with that, and she says, jumped ahead.
What does she say?
She says yes, and I go, no, you didn't.
You come up with that? No, you didn't.
And then this lady wants me to join the drum circle. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Drum on your head.
That's been around the internet for a while.
Oh, okay.
That's not original.
Wall Street. What is that fucking Hebrew-sounding song there? Jesus.
I've been a gourmet fucking cook my whole life. I still can't pay the rent.
That guy's great.
And fuck it. Oh, God.
He's
I
right,
can't
though.
even stop. I
He
can't
can't
even.
pay the
He's
rent.
right.
He's
No,
a gourmet
he's
chef,
not.
and he can't pay the
Gourmet
rent.
chef. He's
not.
saucier.
I'm saucier.
Now, I have to be honest.
He's not right, by the way, Jimmy, because I know a little bit about the restaurant business through my brother. If he's a gourmet chef, that's real money, man. That's some good fucking cash.
Maybe he has
Must
a drug
suck
problem.
at it.
Yeah,
Huh?
maybe he's not a good gourmet chef. Maybe he
Yeah.
does things with Count Chocula.
You can't say you're a gourmet chef your whole life and you can't pay the rent. That's ridiculous. Unless he's out of work because he can't find a job as a gourmet chef, maybe.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have to read this tweet because it might be right. I don't know if it's right. Kevin K says, banks could not refuse government cash injections, and all bailout money was paid back with interest and almost all ahead of schedule. I don't know if that's true, but if it's true, well,
that'd be great.
Then I didn't know that. I'm an asshole. But I have to say I don't know.
Well, all right then.
Are we gonna eat and go to break?
Let's get some eating going.
Oh, did you see this story too?
Which one?
Two big stories.
No.
Yeah. One is happening in New Brunswick tomorrow, Friday, Saturday. It's Occupy Stress Factory, where I will be headlining my first shows in a long time there.
I support this.
732-545, ha. And my the antisocial shows with this year, Bill Burr is not going to be there, and neither is Brewer. But again, I keep stressing it's not for any negative. Bill and Jim are just doing other things.
But it's good to get new blood in there too.
Yeah,
because a lot of the people have seen those guys in this format, so it'd be cool to see other guys.
Yeah,
coming.
but those guys were a great part of it.
Of
But
course.
literally, it was both their decisions. And so it's going to be myself, January 14th. Me, Doug Stanhope, Dave Attell, Artie Lang is the show. Pre-sale tickets today at 9 a.m. This will sell out. COMCASTIX, ComcastTix.com. Password antisocial. 9 a.m. this morning. The pre-sale starts.
Fuck, that's cool.
That's a
you're
good show.
And you're looking for a massage therapist to occupy your asshole.
I would like that. Yes, with a big ring finger.
A big ring
Yeah,
finger.
a big, thick, sausagey ring finger.
That's all you're asking for, right?
Occupy Stress Factory.
Sausagey.
Stress Factory. Those tickets got to be selling.
They're just doing
Been a
very
while.
well. It is doing well.
How many shows is that slave driver going to make you do?
I'm doing 5.
5?
But I didn't do any press.
Fuck.
My publicist got me no one got me one fucking newspaper article. I'm on a podcast tonight, which is great, but not one newspaper article in my hometown.
You should be
horrible.
You should be doing that local TV thing too. Little pics or something.
Start saying Will Ferrell's on drugs and you'll get some fucking press.
Yeah. They just did nothing. I talked to my agent yesterday, but there's not one interview. I'm not saying it's front page news, but like not one.
There's places for that.
Ugh.
You should be in some of those papers.
Ugh.
Hometown hero makes good.
Makes good, right?
You're making
Right.
good this weekend.
Yeah,
at the Stress Factory.
Again, I realize that it's certainly not front page news, but it could be something.
Oh, something, exactly.
Page 17. That'd be nice.
Not one fucking piece of
all right
press.
Bill Burr joining us today. I heard he killed on Fallon. Haven't
Sure.
seen it yet.
Oh.
And Ace Frehley today. Nice.
9:30.
I don't know why, but you're listening to the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM satellite radio.
Let me tell you something. Whenever you hear change, big change in Washington, we need change. It's socialism. I've had it. I've had it with Democrats and liberals and people with this dream, this goddamn false dream that everyone's going to share. Go to Russia. Goddamn communists. They're all communists. The commies are back from the 80s. It's the new improved 21st century communist. This country's never a place where somebody comes and goes, take care of me. When the frick did that happen? It's a place that you work your ass off and you might make it. Some people will make it, some people won't. Jesus Christ, it's not friggin' Russia. Goddamn communists.
Are you looking for that perfect gift? Well, look no further. Introducing the Jim Norton Guide to Jersey City Prostitution. It's unbelievable. This 4-disc DVD box set, personally narrated by the famous self-deprecating comedian, will show you some of the most notorious places to pick up women in one of the most dangerous cities in New Jersey.
If I could, all I would do is rape jokes right now.
In this video, you'll learn how to properly approach a prostitute.
It's easy. They do recognize you after a while. They'll heckle you, like they'll yell things. Keep riding around. Hookers never like Sabbath. I learned that. I would only pick them up if they got it on the right side. I would stop. Shit like that.
How to avoid awkward situations when dealing with a hooker.
I remember one Puerto Rican chick got in my car and she was eating peanut brittle. She sucked my dick and it was in the whole that peanut smell. I was looking at hookers. And I stopped and the tranny walked over and snatched my glasses off and said, "For wasting my time." I actually high-beamed and flashed the cop. And I'm like, she took my glasses. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
And most importantly, how to spot a fake.
A lot of times people get fooled, man. I never realized that a guy would get tits. Like, it didn't occur to me. I was getting hookers for a long time at that point. We were fucking, and it was pitch black in my car in Jersey City. I knew. Well, when I discovered that the lady was not quite the lady I thought, it's like, what am I going to do, talk to her manager? I fucking dumped my load.
So don't be caught off guard and take this advice from someone who's been there time and time again.
I should be fucking the mouth with a rock.
It's the Jim Norton Guide to Jersey City Prostitution.
Available at adult bookstores everywhere.
And now, another bedtime story with Jim Brewer. Listen to this one. I went to Iowa, Dubuque, Iowa. We roll up to this gorgeous hotel. Gorgeous hotel. The kid comes up to me. He's got a camera, and he goes, "Brewer, your dad has to go. He has to go now." And I know I've got about 5 seconds to get him out in the toilet or it's over. So I go there. I open the door. And when I open the door, there's shit on my fingers. So I'm like, what is this? What? So I'm looking at his hands. I can't understand where it came from. It's not on his hands. And it's fresh, and I can't tell where it's coming from. So I pull him up, and as I pull him up, I put him in the wheelchair, and I'm looking, I don't see nothing. So I roll him in, and as I'm checking, I can smell it. So I'm like, oh man, I see people looking around, and I look at him, he's got shorts on, and I don't know how I missed it. There's clumps of dung just hanging at his shorts. I finally get upstairs, and I'm showering him up, but when I went downstairs, where I took him out of the car, there's a pile that must have fell out of his shorts, and it's on the sidewalk. It's such a surreal moment in life to see, like, where we go in life. Like, just, there's a billion flies all over this thing, and people are just Stay tuned for more bedtime stories with Jim Brewer.
Sirius XM. Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
No theme, huh? You rock.
What?
No, nothing today.
What?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Turn this down.
What?
Turn this down.
Yeah.
All the way.
All right.
Why aren't you going with your music themes today?
Because I don't know any Emerson, Lake, and Palmer shit.
What about Katie Lang? She's 50.
Really?
Could have done something.
Jesus.
Can you make sure we have one for the next break?
I think, yeah.
Justin Bieber.
Yeah,
Bieber's in the news.
Yeah, what about Bieber? He might
Yeah.
have fathered a child.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
With a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian getting divorced. Maybe you'd do a little divorce thing.
Yeah.
You think
Well,
the
that's
Kim
Seinfeld.
Kardashian thing was a real fucking marriage?
No.
You don't?
Money-making sham.
Yeah, but this Chris Humphries looks like a complete asshole, though.
Yeah?
He's a dope.
You think so?
Chris Humphries, he's a moron.
For playing into this bullshit?
He's an idiot. Yeah, they were doing like a TV show, and he got all swept up because Kim Kardashian was like was willing to marry him, and he thought it was free. But you could tell. I watched the show. He's an idiot.
So they just
He's an idiot.
Yeah, he's a moron.
so they just picked out an idiot?
Well, I think they were probably really dating, and then they just rushed along this wedding without putting much thought into it, knowing that, yeah, like Kim knew, yeah, we get divorced. Let's just get proposed or get engaged and married for the show. Mm-hmm. And then Kim was like, yeah, this is stupid. Like, she probably thought it would last like a year at least, and then realized 72 days in, this guy is a total idiot. I can't even...
Adult?
I can't be around this person anymore.
Yeah, but it was fake from the get-go because she was talking about how was she going to go to Minnesota and live and have a career. She was never going to live in Minnesota.
Of course not.
Who the fuck would buy that?
Chris Humphries, because he's an idiot.
I think this is where it turns on Kim Kardashian finally.
Yeah, she's got a lot of negative...
You could see it finally that the people are fed up with this nonsense.
What's the negative, though?
Well, this is-
who liked her, and then because of this, they're like, oh.
The most
they fucking loved her, and the stupid ratings for the Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I was discussing this yesterday on the way home. I understand when people watch dumb shit on TV. We all love watching dumb shit on TV, right?
Yeah.
But not to the extent that Keeping Up with the Kardashians is doing. The numbers they're doing is unbelievable.
I've seen that wedding 4 times.
Oh.
I watched it.
No one in our circles. I've watched for a goof, I guess, here and there, but
for a goof.
I've never seen.
But I don't think everyone's watching for a goof.
No, because there's a lot of women watching it, watching her deal with problems and living this life. But like all these women feel like they trusted Kim in this fairy tale wedding, and I've talked to ladies who are actually like fans.
They finally had it.
They feel like they've been lied to, and that Kim.
Oh, brother.
They put their trust in Kim. I was talking to somebody yesterday who works here, a female, who specifically
Who is this bitch?
who specifically said, and it wasn't Nicole. Who specifically,
I didn't say anything.
I know, but you gave me a look.
I didn't say anything.
Because she is a little dopey too, but
she really is as dumb as they come.
She is. She's a dope.
Who Nicole is?
Yeah.
I can't wait to tell her because you tell her everything I fucking.
I'll tell her. We'll bring her on the after show.
Say it to her face.
I will.
Does she know she's a dope?
I don't know if she knows. But she is.
Does Stan know?
I don't know if she knows, but she is.
Yeah.
That's a great answer.
Stan is very fond of her. I think Rich probably knows she's kind of a dope.
You think Stan knows but denies it?
Yeah, Stan doesn't want to think she's a dope.
He just laughs at all. Miss Nicole.
Nicole.
He's happy.
He's Ringo.
Yeah, he's Ringo.
Just happy to be working. Ravi told me.
I'm not blocking Ravi tweets, by the way.
Ravi.
I block chippers.
Yeah.
I block some chips when I'm a little angry.
I'm having some ravioli. All right.
And I've lost at least 1,000 followers because I had to block Bobo's.
Yeah.
Fucking done with Bobo, his stupid tweets. Everyone that retweets the Bobo shit, I'm so fucking done.
Yeah.
Ravi.
But the Ravis are making me laugh.
What's going on with Bobo?
No. Please. And he's got to understand, just relax. Go fucking enjoy your life and just relax.
He's the fucking worst.
We'll figure out how to have you back on the show someday when it makes sense.
I'm going to be back on the show. Opie said I was back on the show.
You might be part of the Hard Rock event.
Oh,
really?
Brother.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Just
demanding
relax.
a sit-down with you guys.
A sit down.
Really?
Do you
demanding?
know?
So is my
the
mom.
List of
Both
people,
aren't going to get that.
Right. The list of people that I would accept a sit down with before Bobo, I can't even tell you how long that would be and who it would involve. But people you would think I would never sit down with. And that's before Bobo. I would never waste a second talking to the likes of a Bobo.
Is that because he videotaped you while you were leaving the show?
No, but I deleted it.
But then he didn't.
You know, because he showed it to me at Comic-Con later in the day.
Yeah.
He's an idiot.
He is. He's just a moron. Like Chris Humphries. Chris Humphries and Bobo are just...
Now, I
Dummies.
did tap
Morons.
out of Keeping Up with the Kardashians finally, so I didn't see the whole,
You didn't see the fairy tale wedding?
I really didn't. So why is he a dummy? Because I haven't really seen him on the show.
He's just a big galoot. Like, he looks like a young Ron Perlman with that huge jaw. and he's just a big dummy. Who didn't realize what was going. Like, you could just tell there was no love there. There was no.
So long for the ride. He didn't know.
Yeah.
Did he think that he was
just-
really getting married?
Yeah, he just fit the tuxedo.
Like
That's
Johnny
it.
Bravo.
Exactly.
Did her acting get good where she made believe she was in love with this guy?
No, but I never for 1 second was like, look at the chemistry between these two. They have no chemistry.
The fucking ladies are gonna crucify Kim Kardashian.
Although I'm looking at, I looked up on Google News Kim Kardashian Trust to see, but I think they've found the angle already.
What is it?
The first thing that comes up is Kim never got over Reggie Bush. So now all the women are going to be able to relate to that.
I know.
Because Reggie Bush is the true love.
Lost love.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Of
They're
course.
spinning. They're spinning it.
Oh, poor. She's in a Reggie Bush.
I feel bad for Kim Kardashian.
Who wouldn't?
She's sexy though, man. She looks good
Oh
when
my
she's
God.
up here.
Yes.
She is fucking.
Really?
Yes.
Dude, she's fucking ridiculous.
Not ugly, obviously.
She's
but-
hot.
Yeah.
She's fucking hot.
She's unbelievable.
I saw her in person. when she
person, she's
walked-
unbelievable?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck, if she looked good, man. Yes.
Yeah.
Her sisters look good. They all looked hot when they were up here.
Yeah.
She's much shorter than I thought. Like
Even Chloe, who looks like China.
She has a fidget.
But I was surprised at how small she was.
I'm obsessed with Chloe because I'm telling you, she has a different father. Why make through that storyline?
She has a Bruce Jenner face.
Yes.
Bruce Jenner face.
And she's a foot taller than the other two, or so it seems.
She looks like the Bigfoot Silva who beat up Fedor.
I mean, they dolly her up, put a little makeup on her, and everyone's, wow, geez.
See?
Oh, my
Is
Lord.
that, a little Kim Kardashian right there?
Those are some big boobies. Would you suck on those boobies?
Just known for being a fucking, like, what? What is that? What
don't
kind
know.
of fame is that?
I don't know. I don't get it.
I know.
I really don't get it.
I'd suck those tits. I would literally suck those tits until her fucking hair was itching her brain.
Really? I would
Yeah.
suck those tits dry.
They're probably dry already. I imagine they're just filled with something fake.
Sand.
Yeah,
I would just hold them.
gather.
I would literally want her to hold my head lovingly.
Yeah.
And nurse me. Those big
you would-
fat tits.
She's
Look
just
at
a
that thing.
stupid airhead that doesn't even have a thought in her fucking brain.
You know, I would
it drives
you're right.
me nuts.
Dude, I would come on her and ignore the trigonometry questions. I don't care. I don't care how dumb she is. Look at that fucking rump.
That's a big rump.
Oh, is that juicy?
That's-
You see that, Tim?
And help me out.
Wow.
The shape of it is nice, but that is a big rump.
Look at how
She
deep
got
those
some ass
cheeks
to her.
are.
She got some ass. I don't think we're going out on a limb saying that.
Yeah.
That's a big curve,
Yeah.
but
That's juicy, man.
there's a lot of fucking meat there.
There's a lot of ass.
Dude, that's fucking that is ridiculously hot.
She's attractive.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, I guess so.
Big, deep fucking ass cheeks. I bet you could put, literally, if you put your fingers in there, I bet almost your whole fucking up to your wrist.
Do you think you'd slip in there and
I would worship her, Heidi.
When do you get to the naughty part of the ass?
Where does it get dirty?
Yeah. How many fingers before you hit the dirt?
Well, the middle one would always hit it first. Probably the first one down.
But I mean, how many fingers would be like disappear before the bottom?
Oh,
finger
you
hits
mean
the
if you're
dirt?
coming in like
Yeah.
on the side?
Like a karate
like a
chop.
hi-ya!
A karate chop?
You karate chop her bunghole.
I bet you that the middle of the middle finger, or I bet you that much crack depth.
Before the little finger hits the dirt.
I would lay on my back
dirty spot.
and have her open her ass just over my nose and smell. It's probably a sexy smell, man.
Imagine she smells like a fucking horse.
No.
A horse. Like a big fucking horse ass.
I'm telling you, man.
Ugh. I don't know.
Because there's too much, like,
Fat.
there's too much sweat could
A lot
gather.
of meat in there.
Big
Yeah,
areolas
sweet
too,
gather,
right?
all that shit.
Look at her big fucking areolas.
She's like a booty clap, I bet.
She's hot, but is she so hot that the show should be doing that type of ratings
Guess
and
she
she should
is.
be
Yeah.
making all that
I guess
fucking
that's what
money?
people
I'm gonna watch
Why?
it because of her areolas. Now I'm gonna watch it.
Just because of her areolas.
That's all I care
Oh,
about.
who's this broad though? So now this broad's mad at Kim Kardashian.
Oh yeah, this chick that works here. Yeah, I mean, and she's Armenian, so she thought her and Kim Kardashian had this connection. Now,
really?
Now she said
Kardashian would walk over a fucking skull to grab $1 off the sidewalk.
she feels like Kim broke her trust with this whole fairy tale wedding thing.
Oh, boy.
I think those two kids just got swept up in it.
We'll see how Kris Jenner spins this one because she's controlling the whole thing.
Jesus. God, the fact that she just digs those black guys, that's hilarious.
She's a what
Her
nationality is she? She's
father
Armenian,
with
right?
the
But she's
fucking,
not really
but her
weird.
father with the OJ
She's
thing.
exotic
it's-
though, man.
Yeah, but exotic is
You
one
bet she
thing.
is.
But when
That's another.
Look at Reggie Bush though. It's like he is in shape. Like literally, if life is fair, he should be fucking her, and I shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the guy's an athlete in fucking perfect shape.
But
I don't deserve to fuck her.
I love how Sam calls Chris Humphries a dope though.
He's a moron. Have you seen him? He's just, hello, it's me, Chris Humphries. Just along for the ride. They're just telling him all kinds of bullshit. Okay. Like he hasn't processed that there's cameras around him, and that we're doing a show. Of course, this is what happens.
Did you see the
It's a TV show.
You see the picture that Jennifer Hutt tweeted? She doesn't get that I'm being dead serious. She has to try to make everything into a
I wanted to
joke.
talk about this so bad because she was doing this.
Why?
Because
Sam will show you. She got a picture with Susan Boyle.
Oh, really?
So I tweeted.
Here, right?
Yeah.
She was here.
Susan Boyle was here?
Yeah.
So I tweeted, "Wow, how the fuck did you get a picture with your old self?"
Yeah, this is Boyle right there now.
Yeah, she's everywhere.
Oh, boy.
So I write, "How did you get a picture with your old self?" Because remember, she used to be fat.
Yeah, fat.
And she's like, but I kind of meant it.
Of course she did.
But she doesn't understand. I mean this shit.
Like this is she likes to.
Oh, God.
That would be a picture with her old self when she gained all that weight after her mom died.
I wish we could have got That's kind of cool. She got a picture of Chris Farley, too.
That does look like Farley.
Yeah, shit.
Boyle is a fucking beast.
She's a disaster.
That is brutal.
But I guess she came in too late. I would love to interview her.
What is she
She
doing?
didn't get until like 3 o'clock. She's got a new album or single out.
Gives a shit.
Cover,
She's
believe it
fucking
or not.
irrelevant.
She didn't write it herself.
Oh,
Why doesn't
really?
she get some writers to write some shit for her?
I don't know. I forget which. This is like a famous song. I forget which one it is.
What is it?
I don't know.
But
yeah, Jennifer, she just pretends like these horrible insults don't bother her. Like, they're just goofing around. I'm like she said that on the after show. Like, they're just goofing around. I know it's just one of the guys, but they said horrible things. Like, Opie looked at you and said, "You fool." Like, that's just so
called her a
disrespectful.
babbling fool or something.
Just dismissive and disrespectful. It's not something you just say to your friends.
we killed her so bad. I requested that Troy Kwan try to put something together. It was an unbelievable beating she took.
Oh, it was.
And I don't think she is aware how bad she got beat up that day.
Her Facebook was destroyed with the most obscene pictures anybody's ever seen.
I do remember that. Yes.
You think she's crying inside?
Of course she is.
Laughing on the outside.
She's in tears on the inside. She's
weeping.
Yeah. This is almost as bad as what happened to her mom on the inside.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that's how bad it was. But on the outside, it's all, just
I
the
get
guy.
it. Yeah.
It's hard. And then our fans, I'm sure, are still just saying terrible things.
Yeah.
Whenever I include her on a tweet, I get everything back about how nobody ever wants to listen to her. She's an attention whore. Blah, blah, blah. They say terrible things, so I know they're still saying them about her. Like, she had no idea. It's a week of residual effects of coming on this show.
Wow.
And she pretends, it's all in good fun.
All in good fun.
What are you gonna do?
Sure it is.
And what's your take on the whole Kim Kardashian thing? I know that's not your thing usually, but
well,
it is a huge story.
I would guess it's just a work. It was a work. That's what I think. Apparently, they made a fuckload of money off the wedding?
Yeah.
Some say yes, some say no.
They must have, because E! has aired that wedding literally the last 4 weekends in a row. 4. I've counted. And I've watched at least part of it every weekend. The last 4 weekends in a row, this special has been on. And they're making money off that, plus all the gifts and all the sponsorships.
But she took some of her dead dad's clothes and made teddy bears out of it or something for the wedding, I heard.
Yeah, it was an emotional...
So if it's a work, why would she go to that extent? That's creepy shit, man.
Well, part of the fucking work.
I don't think that, I think it's giving her too much credit to say it's a straight, work, she figured this out and this is all a scheme. I think it was just okay, what do we do? What if, Kim, what if you marry this guy this season? What if we just do, okay, yeah, let's just do it.
Right.
And then they just kind of did it, and they didn't really, they're not thinking next step.
And he's adult.
And he's just like, okay, of course I'll marry you, Kim.
Great.
What are all these cameras doing?
So he was like the sacrificial lamb, you think?
Yeah, and they just saw he's not going to stand up for himself. He's just a dope.
Why wouldn't he be in on it?
Because he's just malleable. There's no reason for him to be in on it.
You could pay him some nice.
But why
cash?
waste the money? He's a moron.
He probably signed something that where he gets nothing.
Yeah, and they signed a prenup beforehand that was ironclad. So of course they were just like, we don't even have to let this guy in. That this could end up horribly.
Why do you watch the show?
It's fun. I mean, I like looking at the girls, and I think it's funny.
Oh, look at that. That's the first thing. I like looking at the girls. And their tits.
Yeah. No, I think it's a funny show. It's crazy that it's on TV.
Why is it crazy?
It's no worse than soap operas. Literally, I'm thinking of that, but I'm thinking of
reality shows.
Luke and Laura's wedding.
Mm-hmm.
That probably did bigger viewers than Kim Kardashian's, and that to me has no more integrity than this nonsense. It's the same shit.
Phony soap opera. Yeah.
At least this is just real people without, at least they're real people.
Supposedly she made $17 million
all
for
a
the
work.
rights, selling the rights to her wedding.
Wow.
Jesus. Her fake wedding.
She's not dumb.
Her fake fucking wedding.
No, she is dumb. Her mom is running the show.
Oh, okay.
Kris Jenner's running the whole fucking show.
You think?
Yeah, she's already pimping out.
Yeah, I bet she's running the whole fucking
Yeah,
show.
let's do the whole fucking cast.
She's already pimping out the 2 younger daughters to kind of, be the next stage of this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The ones she had with Bruce.
With Bruce Jenner.
They'll have their own show.
They will, right?
Yeah, they'll have it. I mean, if it's not already in development, yes.
And Bruce Jenner just sits there. And
Hey, girls!
And hopes they don't beat him up at night when he's sleeping.
I watch these episodes, and it's like Bruce Jenner, this Olympic gold medalist, is trying to tell his teenage daughters not to steal his credit card and go buy clothes, and his daughters are just like, whatever, Dad, whatever.
Just fucking.
It was
He's
like, shut
nothing.
the fuck up, Dad.
He's nothing to.
Yeah, burn victim wig and his bad work.
He won gold medals, and they could give a fuck.
Yeah.
I wish my dad won a gold medal. That would be pretty cool.
14-year-old models are just like, shut up, Dad. You're so stupid.
Yeah, they just run the
Fuck
house.
you.
You don't know what you're
I'll
talking
take your
about.
credit card.
Oh, what whores.
You're an idiot.
And then Kris Jenner, the mom there, she wants to be more famous than any of them.
Oh, Kris Jenner's the best because she realized that her bladder was spotting, and she became very proud of herself because she turned it into a positive by becoming a corporate spokesperson for like Depends or something, one of the
great.
adult diapers.
Oh, that's what you want to hear.
She's spotting?
She's spotting.
Literally making lemonade.
All that money, and she can't keep her pussy from making bingo dots all over the floor. Jesus
It
Christ.
was urine.
Whatever it is. Who wants to hear that fucking drip like a leaky
bingo
pipe? Who the fuck wants a leaky pipe for a fucking wife when you got that kind of money? Yuck. Put a
Bruce-
sock in your pussy. Cut it out.
Little yellow dots on the sheets.
Fucking terrible. What are you, a fucking Twister set?
Bruce just plays golf and plays with his model, fucking planes, whatever the fuck it is.
Bruce doesn't care as long as there's cash coming in and he can go play golf or whatever.
He don't give
He's
a
Fine with it.
I'm in this stage
Let
of
the
life.
cameras
Yeah.
roll. He doesn't care.
Who cares?
He doesn't give a
I
fuck.
did
gives
what
a
I had to
turkey?
do in the Olympics. I'm done.
Exactly. I bet you when his wife is, he's probably looking at himself out of a Wheaties box and then heard dripping piss on the linoleum. What happened? How'd this happen?
How'd they get here?
Yeah, these three twats are fucking milking me for every dollar. This one's leaking tinkle all over the town.
All over the town.
Yes.
Teenage daughter's just flipping him off.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Dad.
Zero respect from his kids.
Then he catches himself in the mirror looking like a fucking, like he's wearing a Halloween mask. He has hair like the Michael Myers mask in Halloween.
Beautiful. Yes.
Fucking hairdo stinks.
Looks like Rick Dees.
What were some of the topics this year on Keeping Up with the Kardashians?
That's the thing. There are no topics.
Wasn't there like a birth control episode?
Yeah, I mean, and they made a whole episode out of the mom having this problem with spotting, and now I've turned it
Really?
into a positive and being a. And they were playing with the little diaper pads and throwing them at each other. These girls.
I'm getting word that Kris Jenner's on Channel 4 right now.
She was in here yesterday.
Who gives a
Oh,
fuck?
yeah.
Were all of them in here or just
No,
her?
just Chris, just the mom.
She was nice. I met her once.
How
She was
frozen
pleasant.
is her face these days?
It's pretty frozen. She can't
You
move.
saw it?
Yeah, because it's all Botoxed up. I think Kim Kardashian had some kind of stuff done to her face because her face, if you just look at her face, it looks exactly like her mom's face now.
God, why do the women do that?
She's only 31.
Especially
I thought
at that,
she was younger.
Especially at that
31.
age. What are they doing? They all go too far.
Yeah.
And it looks creepy.
Yeah, it is really fucking.
I'm just glad.
That is just.
What's her
weird
name who
looking.
came in here? Fucking her whole fucking forehead doesn't move.
Oh yeah, when she couldn't.
And she's proud of it. I'm like, will you stop?
Yeah,
Don't do that to yourself.
I'm just glad Chloe is still a natural beauty.
She's a beast. I call her the workhorse. I describe the Kardashians as horses. You got Kourtney. She's like the show pony.
Yeah.
She's a little thing. And then you got Kim, who obviously is the thoroughbred.
Uh-huh.
And then you got fucking Chloe is the workhorse.
Clydesdale.
The Clydesdale, right.
Oof.
Yep.
She's a bruiser, man.
I told Jess about your Bruce Jenner theory because she watches the Kardashians
What was
about
my Bruce Jenner theory?
about Bruce being the father of Chloe because they look alike.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind.
And she watches all the time, and now it blew her mind when you said that. Because now she watches, she's like, holy shit. She looks exactly like Bruce.
Yes. Why won't they talk about it?
I don't know.
Because obviously that would mean, I guess, the mom there was
Was having some intercourse.
doing a little cheating on Mr. Kardashian there.
Yeah.
It's look,
God.
you don't have two daughters by the same parents, and they're that drastically different.
Their whole the coloring,
her-
everything.
Fucking Chloe's hips are up to. Is that Kim?
That's Kourtney.
Kourtney. It looks like Kim.
But that's
from
the
this
thing.
angle.
Kourtney and Kim look exactly alike.
Right.
They look like sisters.
I would put my cum though in the tall one. Like literally, I would if I would fuck her, I would let her wrap her big long, fucking monster legs around me, and I would hold her ass cheeks and just grunt and cum.
She
at her.
without a doubt would be the best fuck.
Maybe yeah.
Not
She's
the
a
best
big
to,
girl.
Not the best to look at. We all know that, but she would give you a ride.
I wouldn't want her riding me though because I'd be afraid she'd land on my dick and bend it like.
Ow.
'cause she's probably so used to basketball players at my cock. She's used to coming up on 9 and coming back down, and after 4 she'd fucking like you'd see my dick wetly flop out of her vagina.
She goes up thinking it's 9. Now she has to come down like she's playing ring toss.
Because she has to, yeah, exactly. Hold it steady. She'd have to I'd have to put my thumb on the base to keep it straight. So her fucking big lips fell onto it. I love her.
So she's all in, thinking it's Bruce's daughter.
Oh yeah, now she is.
Dude, I mean, it's
and the other two, like Courtney and Kim,
dude,
are tiny.
And Chloe's even taller than the brother, unless she wears big heels.
How big is Bruce? I didn't know he was that tall.
Bruce is tall, man. He's like.
Oh yeah, look. Yeah.
How tall is he?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess.
Is he 6'2"? I didn't know that.
I think he's 7'5".
Oh, I was off by 13 inches.
The brother looks like the Courtney and Kim, but nobody looks like Chloe. Except for Bruce Jenner.
We're the only ones in the media that are not letting this go. And no one else will go with this with us. Just join us on this one.
Those mouths that kind of upturn a little bit, the Kardashians, and then hers is just like Bruce Jenner's.
And look at the complexion.
There's no difference to any of their complexion. None.
Bruce Jenner looks like a composite sketch. It's just like with the hair and like his facial feature. It just
his facial features are just being erased.
Yeah.
Right? The eyebrows are almost non-existent.
It's very odd looking.
His eyes are getting tinier.
Odd looking gentleman.
I don't get this whole fucking phenomenon.
They're making fun of
it. Drives me nuts.
Robert, the brother,
honest about it.
They're the most unimportant people on the planet to me. Like literally, I would love a photo with them just because I'm a piece of shit. But they're utterly of no entertainment value to me.
Give a shit what happens to them.
So you must have not seen the episode then when Lamar Odom found out the brother, Robert, was hiding coffee cakes under his bed.
Why is that bad?
He likes junk food.
And who would give a flying fuck?
Well, he was trying to lose weight. You see?
Oh, he found the coffee cakes.
He found the coffee cakes under the bed.
Who was supposed to be losing weight?
IEDs he was hiding under his bed.
Rob's losing weight?
Robert Kardashian.
Because Kris Jenner said lose some fucking weight.
He was getting a little chubby.
Yeah.
But he loves his coffee cakes.
She runs that fucking family. All right.
But yeah, I mean,
it's brutal how much I could give a shit about that family.
I think it would be fun if one of them had like a really bad fire or a fucking fell down a flight of steps. But they're just silly.
Look at a picture of Chris Humphries and tell me he doesn't look like a fucking idiot.
He does look like a dope.
We tried to interview him at the fucking.
Sorry.
No, I can't remember the name of the place anyway. It was an attempted interview, and he was kind of a dick about it.
He was.
Yeah.
Cro-Magnon.
Oh, was it at the
fashion
ESPYs?
show? Yeah. No.
Oh, the fashion show?
Yeah, he was doing an interview, and I didn't recognize him. Like, let's get him, and he's like, oh, fuck you.
Did someone say there's 10 inches in a foot?
What?
I didn't.
Who said that?
Maybe I did because I said 13. I was just doing maths. Like you said 7.5. I did 75 minus 6.2. I just did a quick math.
All right.
Probably wrong.
Bill Burr's walking down the hall, so why don't we take a break and we'll have Bill Burr join the festivities next. You want to do that? Oh, going into break, episode 3 of Uncle Paul.
Oh, good.
Hot off the presses. So let's check this out, and Bill will join the show next. Stay right the fuck there.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Let me show you how to make a big boy love you.
In today's episode, Uncle Paul reminisces about a young Macaulay Culkin in the movie My Girl.
I was crying a lot in the theater when I seen that one. I couldn't see through my tears. I had such a big lump in my sweatpants. I love that movie. Look at that. You're all rough. You got leaves on you. Come here, let me muss your hair up. Come here, Macaulay. Look at your denim coat. I cried so hard. He got the bees all over him. I was like, be careful. They're gonna start stinging you on your penis. Gotta get someone to suck the person out. You got little bee stingers in your penis. Why don't you come over here? Let me get the bee Your beast. Let me pull him out with my teeth. I'll rescue you.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul. You're listening to the
The Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Have you ever needed to get your rocks off but lacked the means to do so?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Manual masturbation is old school. How'd you like to learn to go down on yourself?
We think that with practice and stretching, most guys should be able to at least make some mouth-to-cock contact.
The Anthony Cumia Guide to Oral Self-Pleasure will have you gobbling your knob in no time.
You're on your bed on your back, you flip your legs over your head, and you use the wall now to walk down. You're actually walking down the wall to try to walk the dick into your mouth.
Almost there! Anthony Cumia's step-by-step instructions will teach you how to cradle the balls, work the shaft, and swallow the gravy like a champ.
Is there a money shot? There better be, or this is a total waste of time. We've seen guys swallow them right to the balls.
Begin reel 2. Anthony Cumia's Guide to Self-Oral Pleasure isn't gay because you're doing it to yourself.
If you can't get your mouth over your cock the first time, don't be disappointed.
At least that's what you can tell yourself while you're twisted up like a pretzel and your balls are bouncing off your nose.
Yeah, and then more tips. Stretch before your session.
The last thing you want to do is crack your spine mid-fellatio, lose all bowel control, and crap all over your face.
It's more comfortable. Your stomach contents won't get in the way when you double over.
The Anthony Cumia Guide to Oral Self-Pleasure can be yours for the low, low price of $9.95.
Self-sucking doesn't come naturally to everyone. So take it slow, work with what you've got, and try to have fun.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Playing Justin Bieber, huh? Oof. I'm wondering why we're playing Justin Bieber. Can you turn that down for a second, E-Rock?
Getting topical with the Sex Man.
So, E-Rock, why are we playing Justin Bieber?
Yeah.
Why are we playing Justin Bieber?
A new segment, I guess.
Yes.
It's a new segment.
Why is he pissed at him?
He's rolling his eyes. He's so pissed. He hates when we do bits that involve him and don't tell him. But it's my favorite thing to do.
But he's not smart. He's not smart enough to know that we set this up last break.
That's the whole reason.
You didn't know the Sex Man segment was coming up?
No.
See, that's your segment when you come back and rejoin the show with a song that has some kind of theme to it.
Yeah, we're going to play this. You talk over the bed.
Getting topical with the Sex Man.
Well, in case you didn't know, Justin Bieber was hit.
What? Sorry, E-Rock. It's important. What?
Yeah, answer the hotline.
Oh!
Hey. We're trying to get topical here.
With the sex bagel.
Sex Man.
Oh, why not sex
Man.
bagel?
Sex Bagel is so 2010.
Yeah,
it's the Sex Man.
He's
now.
the Sex Man.
We got Colin.
Oh, good. good.
yeah?
And we got Bill Burr in studio, who killed on Jimmy Fallon. We'll talk to Bill in a second. Of course, you could.
How would you know?
Huh?
How would you know?
Because people fuck
Son of a
you,
bitch, you didn't even
asshole.
watch it.
I told you I didn't watch, so now you're
I
using
know.
that against me.
I am.
I said I DVR'd it.
Oh, my God, you should have seen it. So should have I. That's all right.
I will watch today. But people on Twitter said you killed. That's all I'm saying.
I survived.
All right. Colin Quinn, everyone. Colin.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Colin.
You sound
Hello,
like
Colin.
You sound like a beaten man after yesterday.
Just chilling, listening to some music.
Oh.
What's he doing? He's listening to Bieber. He's a believer.
You love the Biebs?
I'm a believer. What's up, guys?
Bill, you heard about Colin? He's in deep trouble today.
Oh, I heard all about it.
Yeah,
It was trending.
Jeez.
Colin Quinn was trending yesterday on Twitter.
Yes, he was.
It's scary how stupid they are, isn't it?
It's ridiculous.
It really is. Like, you continually expose these idiots for what they are.
Yeah.
Just like knee-jerk, no research whatsoever. All you would have to do is search Colin Quinn's Twitter, and you'd realize he's done this before, and it's documented. Why take everything he says on Twitter as fact and print it like, oh my God, he's accusing?
He means it.
Because he means it? Did you mean it? Oh, okay. I'm my mistake.
I started out the morning on a positive note, talking about the potential intriguing employment stuff going on with me in the show business. And then I just mentioned that Will Ferrell stole Anchorman from me.
Yeah, of course.
Then, of course, I made up the drug thing, so that becomes a big thing, the drug thing. You know?
And they ran with it.
But did
They ran with it.
Did you hear from anybody? Because that's like, because you.
Yes, that's why I had to say, hey, man, you know. First, my manager was like, hey, you know, it's getting out of control. But then I was like, nah, man.
That's what we always do,
Nah,
too.
man.
We're like, nah, man,
This
we know
is
what
good.
we're doing. Right.
This is good.
We knew.
So did you send out a tweet that finally said it was a joke, you fucking retards?
Yeah, but I want to hear leading up to that. So
Yeah.
then the manager is going, whoa, Colin, and you're like, come on, man, this is all right. And then what
First,
happened?
my manager answers the phone to his credit.
Yeah.
They go, we asked, one site goes, we asked Colin Quinn's manager for a response whether Colin was serious, and he just laughed and hung up. So that was
Is that what your manager's doing,
Oh,
laughing
that's
and
good.
hanging
That's
up?
what you want your manager to
That's very
do.
professional. But
Yeah, yeah. When all hell's breaking loose, that's what you want from your manager.
He goes, ha, ha, ha.
Click. Yeah. Good.
I actually like that. Just
Me too.
treat them like the idiots that they are.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't dignify it with a response.
So you did Will call you or his manager? Because what happened where you finally had to go like, look, you morons, I was joking.
Yeah, because I know Will, and I know his manager. His manager's like, hey, man, you know, I'm getting like 50 calls. Can you say something?
Can you please say something?
about
I
the
am
drug
saying
thing.
something.
It was just about the drugs.
Yeah, of course.
I go, what is? I said, tell Will I'm sorry. He goes, he's on a plane. He doesn't even know any of this is going on.
Yeah.
Be like, Will, what's your drug problem? You know.
Yeah.
You know what you should have said, Colin? You should have said, will he be mad?
That's a good one. Was that Chip?
Of course.
What else would it be?
It's hard to tell Chip from Jim these days.
Yeah, really. I can't even argue with him.
So Will Ferrell, have you heard from Will Ferrell at all?
No,
No. Mm.
I don't want to. But really, you know, what's he going to say? You know.
Well,
They did
I don't
say
know. That's
Anchorman.
just it.
Anchorman was my whole thing, you know.
So you're still not letting that one go, are you?
No, I was like, hey, I'm Ron Burgundy. I would come in the office joking around like that.
Same name and everything. Wow.
My favorite tweet was when you said that like Lauren was falling apart and you were calling the shots.
Calling
Yeah.
the shots.
Yeah, and people were tweeting back at me like, you always calling shit, you know. But of course, even in a couple of media things, you know, Colin Quinn claims that he was, you know, running SNL secretly, you know.
Yeah.
What dummies?
They're just stupid.
That was the tweet that got them, that I was calling the shots over at SNL.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how stupid they are. Like, they literally just, like we said before, copy and paste what some other person has written or a blogger, and they don't do any homework or read the context in which these tweets are written.
No.
Did
Thanks for adding to that.
That was your turn, Colin.
Yeah, exactly.
That was your turn.
I fucking hit
that
the ball.
was the setup.
I hit the ball over the net. What?
It's hard when you're not in the studio.
Yeah, it is.
You feel out of the loop. You feel like, I feel like everybody's sitting there after each silence going, okay, let's get off this goddamn phone now.
No.
There a few people have rolled their eyes, but that's about it, really.
Do you know Colin could do that again today, and people will still just think he's for real?
Yeah.
Like, they're idiots. They do no research whatsoever. How many followers do you lose?
Well, at first I lost 800 at the beginning, but then I get a couple more. Now I'm back. I'm almost even to where I started yesterday.
It's like like Twitter blackjack.
Yeah, I'm about even.
His Twitter stats is like a roller coaster.
Yeah.
You're insane.
Yeah.
Every time you're finally over 100,000, but every time you got close, you decide to blow it up and lose.
But this is how
2,000 to
Twitter should.
3,000.
This is exactly how Twitter should be used. Like, anyone who takes it seriously is an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Colin is mocking the whole thing. I love it.
The best is when, like, some guy, like, attacks, you know, like some guy attacks for me, and they start attacking some poor idiot that doesn't get it. And, like, they just ruin them. Like some girl yesterday was like, sounds like somebody's jealous, you know.
Yeah.
Spreading negativity makes you look like a fool. And guys are like, shut up, you dirty hole.
They react to a spitball with a howitzer.
One guy just writes back, AIDS.
That's probably one of ours.
Yeah, probably. You think?
I'm being polite.
You think so?
Yeah.
I love those people who try to get philosophical and teach you a life lesson through a tweet.
In 140 characters,
Yeah.
you're going to Get enlightened.
You know, as Confucius always said. Shut the fuck
You
up.
think Confucius used the letters "you" "r" for
Yeah.
your, and
Yeah, when he was trying to write UL.
Just that's very funny, Jimmy.
That was a good one.
Ooh, that's it. Look at the big book out there from Chris Matthews.
Yeah.
the scumbag who wouldn't come on our show.
Talk about JFK. It's really. This is why we need another book about JFK because we don't know every fucking thing they're Did you know he fucked Marilyn?
Why wouldn't he come on your show?
Because he's a douchebag. That's why.
He was booked, and then a dumb excuse was had.
Yeah.
Which means he found out, I guess, who we are or something.
Yeah, his publicist probably listened to the show.
Yeah, it was like, oh shit, you don't want to go on on that show.
Yeah, they'll actually read your book and then tell you what they think of it. And they don't care about your influence in this business.
It's a look inside his childhood.
Yeah,
Gives a
Shit.
Gives a shit.
A privileged fucking childhood.
What's that?
He's from Philly.
No, we mean JFK.
Oh. I read a book about it when I was a little kid. I know. By the way, I know I'm going to get disconnected by you for this. When I was a little kid, because you guys are going to be signaling.
Yay.
No.
I read a book about
do that to you at
JFK,
all.
and it really was quite an impacting book. It was like he used to eat toast. He had a fight. He had a piece of toast, and he got on the bus and he had a fight with a kid who turned out to be his best friend.
That's always a nice way to start things off.
Humorous anecdote.
Yeah, I wish you were here yesterday. We could have had Chris Matthews in, done an hour on that. So the toast incident, Chris, did you write about that? Go. Hey, you
Use toast as a metaphor for what JFK was.
Yeah, like he was wearing toast on his head and it got shut off.
A bunch of jelly, some jelly on it.
Someone threw butter from the grassy knoll.
Well, the only uncalled for thing yesterday was in the middle of each Twitter war and all these media things was once in a while somebody would just trash and go, and by the way, Voss stinks.
Voss never gets off unscathed.
But by the way, Carl, this is why.
He does that.
This is why I told you should have. You should have gone on Piers Morgan without warning that producer. You should have just on TV just said it's a joke. You should have shamed them. You were too nice.
That was for the other one, yeah.
I know, but I'm saying you should have shamed them publicly.
Unbelievable.
How about the fact that I get off the N train? I had to go do a thing on
Oh, don't call it that.
thing, and
Oh.
I get off the N train.
Everyone knows
last
that's
night.
the D.
Of course.
About 11:30 at night, I come up my station. There's a picture of Bill Burr on the middle of the car.
I love it. I would love to see that picture of your face.
Did you just look down at your phone real quick and not look up until you were on 56th?
No, I just took my phone and I made somebody take a picture of my face over his.
I don't think we could believe anything Colin says anymore.
No.
A confirmed
Just a
Twitter liar.
Nothing but lies.
Just a phony baloney.
Yep.
Yeah. Mr. Quinn.
Yeah, you better go back to tweeting or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Colin, you could have been uplifting with your fame instead of spreading all that negativity tweet.
You're right. You're right. Like one of the Kardashians. That's why they have 10 million followers, because they put in positivity.
Yeah. What was your
But I started the morning on some positive notes. I was saying really good stuff.
What was your favorite headline you read yesterday about yourself?
I don't know. I didn't really. What is it? Colin Quinn slams. Let's see what this one says. Colin Quinn tweets that Will Ferrell had a bad drug problem. Then they go over my timeline, and they even have my early day, like in the early part of the day.
Yeah.
I was tweeting like feeling a lot of good things going on in the world right now for me. A lot of positivity, and they tweet those too.
Why did
They don't even explain why.
Why you said that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Bunch of idiots.
Can they look at you and realize you couldn't feel good?
No, they know he's joking around. They're just taking it seriously. So all the
'Cause they
they're,
get the
they're
headlines?
pandering to the morons.
Something
yeah.
to talk about, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Exactly.
think? You think that plays into it too? They
Yeah.
don't care if it's
Totally.
right?
Then when I'm walking in Walmart someday after a crummy gig in the road, some old lady's going to throw something at me. You leave Will Ferrell alone.
I just love that he just said crummy, like he was on Leave It to Beaver.
Crummy. Gee, Beeve. That's crummy. That guy's a creep or something.
Yeah, they're all sticks in the mud, Carl. Don't be such a wet end.
Ooh, what's a wet end?
What's a wet end? It's just like a
I don't know
drip.
if I heard that one before.
You drip,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like a drip.
Yeah, you love that expression. Drip, wet noodle.
Drip
Wet
is
noodle
great.
I like. Yep.
You know?
Well, Colin, congratulations on the big fame thing yesterday.
Thanks. Why didn't it? You would think it would have increased my Twitter followers by sevenfold.
No.
That is broke even.
Yeah.
Cash in and just walk out.
Yeah,
I'm really a non-event.
Turns out to be a non-event.
I'm a living non-event.
You get headlines all over the country and the world.
You're on
and
the
you
mail.
can't get more followers. Yeah, that
Yeah.
proves that Twitter's just bullshit.
I get headlines about Twitter, and I still don't get.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Twitter thing.
Horrendous.
It's very funny, though.
He goes
All right,
horrendous.
All right, Colin. Thank you for the update. Thanks for the exclusive interview, by the
Yes,
way.
we had the exclusive first
Did
words.
the best with the Chris Matthews interview.
Did we call and wake you up?
What a burn. Yeah, well, you guys called early this morning. I mean, you really should be more considerate, you know. It's only the early hours.
We
Colin
needed you on the
Quinn
show.
trashes Jimmy Norton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wouldn't even make the fucking O&A news. You think you're a non-event. Jesus.
In O&A News.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy did say your fingers are very brittle.
Yes, they are.
They look like they could snap very easily.
We were just saying things about your physical appearance which weren't necessarily complimentary.
When the hell was that?
Earlier today when you didn't pick up the phone.
Yeah, we got very angry.
At 6:15, you guys get angry?
Yeah, we got very angry. You didn't pick up your phone at 6:15.
Heaven's sakes.
Jimmy said I had old Irish lady's fingers.
Yeah, we just would pick you up.
Cancer or something.
Well, there was a song. There was a song that this guy did about you, so we were just just adding lines to it.
Really? Was it a nice song?
No, it was stupid.
It wasn't bad.
wasn't a nice song.
It was dumb.
He sang your tweets from yesterday, I think.
Oh. Well, it happens, you know.
I should get some fucking royalty money from
Yeah,
him.
someone will tweet you the link if you want to check it out for yourself.
You won't want to.
Yeah.
No, I know, because by the time I get to it, somebody's going to mess around, and suddenly it'll be about my brittle fingers and all that.
Yeah, you don't need people futzing around with that.
No, that's right, Jim. I don't.
All right, buddy.
All right, Pally.
All right, well, I hope you guys have a great rest of the show.
So
and I
do
hope Bill and Jim have a strained breakfast afterwards.
Jesus.
All right, buddy.
All right, Colin.
See you,
Colin
Colin.
Quinn, everyone.
Damn, he's funny. A strained breakfast.
What is it? I am Colin Quinn on Twitter?
Yes.
With two N's at the end?
I-A-M, yes, Colin Quinn.
Quinn with two N's.
Quinn.
Bill Burns, studio.
He's brilliant.
Kim Kardashian's hair looks just like the chicks in the shampoo commercial. You got to admit, as much as we were all let down by that sham of a marriage. I mean, I don't know about you. I was living vicariously through it.
Were you?
But no, I could give her shit.
Who cares?
Yeah.
She
but
does have great hair. And
I just can't believe, how she scammed all those poor people over at People Magazine. Like, I don't know how they're going to get back on their feet.
I don't know. A lot of people upset with her, apparently. Yeah. Who gives a flying
I could care less.
Right.
Yeah, she's fucking
Great tits,
she's
though.
fucking gorgeous.
She's
Exactly.
amazing.
She deserves to lead everyone around by the nose. You know what? That's why she because she's out of everybody's league.
Yeah.
And she did exactly what those fucking out of the league chicks do to you in bars. Lead you on, you bought her a drink, and then she just walks away from you.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Jesus.
Yeah. Phenomenal.
Jesus H.
Christ.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Bill, I got to ask you about Scandinavia.
Scandinavia.
You went on a tour there.
Kim Kardashian would be just another pretty face.
Really?
No one would even notice her. Oh, did I tell you about that fucking supermodel I saw did a face plant in the crosswalk?
No.
In Stockholm, Sweden. It was fucking hilarious. She was like, she was drunk, so she like fell in slow motion, right? And her face is going right to the pavement. She's crossing against the light, by the way. And at the last
damn
second,
her.
she turned her head, and I swear to God, like a lawn dart, all her weight landed right on her ear. And then she just lays there and starts crying, right?
What'd you do?
Nothing. I just stood there and I yelled in like accented English, you might want to get up, because the cars were coming. And she just laid. She was so fucking hot. She just laid there expecting the world and the traffic to stop. And you know what? It did.
It did.
Stop. Dude, if I was laying there, they would have ran over me.
They would have ran over your
Why
foot.
didn't you go over to help her?
Because traffic wouldn't have stopped if I went out there. They would
Really?
have knocked out both my knees, and then this bitch would have got up and never would have noticed.
They would have thought you
Never
knocked her
would've-
down.
Never would have thanked me, and I would have limped for the rest of my life. And she would be like, "Oh my God, you guys,
So you said,
my
"Fuck it."
ear." Yeah, that was tremendous.
Wow.
How many
I don't
dates
know,
did
I'd
you
have
do
helped.
over there?
I did 5 cities in 7 days. It was a thrash. I went London, Copenhagen, Oslo, Helsinki, and Stockholm. And I was doing this bit about Hitler, which is fucking hilarious because when you're in Europe and you talk about Hitler, every country you go to either got bombed by him
Yeah.
or is embarrassed because they chose his side. And so it got really fucking weird, and which, of course, is something I enjoyed.
What kind of a Hitler thing could you bring up? You don't have to do the bit. I mean,
I
just
was
topic.
saying, it always fascinated me that people would follow him because he never seemed composed to me. He seemed like such a spaz. It's just like, nobody else is going, this guy's kind of out of his fucking mind. His hair's all sweaty, flopping around, right? I just don't, it's just, other than what he did, his speeches are fucking hilarious. They're laugh out loud funny because he's just so, he just seems like somebody's angry dad. Like, he'd just be like, all right, Dad, yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm sleeping over my friend's house. A kid would walk away from that guy. Yet, he almost took over the world. So, I was doing the bit in Finland, and I didn't realize that Finland had sided with them. But I give Finland a pass because they were basically, on the Eastern Front, had Stalin, and on the West, they had, Southwest, they had Hitler. So, it's basically...
You're in a bad spot.
Yeah, you're basically in between two of the biggest psychos in history simultaneously, and you got to flip a coin. If you look at the cars the Germans, the cars the Germans make, Russians, they drink vodka and they got them in their stashes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think they made the right choice. And then they ended up, then they actually fought off the fucking Russians, but still at the end of the war had to give up a city as part of their payment because they sided with the wrong guy. The World War II is so hilarious when you see some of these dictators, like the ego trips they're on. If you ever watch like a Mussolini video, you don't know what he's saying, but that guy is so full of himself.
Yeah.
And he does that shit.
He just looks full when he crosses his arms.
And
puts his nose up like,
and his lower lip comes out like Tony Clifton, and he's just sitting there nodding like that, and he's just like at the top. And at the beginning, he almost went with the Allies. In the last second, he's like, dude, it's like betting the 1 o'clock game at like 12:58. Chargers of KC. Who are we going here? Fuck that fucking Phillip Rivers. Is he gonna do it? Fuck it. Let's go with the Chargers. And then, dude, so he's on top of the world. You know, he's got pussy, he's got all these bitches and all this fucking money. Within 2 years, he's hanging upside down outside a gas station.
Yeah, they're kicking him in the face.
Yeah,
he's
it's
dead.
Over. And it's just fucking over. So
but that must be weird, though. It's a whole different take being over there where, countries, I guess, still have that thing where they were bombed by these people. So,
yeah.
Like, they have a different take on it. But there's no one alive that was... Or for the most part,
but
during that.
but there's underlying shit. Like with Sweden, they weren't shit before World War II, but they remained neutral. That was their big move.
Yeah.
So they never got bombed. So just by not being leveled, they became an economic power. But they sold out Norway. They said, Hitler, hey man, seem like you're really believing in that stuff. We're just going to step aside, look the other way as your troops go into... They totally sold out the Norwegians.
Oh, they let them march through their country.
Yeah.
They were neutral, but they
so there's definitely some feelings there.
Oh, okay. All right, so there's a little bit dirt between the countries.
No, it's hilarious. All this shit, just like hanging out, talking to people. I guess Norway got their freedom from Sweden in 1905, and then they didn't have shit. Sweden went up after World War II. So Norway was in such a bad way. They go, we'll give you a third of the country back or something if you give us 50% of Volvo. Sweden said, go fuck yourself. And then like 5 years later, like the Beverly Hillbillies, Norway finds all this oil underneath it. And now it's like the most expensive place to live. And all the 7-Eleven jobs the Swedes do. They come over the border.
Now the roles reversed.
Yeah, some Swedish guys go, we are basically the Mexicans. It's fucking hilarious.
Wow.
That's about all I learned. I learned...
the people look good.
Dude, they're fucking...
Beautiful people over there.
And 9 feet tall. The amount of 11-year-olds that were like 5'6", voices hadn't even changed yet. Let's go to Toys R Us. Like fucking, like looking you in the eye. It's fucking ridiculous. And they're like... But after a while, there's so many... like blonde, blue-eyed, good-looking people. They've almost become background. Like all of a sudden you'll see a brunette, you're like, holy shit, like just something different.
Like something different.
I felt like a fucking mongoloid over there.
Why are you just like a
just
fucking...
like, Jesus Christ. I am a chewed-eared fucking mutt over here. This is just... But it was a great time, and it was...
How they know you over there?
They didn't. Oh, and you could tell that by the ticket sales.
Shitting me?
What's that?
What is that? Are those Scandinavian or Swedish chicks? We're
Yeah,
looking
but
at
they-
pictures
but-
of Swedish chicks in
bikini
bikinis.
But
and-
the thing is you're really getting blown away by their bodies. But if you look at their face, there's a lot of sixes in there. It's just that the blonde hair over here
that's what
is
it
so.
is. It's the big blonde hair thing, and just
Look at that one on the bottom. She looks like a mom. Is that the mother of those three?
yeah, that it probably is.
Probably is, and then she would
the
still
mom
be hot.
and the daughters.
Just something nice about a 6-foot fucking Nordic blonde. There's just something fucking beautiful about that.
Jimmy, I'm telling you, they're there to be had.
Want to have sex with a
go over
giant
there,
woman?
Jim.
I don't do Europe.
No,
No.
why not?
You should do Europe.
They hate
racist.
Americans. They do.
They don't.
They won't like
Really?
me. They won't like.
No. Oh, Jimmy.
They will.
Let's build up his self-esteem.
No, I don't mean from in England.
Jim,
They, you know what they
as,
like.
as much as they don't like us in the back of their heads, they realize how much cool shit they stole from us. So they still kind of like you.
But England, I've been offered to go to England, but I won't go to England.
Yeah. All you got to say when they give you shit is you just go, "Do you really think I determine our foreign policy, you fucking moron?"
I don't even want to
Yeah.
do that. It's just they annoy me.
Have
Honestly,
you, have
yeah.
You, have you gone out?
No. I have not. I've heard enough stories from people. And the guys that they like are
But
good
this guy
comedians.
just got back.
Yeah, I've been in enough bars where somebody from Hackensack told me what. I'm telling you, dude. Go over there.
Well, comedians, I mean, that went over there.
Jimmy,
They're
you
like
go
Greg
over there?
Proops. They're not going to like me. I'm not a fucking. I'm not
Jim.
going to go over there and go, "Oh, the U.S. is stupid. Americans are stupid," because that's what they think.
No, dude, I was over there trashing them. So sick of you guys acting like you're better than us. You're just as fucking dumb as we are. You're not as fat as us, but you're definitely mushy with your fish and chips torsos. They died laughing. They don't. Jim, you're going to go over there, you're going to have an accent. You're instantly going to be mysterious, Jim. For the first time in your life, you're going to be mysterious.
I just don't.
They're going to find you as interesting as you find yourself, Jim.
I don't fucking want to go to Europe. Fuck them. Fuck Europe.
Let's go to Europe.
Fuck them. I hate the
Let's
whole
all
fucking
go.
region. I hate the resentment they have.
We got
and
fans
as soon as
over
the
there.
fucking Soviet Union fell, the
Yeah,
whole
they
fucking
didn't need
they
us
put together
anymore.
the euro. They start shitting on the
Anthony, how bad
states.
do you
All
wanna
of a
go
sudden,
now?
our foreign
We-
policy is terrible.
No,
Fuck
Jim,
that.
I do like the mysterious
it's
thing.
Fuck another Hard Rock Cafe gig. Let's go to Europe with Jim Norton.
I do
Jim,
like
you know
the
how
idea of
great
being
that would be?
mysterious with an
I've
accent.
turned down every
Come
offer.
on, let's do this.
Jim, I swear to God, Jim, they're just
Let's
like
do
you.
this.
They're
Maybe.
just like you. They're trying to get a sandwich. They want to get blown. You know, most of them don't pay attention to fucking politics. People aren't over.
Where's a safe place for Jimmy to go just to try it
Australia,
out?
I'd like to
try it out.
Australia.
Beirut would be a good one to start.
That's a fun
London,
place.
is that safe or no?
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah.
Like they don't.
Jimmy, we got to do this.
I have no desire.
just to experience it.
I literally don't care. It's not to be. I'm sure they'd be okay.
You know what? They
It's not a
hurt his
desire.
feelings, and Europe needs to send Jimmy an apology.
Never. I just have no desire to entertain them. I don't find them interesting. I don't care about going. I'm not saying it's bad to go, but I've never really cared about
Paris, Jim? You wouldn't
going.
like
For what?
I know.
No, I don't. I understand they have a great culture.
It makes
means
him
nothing to
angry,
me.
though. Not only does he not want to go, it just
Dude,
makes
you know
him
what I want
angry
to do?
bringing it up.
I want to get Rosetta Stone French and become just totally fluent in that accent, in that language, completely understand it, and then go to Paris and act like the biggest fucking moron American. Like,
Oh,
I'm
and
gonna
see
get
what
one
they-
of them crow sounds
And see what they
and
say?
just listen to what they say.
That would be hilarious.
And then you
to do.
videotape it. You videotape it, and then you just write the translations of what everybody's saying.
What they're saying about
Yeah.
you. Wow, that's a great idea.
It's a lot
Shit.
of work for a bit.
It is a lot of work.
You gotta
Just bring
learn
a
the
friend.
No,
language.
but I always want to learn to speak another language, and I failed it 3 years in a row.
Which one? Spanish, probably?
No, French.
That's
You
hard.
went French.
I went French.
Most people
Languages
go
are
Spanish in high school.
A lot of people are smarter than me.
No,
That was the
no.
language to learn when it was El Tablo.
Right. Dirty Spanish.
I took 2 years of French forced by my mother because she thought it was more intellectual, and I regret not taking Spanish.
Well, my point, everyone went Spanish because it was easier.
How the fuck do you learn a whole language as a baby, and then you can't fucking learn a language when you grow up? It's
that
beyond
that part
me.
of your brain shuts off.
Right.
That's fucking stupid.
No, it's not. You don't need it.
Well, go yell at God.
I know. I am.
But you know what?
Right now.
My
And that's on a list, believe me, of things to yell at God
Un
about.
perro es gris y blanco. That's all I got out of fucking.
Me and Jimmy share a maid, and her English
Oh,
is
I
broken.
bet you do.
She's good though.
Tag team.
And she just talks to my son in Spanish the entire time she's there. And I'm like,
that's
fuck
good.
yeah, I hope he's soaking some of this shit in. Because he's not going to be able to learn it. You're right, Ann. At 14, 15, it's
No.
over, John.
Then you become an idiot when it comes to languages.
Right.
How dumb is our generation? Just your reaction to that. I think you'll be, oh, this would be great. He'll become bilingual. And his reaction is, fuck yeah. Hopefully he soaks in some of this shit.
For what? I don't know. Because in the end, did we really need another language?
No. We're becoming old. We don't understand it.
I took 6 years. I suck at speaking Spanish. I can't even put a sentence together.
No, dude, you go over there and you pick it up just because you have to.
Yeah, but what? All right.
You think, like, if you went to another country and lived there for 6 months, you'd be able to communicate
Absolutely.
pretty well?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Just because you have to. Like,
Don't you need, like, the code? Fucking, don't you need the fucking key to the code?
Isn't it hard?
I think certain languages
It's not that-
absolutely
it's-
too.
dude, I'm telling you, if you lived over there and you actually tried to do it, that'd be like, dude, do you think if in 6 months, if you worked out every day, that you'd see some results? You would. I'm not saying you'd be over there going flying around, but yeah, you.
All you have to do is pick up on some key words here and there. That's all.
Yeah, but I don't know.
You don't have to speak it fluently to get by.
I'd love to.
I think Japan would be tough though. Going to Japan.
Japanese? Speaky Japanese?
Fuck that. I don't know.
That's a whole other animal.
That's where I disagree
not one
with
of the
Bill
romance
Burr.
languages.
This is what you do. You get some barely legal Puerto Rican girl.
All right.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Okay. You have a good time with her.
Sure.
And the only way you can get laid is if you talk her into bed in Spanish. You start with that.
So now you're talking about some kind of incentive. The
It's a
carrot,
motivation.
the proverbial carrot
Yes.
dangling in front
Anthony
of me.
would never have sex with a Puerto Rican girl. So
No, there are a few.
Yes, yes, he
you
would.
would.
There are a few I would.
He would.
Like who?
Not like crazy, not fucking.
Point
you know,
one out.
Oh, let me tell you, not like that. Not Rosie Perez.
You got
kinda
one though in
shit.
mind?
Fuck Rosie Perez?
Not well. No.
you're crazy.
I think Anthony's heart's going to melt as he gets older.
You think I'm getting?
Just
I'm
like the
softening
Grinch.
up a
Just
little
like
bit.
the Grinch, his heart's going to grow
and
a
I'm
few
gonna
more sizes.
and I'm gonna smile and curl at the.
Show us a
I just-
Puerto Rican you'd have sex
He's
with.
going to give away all his money like Carnegie at the end of his life.
Let me see if Let me see if Pals
How about
people
that right
Oh
there?
my
actually
God! Come
Of
on,
course.
That,
How would
she's
you
pretty.
not fuck her?
Yeah,
Of
She's
course.
a doll. That's a doll right there.
Yeah, she's very pretty. That girl. I don't know who that
Rosie
is.
Perez is not.
Would you friend her? She just popped her up on Facebook or something. No, Rosie Perez has just got that annoying voice and everything that goes along with it.
She's too ghetto.
Is
yeah,
this,
yeah.
Is
Little
this,
too
ghetto for you?
Little too ghetto.
is this my daddy left when I was young.com? Is that what this is? These
Yeah.
poor girls. What
Baggage.
are they doing? What are they doing to their lives?
What baggage they have? Does that upset you, Bill, when you see girls that are scantily clad, knowing that their upbringing was probably not stellar?
No, because I still look at them
You're still
and
exploiting it.
abuse the photos. Yeah, absolutely. But only now that I've gotten older, I just start thinking like that was somebody's daughter. That's in the last couple of years. That
Isn't that
actually
odd how
creeped
that
in.
changes
Yeah,
as
and
you get a
just
little
like-
older? You start thinking things like that, and you want to smack yourself in the head for
Dude,
it.
like I remember when what's his face Fishburne was going through the whole thing. I went on
Oh,
the
yeah,
radio,
yeah.
and somebody was going, "Yeah, what do you think about that?" I was like, "I think it's fucking horrible."
As a father, that guy is a father. You're not even a dad, but you would understand that how horrible that would be.
We had her on, right?
No.
No, we never had her on.
We
did
should
we?
have.
Yeah, we did.
I even
Did
feel
we?
bad
What?
bringing it
Wait,
up.
did we?
We had Fishburne's daughter on.
On the phone?
E-Rock.
Maybe a phoner.
Yeah, I think we had a phoner with her.
We had her
Okay.
on. Who was in that day?
Really?
We felt so fucking sorry for her.
You know what it is about these girls is when they dress up like that, they actually think that they're pretty, and that's what people are thinking.
Right.
Oh,
and
no,
then
no.
20 minutes later,
Yeah, you're
cocky all over their face, and no one's talking to them as they silently toweling themselves off. Look at this girl. Look at her in her face. You can see it in her face. Just,
Oh yeah, there's some there. Well, look
just-
at the fucking big orb tits and everything. She looks great. I ain't fucking
those snow globes
great.
they put in there.
fucking great. Yeah.
You a fan of the snow globes, Bill?
No, I'd say the best fake titties I've seen is in Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas, Texas. They got the whole teardrop thing down. But then
Figured it out.
I don't understand how you can put a bag of plastic chemicals in your body and your immune system accepts it.
Doesn't just try to eat it.
Yeah, it doesn't just
I guess
immediately.
because it's so sterilized. What? Maybe. It's something in your body that shouldn't be there. You're right.
Look at that girl. She probably want to be an architect.
She looks too ghetto. She's like ghetto, that chick. That's nothing for that. Like,
You know what?
No.
She's probably blown people on more continents than you've been states.
you're right. I fucking wouldn't doubt it. Oh man.
What about that, Ed?
Yeah, that's all right.
She's Spanish?
She's got a big ace.
I know, but look at her smiling. Like she should be ashamed. She's actually smiling.
She's got to.
Here it is.
Hiding the tears.
Am I a princess?
Look how pretty I am. Yeah.
And look at that picture of that guy getting paddled with a lightsaber.
There's no dignity.
Yeah.
No dignity
I
whatsoever.
don't press
there.
play. I didn't know it was a video.
Nah, give a fucking shit.
There's a good girl. Go up a little bit. That's a good girl.
Oh, over there?
Oh, I thought she had cum on her face.
She's moments away from that, Jim.
Yeah.
From the looks of the picture. Yeah, so, Hispanic girl. I guess that's what we were getting at
Fair enough.
occasionally.
I like them.
Yeah, that's a goal in my life, which I probably won't come true, is I want to learn to speak another language.
Yeah.
and I can't just to have the date, the moment when someone talks shit about me,
and you know what
In
to
that
say.
and I
language,
can
and you
say,
know how to
just for your
answer back.
information, not all Americans are stupid.
Yeah.
Just so I have that dumb dramatic moment, except I say it in their language.
That was always good in, what was that, in Braveheart, I guess, when they started bad-mouthing him in fucking Latin. And he just started blah, 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 like rambling Latin back at him,
yeah.
like, go fuck yourself.
And
You would think I'm a savage, but I know some shit.
And that only happens in your dreams and in movies.
And in movies.
But in reality, they will talk shit about me for the rest of my life.
And you'll just be smiling,
I'll never know.
nodding. Yeah. Yeah.
When I worked for Christoph Silver, there was German ladies that worked at the store in the city, and there was
Steiner.
There was somebody ordering candlesticks, and he was being annoying, and they just kept saying to each other, "I think he wants to take these home and stick them up his ass." And the guy then spoke to them in German, which was a great moment, I think, to fucking know German. It's the whole story.
Yeah. No, it's good.
It's the only example I have.
Like it.
So but you wouldn't do that if you like the power. That's what I love too. Is it's like you immediately have this secret code. If you can speak a language with another friend that nobody understands. Just imagine being in an elevator and you could speak a language
Whatever
nobody
the fuck you
understood.
want, right.
You'd be like, look at this cunt.
That is annoying, but you always have that thing where you don't know if the person does understand what you're saying. You know? You're in an elevator, and you're like, look at this fucking bitch. And then you don't know if she's going to turn around and start, you know.
Most cases you just
No,
you
most
you
cases,
just
but it's
start
not
off
100%.
nice.
Yeah, true.
You start off nice.
Yeah, you feel
just,
it out a little
You just
bit.
say, I really like your tie, sir. And when he doesn't turn around, look at this fucking
Yeah, people that are going to do that, they got it figured out. Got to start slow. So we're not going to get Jimmy to Europe.
No, that ain't going to
Come
happen.
on, Jimmy.
No desire.
Come on, look, he's got a shaved head and a Kiss T-shirt on. You're lucky to get him out of New Jersey.
No desire to go to. I don't find them sophisticated.
For the show.
They're not
No.
interesting.
Let's do
to
it for
me.
the show.
He sounds
for the show.
He sounds very defensive.
No,
I
I just
think
don't like
secretly
them.
he wants to be liked by them.
You're incorrect.
Jimmy, they would accept you with open arms.
Maybe
do you
they
know, Do
would.
you know how many O&A fans, by the way, were over there?
That's fucked up.
It's fucking ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Dude, I had one show. Where the hell was I? It was such a... I want to say when I was in Stockholm, Sweden, like 5 people came up with WOW T-shirts on.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's so
I get
fucked
emails
up.
from England and,
and they
stuff like
and
that.
they go and tell Jimmy to come over. Tell all the
What are
O&A
they doing
guys
over there?
Yeah, fuck them. Let
Living
them
there?
come here to watch a show. Why do I have to go to them? I'm the celebrity entertainer. Ozzy doesn't come to my living room and do gigs. I show up where he is.
But why are you getting angry about it?
Yeah,
not
but
angry.
he comes.
Okay.
He comes to your state. He travels Europe.
He does, but he's British.
He
Musicians
goes
are
to
different.
South America.
Musicians are different. If I thought I would do well there or draw there,
You know, Jimmy, I think we're all human beings. I think
you're
that's a through
absolutely
line.
right. And I like the human beings. I'm more comfortable in the States. I don't even go to Canada. I think Montreal is the most overrated place to do comedy in history. It's a nice city. It's fun.
It's a beautiful city.
It's average. And I do okay there, but I don't do particularly great
I love
there.
Montreal.
Average.
It's more than average.
Average.
Really?
Yes.
You walked around?
Yeah, of course I did.
Old City?
I don't remember. Oh, yeah, I did actually. No, I did. I was there twice at one.
Pretty much split in half. You got the old Montreal and the new
Yeah.
Montreal.
It was actually very pretty.
Canada's weird. It just
You go to
looks
the
like
church?
looks like a 60s. Looks like everything looks like America did like
No.
back a few years
Well,
ago.
that's Toronto.
Toronto is just
Mostly.
weird. It's like a time machine. Yeah.
Horrific traffic.
Montreal,
there.
not so much.
Really?
Ugh. horrific traffic there.
Where? Montreal?
No, Toronto.
I've been there in years and years. Toronto, I would actually like to do again. That's one place I want to go back to.
The Asians love Toronto.
Do they?
Oh, yeah.
I just want to go because Snow is from there. DJ Snow.
Snow.
I don't know who that is.
What?
The fucking Informer. You know that fucking guy?
Did you used to like that song, Jimmy?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I was younger. I was younger.
When you wore your Kango hat?
No, it wasn't that old.
When you were in the Lords?
No, this is way after that time.
I laughed at the other interpretation that Snow was from there. The actual,
okay.
which I thought was
That's
funny,
what I thought
too.
he was doing.
Oh, that is
no.
funny. Yeah. Ah, here we go. Yeah.
Let's do this. Woo! Turn this up, man.
I wasn't trying to segue into the song.
yeah.
For Jimmy, buddy.
Informer, you know, say that I'm a stormy, I go blam. I lick your bum bum down. Take the
Oh, man, I lick your bum bum.
This takes you right back, doesn't it?
Yeah, man.
This takes me back to when I was one of the 99%. Those days
How
sucked
did he get
ass.
away from this? A white guy from Toronto rapping with some, is this Jamaican accent?
Yeah. How do you do that? E-Rock, is this part of a theme? No? This isn't part of Sex Man?
Getting topical, right?
Snow, is Snow 49 years old today or something?
Oh, we can do this all day.
It's just a dumb reference.
Catchy.
Yeah, it really is.
You don't remember the song? Oh, you do?
Sometimes people like that little blast of nostalgia you get with a little audio.
Oh, do you know,
Sometimes.
I told people over there, I said, yeah, I'll stop coming over. You know, every year and a half, I'll come over here. And the resounding response was, why?
Oh, really?
Yeah, they act like they live in Iowa. It's like, this is fucking beautiful over here. And they go, oh, all right. Like
why would you come back here? Really?
Yeah.
Now, I know you like to move around in between gigs and check out the city and stuff. You see any cool stuff?
Well, it was such a thrash because it was like 5
Oh, it was
different
quick?
cities in 7 days. So I was going in to their morning shows. And
How's
it's a fucking trip, man.
It's
You
gotta be weird.
I just find it here to touch a billboard. It's hard to go to keep. And it's like, oh my god, yeah. And then people open for you, and they're speaking, Norwegian or something, and everybody's laughing, and then you just
You have
walk
no
out,
clue.
and you're just like, hey, how's it going? They just switch over.
Holy
Hey!
shit, that's fucking
Really?
weird. A whole audience of people that can speak 2 languages. It's crazy.
Yeah, it blows our mind. But then I only had one guy who was a dick. I was in when I was in Copenhagen.
Copenhagen.
I was going. I can't. I always forget. I go. Does it go Norway, Sweden, Finland, or Finland, Sweden, Norway? And then he turns around. Oh, it's the Americans. You're so stupid with the geography. Literally said it, and then it was funny because he didn't commit to it. He's like, and then he said it, and then tried to laugh with me. It's like, no, you were being a douche, and I go, I fucking trashed that guy. I go, really? I go, where the fuck?
Where's South Dakota, bitch?
Where's Missouri in
Yeah,
relation
yeah.
to Tennessee? He goes, I don't know. Really? Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
so fucking stupid. Did you go to medical school to be a cab driver? Go fuck yourself.
Holy shit.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Did the audience enjoy that?
No, this was in a cab.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This was in a cab. Oh, we
I thought it was an audience member.
we trashed that guy. Dude, I was pissed because he was such... It wasn't that he said it, is that he tried to laugh it off.
Right.
You Americans are so stupid with the jokes. And he goes, I'm just kidding after I
so
said it.
stupid.
As I yelled at him, he sat there and just stared at the windshield with that same stupid, cheesy smile on his face, like
Good.
completely uncomfortable.
Good for you. That was him naked. To me, that's the whole continent. Is that fucking guy?
Yeah.
No, it isn't. Because then I
That's
went
why
down,
we gotta go,
no,
Jimmy.
Yep.
No, because I went there, and this is the worst story I could have told with Jim Norton here.
That guy was just honest. He was the only honest one over
Oh,
there.
Jesus, Jimmy.
That guy was the
Jesus.
only honest one. That's how they all look at us.
He sounds like a scared old lady.
But I'm not.
I'm not going over there. They don't like
I don't
us.
think it's brave.
I don't know what's going to happen.
It's not scared. It's not an act of
What
bravery.
if the plane falls in the ocean?
I just don't think it's fucking cultural. I don't want to see them. It's not a fear thing. It's not a matter of I'm not brave enough to
it's
face
the
them.
level of
I
how-
want to know what this is about. It seems
He's
like
so
there's something else
adamantly-
going on
he's so
here.
adamantly-
Yeah.
Yeah.
It angers you, Jimmy.
I think
No,
it's.
it doesn't.
I think it's
No?
by.
No.
I think it's by experience of seeing what happens around the world, as far as
Just start slow. Go to Greenland, and then we'll work our way over to Iceland. You'll
Yeah,
see.
but
You'll have an accent. You will be mysterious.
I wanna
Jimmy.
be
I have
serious.
no desire to be there. I don't care about them. I don't care about entertaining them.
What about
And
Australia?
That one, Australia, I kind of want to
You
go
want to go there?
Yes, I do.
What about Spain?
Never thought about it or
España.
resisted.
All right, this is what
Yeah.
I was told. Don't go south of Berlin. When you go down to Munich, their comedy is they want to see some girl's titty pop out or slip on a banana peel. They are in the Stone Ages when it comes to comedy.
Really?
No, because I had some people flew in. Because, dude, it's like a Southwest flight. Everything over there is a Southwest flight.
Oh,
and
right,
you're in
yeah.
a completely different culture, language, and all that. Because obviously back in the day, everyone was riding around on a fucking yak, and they just developed their cultures, right? So, I had people flew in from Romania, which was hilarious because I had a joke that I made a reference to Transylvania, and I learned that that's where Transylvania is. I didn't even know it existed.
Romania? I thought it was a fake place.
I thought it was like one of those Boris Karloff made-up cities. And they go from Romania. They go, where Transylvania is. And I was such a moron American. Oh, that place really exists? And then you see it in their eyes, like whatever they thought of you goes down four notches. Like,
all of a
God.
sudden, you're just that dumb American.
Dude, here's another moron American moment. I was on stage last night in Stockholm, Sweden, and I came walking out, Spinal Tap moment. I go, hey, it's great to be back here in Switzerland.
Oh, shit.
And they all go, ah, laughing. And I wasn't joking. I fucked it up. I was like typical American. They both start with SW. They're both in Europe.
Oh, man, you pulled it off, though.
I totally played it off. And when I told Nia afterwards, she goes, yeah, I thought you did that on purpose. I went, no, I didn't.
Shit.
I didn't. I was dead serious.
You got away with one.
Hey, use it every time now that you go back
Yeah,
there.
good for you.
Fucking good.
Yeah. So I think that's about all I learned.
Holy shit.
Other than that, Swedes look down on people from Finland, and people from Finland thinks people from Sweden are gay.
Are gay?
Because the way they talk, the way they kind of sing it.
They don't like that?
I guess I can't tell a difference. It all sounds the fucking same to me
Yeah.
over there. But and
Tom,
that is it.
Tom on Long Island, is this worth doing? He says, can Bill tell the Joe DeRosa story about him waking him up?
Oh, I can tell that story.
Is it good?
The hardest.
Is it good?
The hardest.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
That's a tough one. It's like, all right, I'll give it a whirl.
The hardest I've laughed at 7:50 in the morning, without having stayed up all night. I came was staying in this place the first night I crashed there, and he went into the bedroom. I'm sleeping on the couch. He's got the door closed. He's got the air conditioner cranked or whatever. So I guess he didn't hear me coming, and he was sound asleep, and he forgot that I was there. So I opened the door, and he fucking freaks out, but only from the waist down. His from waist up, he's totally paralyzed, and his feet just start kicking like he's doing the backstroke, trying to set a record. He just goes. They just start, and they hear the sheets going. Dude, I thought he was gonna have a heart attack. I fucking bursted out laughing. Dude, you know when you wake up, everything's tight. Like my abs still hurt from how fucking hard I laughed. And then
he must have been so pissed that you were laughing.
No, he tried to play it off. He just goes, Jesus Christ. and I just started giving him shit. I go, that's what you got? That's all you got? If an axe murderer comes in, that's what you're gonna do? You're gonna start flapping your fucking feet around? Do you know how funny that puke sound is when it hits the fucking garbage bag? Dude, if you had the sound of his feet kicking under those fucking sheets. Dude, it was a blur. He opened his eyes and only
like a bitch.
His fight or flight was his feet. We're just gonna do the fucking flipper move.
He might as well. Yeah, his body probably just reacted like he was standing up and wanted to run.
I think
but
that's
he's
what
laying
he
down.
There you go. He was
just
running.
a natural. It wasn't even the full brain. It was just the brain sending a signal to the legs to just run away.
He was in full flight mode, lying down, and he couldn't figure out why he wasn't getting any traction.
Jesus.
Oh shit. So there you go. Anytime you can trash DeRosa, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Jimmy, you would be mysterious over there.
Never happening, brother. I have no desire to go.
Just to see Jimmy climbing on top of one of those 9-foot Scandinavian women, and they would be thrilled.
Really, yeah.
Oh, I love your brown hair.
I don't fucking have a desire to be there. It's not that I think, oh God, they're not going to love me. I don't think they would like me, but I've been bombed in New York.
The world needs you and your comedy.
They don't.
They don't
at all. And they fucking as a group, I think that Europeans as a group, they've been cunts. In the last fucking 40 years, the way they look at the U.S., fuck them. I just don't want to go. And maybe that's me being ignorant, but that's the way I feel. Other comics go and do very well. Great. I mean, I don't knock it. It's just not for me.
It's a two-way street. It's a two-way street, and everybody's defined by the biggest morons. We're defined by those people who go over there, speak English. What the fuck, right? We're defined by those guys, and we define them by that one douche. I almost judged all of Denmark because of one asshole cab driver, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. And I showed up. Everybody was psyched. You know, the 100 people that came out were psyched that I was there, and I'm like, this is the moron self-sabotage move where I'm going to now like just look at everybody here like they're that fucking cab driver. And I ended up having a great show, Jimmy, and they thought I was mysterious.
Bill's
it was
so
wonderful.
open-minded.
Yeah, he really is.
No,
it's just
I like
not
having
for
a
me.
fucking steel trap closed mind. It's so
No, I'm
it's so
open-minded.
handy.
I'm open-minded when it helps me.
Yeah.
If it doesn't help me, I don't walk down the street at night going, everything is beautiful. Yeah, I used to do a bit how everybody's racist at night, and you have to be in order to get. You have to think the worst of people,
right?
In order to get home safely, that is your job.
You're on the Serengeti there.
Yeah.
You know, you don't know.
Yeah, it's basically past once the sun goes down.
Yeah. The
Jimmy, there's
Predators
another
come
hip hop
out.
song, probably from your back in the day. Creeps come out at night, right?
Houdini.
Let's do some
Oh,
Houdini.
shit.
Huh?
Strangers.
No, it's the
that's
Freaks
a good
come
one.
out at night.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Freaks come out at night.
I listen to hair metal. I have no idea.
I did too, but I like the little fucking little Houdini and Jalil.
Speaking of hair metal and music, Ace Frehley
and 9:30. Yeah,
9:30. How cool is that?
Very.
A Jimmy Guest Day. They've been calling it.
Good.
We like having Jimmy
Second
guest
one of
because
the
Jimmy
week.
gets very excited.
Yes, I do.
And it's fun. Fun to watch.
Yeah, but his interview skills are. Remember back in the day when he used to those stuttering ones?
Oh
he did?
God,
Those are the
hilarious!
greatest.
I know. Now he just Like
that
prepares
clip
questions.
used to kill me when he started to ask that question
About the dress.
realized he fucked up, and then tried to repeat it again and just
dress something about a dress. There was a
We have
dress.
that.
We have that?
Fucking great.
Yeah, that was.
E-Rock's got to run down the hall.
So good.
E-Rock, run down the hall and get that.
Oh, cool! I get to watch the water go like in Jurassic Park.
Shake the whole building.
Houdini just doesn't hold up.
No,
No, man.
Disco don't open till after dark.
Oh, this is old
He looks like
school.
Cool Herc.
The Axl Rose bike shorts he has on.
Rappers were very non-threatening back
This
then.
was a massive
Like
hit.
you just watch this and it was like, oh, okay. But then once NWA came out and shit, all bets were off.
Look at those shorts.
Yeah.
It's from the Freddie Mercury collection.
Oh God.
What year is this?
I'm gonna guess 85. That's my guess.
Wow, I'd say 83.
You know what I love about that shit was so new back then? There was like no sort of through line with what they were wearing. It's just like you got anything that would look good on stage. That is just a leather clusterfuck. One of them has the Delirious suit on. You see that guy?
Doing the Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, the red leather
Grab
suit.
that from Eddie.
84.
We need that.
Oh,
we're
84.
both wrong.
Look at that.
84.
We split the difference.
That's still a good song.
You like that one?
Yeah.
I don't know.
84.
I like the chorus. I don't like the
Oh,
lyrically, the lyric structure,
Now
but the
you're
chorus
talking.
is good.
You're
Oh,
talking
fucking
27 years
commercials.
ago.
I want to hear some of that.
That's fucked
'Cause
up.
This is when fucking hip hop and rap changed for your pal Anthony. I couldn't get into it with that fucking with that pussy shit. But now when NWA fucking hit, oh, was I fucking into it. It was hilarious. Look at this shit.
Hopefully you can relate to
Look at this
Easy.
shit. Yeah. Relate to Easy.
Age joke.
Anthony.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Now, what year is this? This is late 80s, right?
Yeah,
88,
89, 90.
You know what'd be funny with this is during Ice Cube's verse here is you intercut it with him being mad at that Coors Light bottle.
Yeah.
Dude, this fucking business gets everybody after a
And
while.
his fucking movies where he's driving his daughter to fucking school or
Yeah,
some
but that makes
shit.
sense. He's an angry young man here. It's
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
a stand-up comedian. I'll
Yeah.
be wearing a sweater soon. Talking about cutting the grass.
That's why someone like Easy, he's now a legend, you know? He would have been like Easy, he would have been like, yeah, man, use Old Spice, motherfucker.
He would have been in that family movie.
Yeah. Yeah. This was the shit that was just fucking funny to me. Everyone got so serious about like, oh, you know, disrespect and singing about the police and the. It's like, it's fucking hilarious. Shit's great.
It's kind of tame.
Straight out of Compton.
Sort of a little tame.
Sort of a cheesy track.
Dope man. That shit and fucking, what was that other band with that guy with one eye? There's another fucking
Slick Rick.
combo.
Oh, Slick Rick and Dougie Fresh.
No. I think they were out of fucking Texas or some shit.
That was
Easy
Warrant.
did some
I think
shit with
that
them.
was Warrant.
No. NWA, Easy, Ghetto Boys. Thank
it
you.
was it
Thank you,
Loudness?
Hee Haw. Ghetto Boys.
Is it Loudness?
No, it wasn't Loudness. Ghetto Boys. Ghetto Boys. Ghetto Boys. Bam, bam, Ghetto Boys.
We got Jimmy's
That
interview.
Shit ruled.
Was that Crocus?
No, it wasn't
No,
Crocus. That's what you were listening to, though, right?
Well, that's
Crocus.
why we ran and got Jimmy's interview about the dress. We haven't played this in a while.
Oh.
Want to just play it into break? Bill, what are you promoting there, sir?
I got nothing.
Bill Burr on
Okay.
Twitter.
I just came in because I like you guys.
Good.
You're gonna-
I'm trying to.
Gonna be in
No, I'm
Botswana.
starting to get Jimmy to Europe Foundation.
Never gonna happen. Never. You know why? Because they don't. First of all, you have to. They don't fly you and put you like in England. A lot of times, it's supposed to be a great club, the Comedy Store, but it's like you got to get yourself over there. And it's I'm not big enough where like I saw Chris Rock at the Cellar one night. He's like, dude, you got to go over there, do all the press they get. But it's like he forgets, like, dude, you're Chris Rock. Like you're gonna do the O2 Arena 2 nights in a row. So for you, it's a tremendous place where they already know you. But for me, it's not. So why would I do that? I mean, if you have a desire like Australia, I wouldn't draw in, but I want to go to Australia, so I would go there. But I have no desire to see Europe. None.
New Zealand?
I would like to. I'd rather go there just to see where fucking Once Were Warriors were filmed.
Yeah.
Morocco.
No.
No, Morocco.
No.
Boy. Yeah, no Islamic countries.
No, and fucking my manager can't get enough. Islamabad, he loves it.
He's crazy.
Yeah. He goes to Afghanistan.
He's so going to have
airlines.
that dumb look on his face
Yeah.
when his head's cut off.
I told him just
everyone looks stupid.
Just travel with an orange jumpsuit, you fucking idiot.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that's how I view countries. Certain countries, I just have an orange jumpsuit painted on it. It's like, yeah, I'm not going there.
No.
I'm not
You
going.
watch that show, Locked Up Abroad, and you're just like,
That's-
oh
no,
my
that's it.
God,
That's
that
it.
could be
that one. That
the
makes you
worst
never want to
fucking.
travel.
Yeah,
And there, I got to tell you something. Even being over in Europe, there is something unsettling to not be with your tribe.
See, right, you're outside
You know what I
of
mean?
your fucking.
I gotta
tribe
find
and
the
your comfort
embassy,
zone.
which is like I'm on base. I'm on base. You can't touch me. I'm on base.
like the stoop when you're fucking playing hide and seek. I'm on base.
Yeah, no, it's just there is something really, dude, you want to talk about the I can't find my wallet panic. The I can't find my passport panic is the wallet panic times like 900.
You're done. You can't.
I came walking home one night from somewhere and I fucking did and I couldn't find. I left it in the room.
Oh shit!
I had like hand slap prints on my chest from all over my body from fucking checking it like 9 million times and just putting my hands in, knowing it wasn't there, still looking for the fucking thing.
Jonathan said he'll photocopy his passport and carry that and leave the real one like in a safe or something.
You can get away with that?
If they hassle you somewhere, you don't have to have it on you.
Value papers.
Really? Yeah.
They allow you to.
I don't know if they allow you to, but the worst that could happen is
they make you get your real one.
make you go to the hotel and get it, as opposed to losing it in a foreign country being robbed.
I wouldn't like to do something where it would be like, oh, that's against the law here. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah,
well, who gives a
it is
shit?
Thailand.
And now, and now you're in jail, and you're like, what the fuck?
No, I don't go to those rogue.
Weird law
you
countries.
have like one joint and you get like caned in the death penalty 9 years later. Like, I don't go to those places.
Don't want to take the chance.
Yeah,
to know where those places are. Though.
With this rusted out American tanks sticking out of like the river from years ago. Yeah, I'm not going there.
Colin Quinn on the line.
Colin's back.
Sorry, guys. I just had to read you this text I just found this morning from 6:41 a.m.
Okay.
Jim Norton. Do you want to call in or come in this morning? Early, though. We have Ace Frehley at 9.
I had this fucking night.
Fuck you!
I had this nightmare of fucking Ace walking in and this dummy with his fucking tea bumbling in, going, oh, yeah, well, Ferrell. I'm trying to talk to an icon, and you're fucking sitting over there dipping your fucking donut in tea.
Colin's an icon to some people.
No, he's not.
Oh.
Okay.
Colin's gone.
Colin's an eyesore.
Well, we should get ready for the Ace Frehley interview.
Yes.
Going to go to break with the famous dress incident from Jim Norton.
I just fell
God,
apart.
I got to hear this. I love this.
This is old school. Jimmy's a really good interviewer now.
I'm an average interviewer. I think I'm
you're
a boring
really good.
interviewer.
No,
You've come a long way, man. You do a very good job. All right, more with Bill Burr, too.
You did something in a dress. I don't. It was fucking. It was in Philadelphia. I mean, Kim from YSP, who was in love with you, was telling me that you did something in a dress. I don't know what it was. Did you go on stage in a dress, or did you do something in public with a dress? It was really completely uncalled for and hilarious.
I don't know, but if it was, I'm sure it was us. If it was definitely gay, I'm sure we
Of course.
pulled it off.
Of course.
You know, when you got guys that are weighing about 265, 250, 245, you know, with dresses that they're bursting out of. And no, we got to make sure the dresses are for like a 13-year-old pubescent girl. You know what I mean? So it's like, she hasn't even hit puberty yet, so you know.
She said you went to a mall. You were in a mall or something like that with a dress, and you had like your chain wallet. She said it was like the most ridiculous thing she'd ever seen.
That's where it was at. Yeah, it was out in she was in Boston, or we were hanging down in Philly or something like that. But yeah, it was definitely beyond gay. It was a bunch of grown men. And we made sure, we went to like a Victoria's Secret and just got the most insane. No, where you just, I can get you in the smallest stuff that like a 13-year-old will wear.
Oh, of course.
And you're just bursting out of these dresses and everything like that. Dude, it was
Good, you
awesome.
just gave him an idea.
No, and we're
The Opie and Anthony Channel on Sirius XM.
We're back in the New York groove. We're back in the New York groove. Welcome back to the Opie and Anthony Show. Beth, I hear you calling, but I can't come home right now. 'Cause me and the boys are doing some radio radio, and I can't find the sound. Thank you.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Getting ready for the Ace Frehley interview. Ace got a new book out, huh?
Yes.
No regret.
It's great, dude.
You're loving it, Jimmy?
I'm very biased because I love Kiss and I love Sabbath, so I'm promoting these books. But it's actually a fucking great book.
Must be, dude. You've blown right through. When did they give you that book?
A couple weeks ago, but I just got distracted at one point. And I didn't read for like 5 days, so it's like I should have been finished with these already, but I didn't.
That's okay. Don't beat yourself up.
No, I'm not. But I kind of wish I was done.
You read enough of them.
I know. I have a few pages left.
How many questions do you got for Ace? How many pages of questions?
About 3. But again, I won't get in small font. But I had 4 for Tony.
Let me see the small font.
Wow. But I won't get to all these. And I'm interviewing for the Boneyard, too, so it's like you want to...
Wow, very
See,
good.
Jimmy has become all great interviews. They read the book. They're prepared with their questions.
I think I'm a self-indulgent, boring interviewer. Like, I really believe that. I'm not saying that to fish for... I really do. Like, ugh.
Self-indulgent?
Yeah, meaning, like, I don't get good information. Like, some guys can get information out of people, which is it's an art to do that.
Let's waterboard them. Get some fun.
Dude, you could be more self-indulgent than me asking Tony Iommi about John Bonham's bass drum technique. Like, how many people...
That was a moment, though, Bill. We like that one.
I got one email from that, like, dude, I was on the edge of my seat when you asked. And like you, I was disappointed when he didn't know. Out of all the stupid fucking questions.
No, you were good in that interview. You asked him good questions. I mean, and he likes talking about Bonham. It was one of his best friends. So you fucking love Bonham. It was good.
I like how he didn't pull any punches, too. Like, you would think because of the way Bonham passed that he wouldn't bring up the drinking. He just said, oh, yeah, he ordered 12 bottles of champagne. He drank all of them, and he was paralytic.
Paralytic. He said.
Is that even a word?
Yeah, you read the
Now
book,
is.
they're blimey, a lot of blimies and bloody hell.
Blimey.
I love it.
You would know these are real words, Jimmy, if you went to Europe.
I know, you're probably right. That's why I'm very ignorant.
That's why you should go to
I
Europe.
kept saying blimmy.
What if Ozzy said, I want to bring you over to Europe so these people could see your comedy?
Thanks, Oz. Let's go.
Right.
I'm not that set against it. What if a girl wanted to blow you in Europe? I'm on my way.
Jim, it would happen. I'm telling you, instantly. Mysterious. Tell me about this in New Jersey?
Yeah, exactly. It was just something like I just never wanted to do. I really didn't. Like, and this is years ago that was offered. Do you want to go over to England? I was like,
Fuck, I'd go in a second.
And a lot of people would.
Let's go as a show.
Even Brazil, I wouldn't go back to. It was fun to go because I went with my friends, and but I just like being in foreign countries. Montreal, I go to only for the money. I don't hate them. I don't hate them. I just found it was an average city, nice people.
Montreal's barely a foreign country, though.
But you know what I'm saying? It was like...
Oh, it's affordable France. It's awesome. Beautiful women.
But did you go to the church?
No, I go to the... they got that big park there. You run the stairs, and you look out at this beautiful city.
Yeah. It's like a Rocky moment?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Some people love to travel.
I have no... Oh, you want to see something weird? Look up The Angry Baby, Oslo.
Could you do that?
If anybody can look that up.
Because we're waiting for Ace Frehley.
Yeah.
Sam Roberts.
This could be good.
They have
Google.
this guy
Pressure's
this guy made all these statues about going through all the different phases in life. You should see, there's one guy, he's like kicking babies, and everybody's naked.
What? What? You got to put something else in. The Angry Baby, what?
Oslo.
Oh, boy.
OSLOW, Sam.
No.
OSL.
OSLO.
You forgot the E.
Yeah.
Potato, remember?
Let's see if they got a picture. There it is. This is one.
That's a stat. It's like a stomping mad baby.
Yeah,
that's
great.
a dumbass statue.
I've never been so fucking immature as I walk through that park. I forget the name of the park, but they have all these. They got everybody's naked. It's all these different phases of life. I guess there's one naked guy like in this square, like he's fighting against his destiny. But then there's other ones, just a naked guy grabbing a woman and running away with her, basically, and she clearly looks like she doesn't want to be with him. So,
really?
I'm like,
So it's like rape.
The rape phase.
The rape phase of everyone's
There's another one where he's like, this guy. I guess the pressure of being in a family is the only way I could think of it. He's got like 3 babies, and they sort of look like they're swooping down on him. They're all naked, and then he's got one he's kicking. And the baby's the funny. He's got his arms up like a boxer, like he's protecting his
trying
head.
to defend himself. Keep your guard up, kid.
So I went through that whole part. I'm big in the parks. I go into the parks.
Yeah. You go. Yeah. You kind of explore. You
Yeah, it was
don't just stay
interesting.
in your
They
room,
had
huh?
tennis courts, clay courts.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, look at that, Roland Garros. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, no, I don't understand why you would fly that far away and then just sit in
And
your
then not-
hotel room and be like, yeah, can I get the cheeseburger medium rare, please?
Yeah.
French fries. Anybody can get ketchup instead of the mayo?
Try to watch TV. Watch American TV. So you forget you're even over there.
I know.
What was the first city that got boring to you? Where you go, like you said, you travel and do the walk.
No, you know what?
Well, what city you're like, all right, I've seen everything I could possibly see.
No
and done.
No city over there has gotten boring.
No, I mean in general. Maybe there's one in the States. Because you do this with cities in the States as well.
Let's see here. Nashville can get a little boring just because I never get a car when I'm there, and anything that's cool that's going on and musically is going to be happening when I have shows.
Oh yeah.
And so when you're not in just downtown Nashville, you just sort of, it's just very like Dallas can get boring.
Yeah.
Dallas is just strip mall. Excuse me, hiccup, strip mall. I got all choked up about how much I didn't like Dallas.
How many times are you on the road that you just want to go into a fucking mall? Like in Houston, you stay by the Galleria. There's just nothing to do in some cities. I don't like to do much.
Yeah.
I wish I did, but I just did.
Houston actually has a mall that has an ice rink in it, which is hilarious because it's an ice rink. You're right near the food court. Everybody's shoving this shit in their mouth. A lot of fat people down there.
Yeah.
And then it's Houston, so a lot of people don't know how to skate. I remember standing there watching this Asian dude. And we were filming him. Somewhere I have the film, laughing our fucking asses off at this guy. And then he did like the thing, where you're starting to fall backwards and your legs are moving like DeRozes in the bed. Dude, and he fell and he cracked his head on the ice and wasn't moving.
Holy shit.
And, it wasn't funny. And it immediately stopped being funny. It was just like, all right, dude, come on, man.
Now
Get
it's
up.
tragic, yeah.
Get up, man. Get up.
Come on,
Please get up. Please.
Don't make me have had laughed at you.
I don't want a nightmare over you.
I don't do a lot of I do more just like sporting events. I go to sporting events. That's how I book the road.
Oh, really?
Especially if it's a city I fucking don't want to go to. It's just like, are the Royals in town? What's going on?
You watch the whole game, or you just go for a few minutes or an hour or whatever?
No. I always go for the whole game. When I used to do college gigs by myself, just so I was the guy who kept score. I would do that. No, because you felt like because I was clearly by myself. It's almost like when you start looking at your cell phone and nobody's calling you. That's the baseball version. Is you just sit there by yourself, like keeping score,
doing the stats.
Yeah,
there's another K.
I stopped short of having the AM radio with the antenna up.
Radio hat.
Radio hat.
But no, man, I went to.
I never got that where people like wrote down the
keep it
stats.
score,
Like,
I
what do you
never
do
got
with
that
it?
either.
What do you do with it?
No,
when
because
it's done?
you're able to follow the game way more because you know what the guy did the last time. You can tell basically how many times people have gotten up. You can get way more of a feel for the game as opposed to just being hammered, yelling at colors.
Well, yeah.
Hey, he's got the other team. Fuck you.
Oh, colors.
You know what the? Oh, you're an idiot.
I knew
Dude, you know what the best one though, the best fan out there, I think is. Do you guys ever see that guy that goes to the Devil Ray games? At the Devil Ray games, there's a guy down there, and each game he picks one guy to heckle on the other team. And I talked to a guy in the Giants about this. You just think, oh God, please don't pick me. Please don't. I noticed one time when Johnny Damon was still on the Red Sox, every time, like he wouldn't say shit. Ortiz comes up, doesn't say anything. Whoever the hell else was on the team at the time, Manny doesn't say anything, and all of a sudden, Damon comes up and he goes, "Ah, Johnny! Let's go, Johnny! Woo! Johnny Damon!" He just yells his name.
What a great
as
strategy.
loud as you, dude. I'm sitting at home hearing every word of it, and that's what makes it so unsettling.
That's hilarious.
Is there's that tension as you walk up? Like, is it going to be me? Is he going to pick me? And his teammates are all laughing.
Because it's them,
because it's him,
yeah.
and you don't have to deal with it when you get up there. And when he keep making out, and you come back, and it's like, that motherfucker picked me tonight. You picked me. That's one of the most unique things.
That's great.
I am picking one guy, and I am going to heckle the shit out of him.
Think of that.
And how do they notice though? Because so many people yelling so many names. Is just his voice is that loud?
No, he sits right down near home plate, and it's Tropicana Field, which is like sitting in a
What
food
a
court.
prick.
No, dude, that guy is
classic.
fucking hilarious. And the genius of it is you actually separate him from his team because his teammates are now laughing. It's a classic divide and conquer.
Ace Frehley is not here.
What is the
Even
scoop?
though Roland goes, he's
Sam,
5 minutes out.
5 minutes out. We heard that about 10 minutes ago.
His publicist has checked in. Ace has yet.
Well, what
to,
about him?
Ace has yet to check in downstairs.
I'm sitting here telling old road stories.
No, I like it.
Then I went to Mile High Stadium,
I
and
like
that
it.
was.
I like it. I'm sure he'll be here.
Oh,
Why did
boy.
Roland say he's 5? Maybe that's what the publicist told him.
I'm sure.
What happens?
But he said that
Let's
last
just
time.
say, what happens if Ace doesn't show up today?
Then he doesn't come.
Oh, boy.
I like Ace. I would love him to. I actually love Ace. But
Yeah.
if he doesn't come, he doesn't come.
Oh, okay.
What are you gonna do?
I
I'll still
just
finish
didn't
the
want to.
book.
I just didn't want to.
What if he shows up at 10:01?
What if
I'll start
what
on
if,
the boneyard.
what if Ace said, "Jimmy, meet me in Europe," and you went to Europe and you didn't show up, and he left you there? Would you still listen to Kiss music?
On the flight home, laughing to myself at the good-natured joke he played on me.
Say the ribbing.
That Ace got me good.
You hear about Mark Burnell? You're a sports fan. The Jets' backup quarterback?
No.
They're saying when he retires, he's, 40, 41? He's got to get a 9-to-5 job. He blew all his fucking money
Holy
with bad
shit.
investments.
Oh,
This just
man.
came out today.
Some Bernie Madoff shit.
They're saying as soon as he's not in the NFL anymore, he's got to start a 9-to-5 job immediately.
He's like $27 million in the hole, right?
Yeah, $24.7 million he owes.
How about you fucking just declare bankruptcy at
He's
that
on the-
point? Jesus.
He's on the hook for
Because then we got to pay for it.
$24.7 million.
Well, yeah,
And
well,
they pass it on to us.
I would.
As soon as he retires, he's got to get a job.
Wow. You think he's going to get a 9-to-5 and be able to pay that off?
Dude, that's like that one guy in the Jets who has like 9 kids
No.
with 8 different
Oh,
women.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, dude, do you understand the second you stop playing, you're broke?
You're done. Yeah.
Right.
All your money's gone.
Yeah, I would sit down with all those women and be like, okay, here's the deal. We can live like rock stars for 8 years and then go right back to eating at the ground round
Right.
and Chuck E. Cheese, or we can live decently forever. What is your choice?
He had 8 kids with like 8 different women.
7
Do you
different
think-
women
do
or
you, Do you
something.
think he honestly is going to
Yeah.
be rational
Do you think
enough
that'll be a rational roundtable discussion?
I know, right?
No, I'm trying to figure out if I was managing him. I'd bring
Yeah.
all those
What?
in the raw women.
What happened?
What, Ron? He's 5 minutes away?
Where is he right now? I want to know.
5 minutes means 10 minutes. You know that. At least 10, maybe 15.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
As soon as he comes on.
Oh, Christ.
All right,
What
listen.
happened? What happened?
He's a rock star, man. He's on his time. It's all good.
Oh, come on, man. You can't expect rock
Back to
stars
Burnell.
to always show up.
Because of his
That ruins it.
financial misfortunes, he's got a job lined up as a medical sales representative.
Oof.
Oh, no. Like the guy that goes around selling fucking catheters and shit?
Yeah, well, he did declare bankruptcy, but he's got to get a gig to just.
Now,
just
how did he
live.
lose it? Was he buying jet skis? Like, what's his face? Or
Horrible. He went with a company that invested in high-end real estate properties just when the market fucking took a dive. And he was invested in Whataburger fast food franchise.
What?
A Whataburger fast food franchise.
What a ripoff! What a mistake!
Holy shit! Here's Ace Frehley.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, see, Jimmy?
Yeah.
I'm
Here's
looking at
Ace.
Scarlett Johansson's fucking ass.
Oh, my God. Where is that picture? Yeah, I saw it really quick the other day.
Can I see that too?
Can I see it? I want to see it.
Fuck.
I'm in third grade.
Ace. What's up, Ace?
What's going on?
Are we live?
Ace.
Yeah, we're on.
Really?
Yeah.
Of course.
Huh? That's the angry
That's
baby
Angry
in
Baby.
Oslo.
You ever been to Oslo? Yeah.
Absolutely. He's probably sold it out 9 million times.
Doing
Yeah.
Anomaly?
Yeah, yeah.
Anomaly? All right.
Now promoting the book.
It's been a couple years, right?
Yeah. Things haven't changed much.
No. Believe me. Same shit.
Yeah.
For Jimmy's birthday, we had you in.
Oh, that's right.
To surprise Jimmy.
Yeah, you brought me a cake with, it was a girl's ass with a log of shit coming out of it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
was slightly obscene.
Yeah, it was
Are
great.
we there right now?
We are,
Yeah, that's how
Okay.
we That's how we roll. We got to get that montage together of people that
absolutely
just
have to.
every guest that has said
We
that
don't
to
know
us.
if that's good or bad when
Hey,
guests ask that.
Is this live right now?
Yeah.
Are we on the air?
Do you guys consider this entertaining?
It's basically what they're saying.
Real professional.
Me? Yeah.
Do you have what kind of information do you have there?
Oh, well, right now on Amazon, the book it's #1 in biographies for composers and musicians. It's already #1 in entertainment music, and it's #4 in books, biographies, and entertainers. And it's in the top 100, and it just came out yesterday.
Tuesday,
There you
yeah.
go.
It's
Go
great.
figure.
I'm almost finished with it. I'm probably got like 20 pages left. It's fucking. You did a great job, man.
Thanks.
It's this is something I wanted to ask you. The opening line of the book. You right. When I was a kid, I used to carry this awful image around in my head. A picture of 3 men tangled awkwardly in high tension wire, 50 feet in the air, their lifeless bodies crisping in the midday sun. Why?
Well, you know, my dad helped build the installation, the electrical installation for West Point. And, oh, you didn't read the book then?
No, I don't. No. I got to the opening line and I just got bored and I closed it. No, that wasn't. I just, you know, I don't want to just say it because then if I just say it.
Yeah, my dad was working with other guys installing the new electrical installation at West Point. He drew a short straw to go get the sandwiches. He came back and his buddies, you know, got electrocuted because somebody inadvertently had flipped the switch.
So basically, if he had not
They
drawn the
became
short
crispy
straw,
critters, you know.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
So if he hadn't done that, literally he might have been up there and you would have been no you.
If he wouldn't have drawn the short straw, I would have been a bright idea, I guess. Only.
Wow.
Are you doing book signings or no?
Yeah, I'm doing one at Barnes & Noble here in town tomorrow.
What did you?
After the Today
He's just
Show.
like,
After the Today Show,
whatever.
I'm on the book signing at noon.
What is your relationship now with like Gene and Paul? Because I think you were pretty fair in the book. Like you slam a little bit, but not. It doesn't seem bitter. It seems like it's a pretty honest assessment of what happened.
Well, you know, there's good and bad in every relationship, just like a marriage. So, you know, I mean, I had lunch with Gene about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Did you
at the
pay?
Willows Hotel. We just hung out and reminisced. Did you see what he said about me?
On
page 6 the other day.
I heard
New York
audio.
Post?
Is that the audio where he said that you were saluting him like Hitler? I just heard that. I don't know if that's
What?
old audio or is that new?
No, I was on page 6 the other day in the New York Post, and whoever wrote the article was quoting parts of the book where I'm talking about Gene and giving everybody crabs,
Yeah.
this, that, and the other thing, and then they got a statement from Gene. Nobody has it here.
Where is that?
We're
Get
not.
it?
We're
I
not a
think,
prepared radio show.
He said something to the effect.
Sam will find it. Brilliant.
Ace has been an alcoholic and a drug addict for 35 years, but we love him, you know.
Oh, you didn't he say there's decades of your life that you don't remember or something?
Yeah, probably. That's why I needed help on the book. But, you know, the 35 years is incorrect. It's incorrect. It's a false statement. I've been an alcoholic for at least 40 years. And, you know, proud of it. But recovering at this juncture, you know,
So you are
5 years
sober?
plus.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I celebrated 5 years on September 15th.
Oh, that's great. Any urges at all? Any urges at all? Because I'm
Any
sober.
urges?
Occasionally I
Yeah,
get
the first
them.
couple of years are the hardest, and then subsequently every year after that gets easier and easier. Now, you know, people drink in front of me doesn't even bother me.
Do you have any vices?
Any
no?
vices?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I grew up, most of my life was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. So you take away the drugs, you still have rock and roll and sex.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? Like Meatloaf said.
You there's quite a few fucking near misses in this book too.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
Electrocutions, you know, human sacrifices.
No, with drugs. Like there's a
Yeah.
couple of times where you the one I just read was really interesting. You were flying into a foreign country and you had an 8-ball in your sneaker.
No.
And it seems like you got these really weird premonitions at times where shit was about to go really bad for you.
No.
And what happened on the plane? That you just felt something might be wrong when you landed?
I just had a premonition, man. I was going to get popped, you know, if I landed with that stuff on my body. So I went into the lavatory and flushed it down the toilet, which became a little bit of a problem.
needed that, Ace.
Oh yeah, good fellas.
Man. I mean, it was, you know, I'm struggling with my addiction, and should I do it? Should I not do it? You know, what's worse, going to jail or getting high for a weekend?
Right.
But you know,
You didn't do a little bit of it and then flush the rest of it?
No. I was already so wired just from the dream and the premonition. I had like a nightmare on the plane. I was just happy to get rid of it and get back to my seat before.
Oh, is that what sparked
the plane was about to land.
That's got to be the most paranoid feeling you could have, to be flying on a plane to another country, high out of your mind, with drugs on you.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
How do you hold that together?
More importantly, did they check you when you got off the plane?
Well, when I got off the plane,
So were-
one of those drug sniffing dogs actually.
So the
I caught his
premonition was
attention,
true.
And they examined my shoes and everything, and then I started panicking. Man, was there a
Holy
second one in there
shit.
somewhere, hidden that I had forgotten about? But
Sure, muled it up your ass.
yeah, I never went that. I never went that far.
That's how I smuggle fruits and stuff into.
Exactly.
Yeah, at some point, you got to be like, all right, you got me.
Yeah. You can't bring fruits and vegetables across international waters.
Thinking something else.
But I can.
That was double entendre stuff.
Did it? When you talk a lot about the drug use too, and when you were in Kiss, like how people would have thought that Gene and Paul were drinkers back in those days. You would have had no idea that there was such a difference between you and Peter and Gene and Paul. How far into Kiss did that start to become like an issue or talked about or some sort of a point of strain?
Me and Peter both started spinning out of control. You know, once we all became millionaires, you know, too much too soon. You know, like so many other rock stars, you know, in history. But, you know, I mean, I'm just lucky that, I mean, every day above ground, you know, I'm happy for, you know, because by all rights, I shouldn't even be here.
What's the craziest thing you went out and bought when you were at the height? You had all that money.
Craziest thing
that you look back now and go, "What the fuck? Really? Why did I do that?"
I mean, I was buying. You know what? You know what I used to do? When I was a kid growing up in the Bronx. I never, you know, my parents were like middle class, but we couldn't afford, you know, expensive toys and gadgets. So I would always go to hobby shops and buy the most expensive radio-controlled helicopter, the most expensive radio-controlled boat.
I hear you.
And airplanes, and also, you know, I mean, spent thousands.
Put
and thousands
8 balls
of
in them,
on
and
that stuff
pretend you're
because I
flying
could
into
never have
another
that when I was
country.
a kid. You know, and most of them are just sitting in my storeroom. You know.
So just weird like shit that you would have wanted as a child, you bought as an adult.
Stuff I never could have that I wanted. You know, hey, now I can get it. You know, and of course a lot of sports cars. And, you know, some clothes and...
Did you trash a few cars due to maybe
several, yeah.
drinking?
I mean, God, my DeLorean, I cracked up a 928 Porsche.
Did the DeLorean come with cocaine with it?
That was such a cool car. I remember I used to go pick up my daughter at preschool, you know, and all the kids would come running out to meet the car. The spaceship is here, you know.
Spaceship.
Yeah, 'cause, you know, the gull-wing doors and, you know.
Maybe it was because of the driver.
And the funny thing about that car, that's the only car you don't wax with like car wax. You use
stainless
steel
steel
wool polish.
Yeah, it's like
You know, stainless steel polish. It was nuts.
So I was also enjoying reading the Phantom of the Park story and how much that you thought it was like a goof and how Gene was like genuinely embarrassed by that because he thought it was gonna be like a legit horror
shit,
film.
Really?
The whole movie to me was kind of a goof, but the whole Kiss phenomena was a goof. I never took it that seriously. You know, Gene always took everything so goddamn seriously because he wasn't loaded. And, you know, he was always thinking about money and this and that. And, what else can we merchandise? And, that completely went off the charts. And he completely went out of control. You see, once Kiss got really big, Gene started, in conjunction with our management, over-merchandising the band to the point where, little kids were showing up at the show. And I talk about it in the book.
Yeah.
And, all of a sudden, my road manager's going, hey, it's cool with the F words tonight because there's a lot of little kids in the front row, that's not what rock and roll's all about.
Yeah, and you felt, I know you talked a lot about how you felt the merchandising went way too far. What was the first thing you saw that you were like, because like T-shirts, there was some publicity stunts where the mayor would wear makeup, like that stuff was made sense. But what was the first thing you saw that you were like, ugh, what the fuck?
Well, the dolls were kind of cool.
Yeah.
But
action figures.
The commercials showed them little kids with them. And, the lunch boxes, but who walks around with a lunch box except a little kid?
I did.
I mean, they were. I've seen a lot of grown men running around with kids' lunch boxes. but it just got completely out of control. And
And it annoyed you?
Anything that's been produced, merchandise-wise, there's usually a Kiss stamp on it. I mean, it's crazy.
Did you think that? Because you stress in the book a lot about how you felt that the music really took a back seat always to the money and to the merchandising and to the show. And how long into it did that start to bother you? Like, I think the music is suffering.
I can't tell you how many times the following day after a concert, I'd look up a review in the local paper and would talk about the show more than the music. The music did take a second,
Just
it was
the
second
stage?
in a lot of people's minds because the show was so elaborate, But for me, I love the show and I love coming up with, I'm the wizard when it comes to guitar effects. The smoking guitar, the rocket guitar, the light guitar, you name it, I've done it. But it should never, come before the music. To me, the music was always the most important thing,
And the fact that it was choreographed, I was surprised too that you. It bored you. You said after a while because because of all the fire and the flash pots and all that stuff, you couldn't move around on the stage.
Look, I just did 2 nights at BB King's, and we switched a few things around. Couldn't do that in a Kiss show. Everything had to go, because everybody, the pyro guy's got a board and he's got the song list. And if we do a different song and he presses the button, somebody's going to get blown up. So it was that crazy. It was like a Broadway show.
That's fucking
Broadway
scary.
rock
You had to
show.
count on that guy. To
We
pay
brought in
attention.
our own elaborate staging. We
Jeez.
brought in our own lights. We brought in our own pyrotechnics. And, we had seven tractor trailers at one point.
Wow.
Wait, that happened to Hetfield at one time when he,
Oh,
he
yeah.
was
Yeah, it
playing
burnt his
guitar
hand.
and that whole thing came up, burned up his hand.
Yeah, I got electrocuted on stage in 1976 in Lakeland, Florida. I was just talking to the interviewer I was with last night over at VH1, and he said there is some type of video footage of me getting electrocuted, but they're still trying to get a hold of it.
How did you get
what's the
electrocuted?
story?
Yeah.
Well, it was before wireless transmitters. So I don't know if you remember the set we used to have where it was like 5 marshals, 25 feet high, and we'd come down a staircase. Well, here I am in platform shoes, so I always have to hold on to the railing. I grabbed the railing, and I wasn't grounded properly, and I got zapped with 220 volts.
Holy shit.
Now, the only thing that saved my life was I got thrown back onto the platform. If I would have gone forward, I would have probably smashed, cracked my head open.
How long before people didn't realize that wasn't part of the show? You know what I mean? Because you guys got so many things, when you get zapped.
It took a while
and
for
get
the guys
thrown
of the
back.
band to realize I wasn't even there, because everybody's doing their own thing, Gene's preoccupied with sticking his tongue out at the girl in the front row, and Paul's dancing around, and flipping it, And finally they go, they look around and going, "Where's Ace?" And so they had to stop the show, and then I had burns on my fingers. I was actually knocked out for several seconds.
I was going to say, were you? How soon did you come to?
I think I was. I took about a 5-minute break, and then, my manager Bill O'Coin was there. And he says, "Ace, you got to get back out there." And all of a sudden, the fans and the whole venue started chanting, "We want Ace, we want Ace." So my adrenaline started pumping, brought me back to life. And
So
I
you
finished
just
the show.
shook off being electrocuted. Man, that's unbelievable.
I fell the other night at BB King's. Because there was no luminous tape on the edge of the stage. I'm doing my smoking guitar solo.
shit.
I'm going like this. I'm walking to the
You
right.
fell off
my
the
right
side
foot goes into the hole where the monitor board is. And I thought I broke my leg. Then I looked at my guitar after the show. I had snapped off the Tune-O-Matic bridge. And what had happened, the guitar took the brunt of the fall.
Jesus.
If the guitar wouldn't have done it, I would have broke my leg. And I don't know what.
Did you keep playing or did you stop the solo?
No, I jumped back up and switched guitars and finished the solo.
Is that embarrassing when that happens? I've never fallen on stage.
I've fallen a lot with Kiss, but it was like on the stage, not off. I've never fallen off the stage. That was the first time. It was a little scary.
Why would you fall on the stage? Were you ever under the influence?
I used to fall all the time with those boots.
Fall
those
off his
platforms.
shoes.
I could have. Paul and Gene are pretty good with those. I was never good with them.
What's the most you fell in one show? And did you start getting mad? These motherfuckers
I don't
with
think
these
I've
boots.
fallen more than twice in one show, but that's enough.
Yeah, that would be. Did it cause resentment with the other members who came up with the idea for the boots?
They got used to it. In fact, if I would fall, they would try to make it look like it was part of the show, and they're like, come over to me and play to me until I, managed to get back
awesome.
up.
Oh man, yeah, got to keep the rock and roll going.
In those days, we all covered each other. It's not like every man for himself. Towards the end.
What's the craziest thing you ever saw looking out into the crowd? All your Maniac fans that even you for half a second had to step back like, am I really looking at that shit?
There was a lot of crazy shit. I remember the last reunion tour. Some Oriental broad was following us around. She'd pull off her panties and write on them, "Fuck me, Ace," and hold them up. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really. Yeah. Did you fuck her?
Yeah, did you make her dreams come true?
No.
Was she attractive?
She wasn't bad looking.
If she was hotter, would you have fucked her?
Huh?
Would you have fucked her if she was more attractive?
Nah, I'm kind of past that these days.
Oh, was that recently that happened?
That was in Kiss Reunion tour, probably around 2000.
How long did it take you to get that out of your system? Where somebody held up panties and said, "Fuck me, Ace," that you didn't give into that temptation? How many decades?
A lot of the insanity with women kind of went along with the drinking and the drugging, and once I got away from that, I got away from the
groupie thing,
the insane behavior. But yeah, I also vividly remember, in the 70s, we used to get shots of penicillin like once a month because the worst thing you could get was like syphilis or something or gonorrhea, But I remember when the AIDS scare came in and we all kind of were a lot more cautious, except for Gene.
Oh, yeah? He just kept fucking?
Oh, well, Gene, anything, Gene has two prerequisites for a woman, alive and breathing. It's just like... So,
what was the crab story? Because you guys all got crabs? Because I've had them 3 times. I got them twice from the same girl, and then once I think a girlfriend cheated and gave them to me. They're fucking horrible.
Well, in the old days, Sean Delaney used to pack our leather jumpsuits in one trunk, throw it in the truck, and move on to the next show.
Oh God!
Gene was infested with them, and the little buggers jumped from one costume to the other. Next thing you know, all 4 of us are scratching. And everybody goes, "Gene," but. We kind of laughed it off in those days.
You ever have them on stage?
Did you guys have the shaved pube show after that?
I'm trying to remember the name of that stuff we had to apply.
Rid was what I used.
Yeah.
R-I-D, yeah.
Oh, God, it was that little comb?
Yeah, it was terrible. I have straight pubes, like a Chinese person's hair. I have awful pubes. So I finally shaved them completely now, but it was fucking terrible. It's a violating feeling when I had an itch and then you look down and you pull this black thing out. And you see leg. It's fucking terrible.
It's creepy.
Yeah.
And then you gotta boil all your sheets, and it's crazy.
How many times did you have them? Would you have more than once?
I may have had them twice in my life, but Gene was pretty much infested for several years during that period. On and off. He had infestation.
He should have been condemned
by the Board of Health. They should have put a sign on a quarantine on his door.
Are you happy he's married?
Am I happy? Yeah. When I had lunch with him, I was saying, Gene's going, "Hey, I'm going to tie the knot." I said, "It's about time, Gene." And, Shannon's a great lady. And, she stayed with him all these years and gave him 2 beautiful children, I think he did the right thing.
When you left, it was, you just really wanted out. I was surprised to read that. I thought, for some reason, I thought they asked you to leave. I didn't realize that Peter had already left, and you they almost begged you to stay in the band, and you just didn't want to anymore.
They both asked me to stay, but, between all the drugs I was doing, I was living in isolation, this big mansion in Connecticut with a recording studio, and, in my mind, if I didn't get away from the band, I was going to die. And, it was a tape that kept playing over and over in my head. I'm sitting in my lawyer's office, and I'm going, I got to leave the band. I'm going to die. I'm going to kill myself. And he's going, yeah, but it's $15 million, Ace, buys a lot of therapy. I said, therapy doesn't work when you're 6 feet under, I don't want a dirt nap,
And so you guys had made a lot of money, but then you had this other contract where it was going to be $15 million apiece, and you knowingly just said, I can't do it.
This $15 million record contract for the 4 of us. And I ended up walking out, and it was actually cut in half because of me. I don't think they ever forgave me for that.
Oh, they lost $7.5 million.
Oh, I bet Gene wasn't
in the 70s. You know how much money that is?
Fuck yeah, that's a lot of money.
Sorry, guys.
Why did Peter leave?
Peter was fired.
What was
Peter?
ultimately?
Peter ran into the same problems I did eventually. With abuse, and He had a car accident, and you know, it affected his playing. And,
Were you there when he got fired? Did you guys all sit down, or was it a?
Well, I actually didn't want Peter fired. You know, I figured, you know, let's put him in the hospital and get him cleaned up and give him another chance. But Paul and Gene were pretty adamant that, you know, they didn't want to give him another chance and they just wanted to move on. So I was pretty much outvoted, so I had to go along with it.
How's he doing now?
Peter's doing okay. You know, I spoke to him not that long ago. I saw him at Bill O'Coin's funeral down in Florida. And he's hanging in there. I heard he's working on a book also.
Is he still partying?
Is he still performing?
No, partying. Is he still partying, or is he?
I don't think so.
Got his shit together. Good.
Yeah, I always found it interesting because it's like you guys put out so much material in the first few years of your existence. Most bands put out an album a couple years later, and you pumped out, what was it, 3? How many albums in the first 18 months? Up to
4
Alive?
albums.
Wow. 4 albums.
That
3
does
studio.
not happen anymore.
Yeah,
No.
I'm sitting with my ghostwriter, and he's giving me these statistics because he did his homework. You know, I mean, there's so many people know more about Kiss than I do because you know I lived there, but I forget the numbers and the dates. He says, "Man, you did 4 albums in 18 months, and between those albums, you're touring extensively." He goes, "That must have been insane." It was. It was just like this roller coaster ride that never ended.
Well, your first 3 records, too, they weren't selling. I mean, they were okay, but you said Casablanca almost went broke because you guys just weren't selling records until Alive.
Yeah. We came out with Kiss, then we came out with Hotter Than Hell, and then we came out with Dress to Kill. And after Dress to Kill, you know, things were shaky. You know, I know Bill O'Coin had extended himself, and Neil Bogart had, you know, put a lot of their own personal money into the band. And if Alive wouldn't have taken off like it did and become, you know, a huge record, you know, who knows what would have happened.
Why do you think bands take so long today to, like, you know, we had Tony Iommi recently, and he talked about Black Sabbath, the record. That took, like, I think 2 days in the studio or 1 day. And I know your first album especially didn't take. Why do bands obsessively take a year now, whereas back then you could do it in a week or 2 months or whatever?
I don't know, you know, it has a lot to do with the producer, you know. Sometimes, you know, in the old days, the band used to get together and just knock it out, you know. Now, you know, you get the producers that bring in there and go, okay, we'll do your part today, and then tomorrow we have Johnny in the studio, and then we have, you know, Bubby in the studio you know, because they're making more money, you know. They're getting a piece of the studio, they're charging a larger fee, and, you know, we did it old school back in those days.
Spend 4 days getting a snare drum sound.
Yeah. Man, I remember walking in the studio like 9 o'clock in the morning, and we're still working on drums days. Come back after lunch, you know, trying to get the perfect drum sound on it, you know, get every ring out of every
Nothing worse
skin.
than sitting there and just listening to the nah, oh God, shut up.
You know,
Nothing worse than a drum check.
Now everything's canned. You know, you can get samples and
Yeah.
perfect drum sound. You know, a lot of people today when they record an album with drums, they end up replacing the drums with sampled sounds. You know, they just trigger them.
I bet, I'm not sure about this, but I bet in the old days too, you could just write some songs, throw them on an album, put the album out, and then, you know, you write some more songs, put it on an album. And now it seems to me like the record company probably has some kind of say, like, you know, we need more hits, so we need a little more of this. and they're probably more selective as to what they want you to put out as a band than,
You know,
than
it
in the old
depends
days.
on the type of group. If you're a single-orientated band, absolutely. You know, if you're.
But how many
know,
album-oriented bands are there out there now?
You know, Kiss was
Really
always
isn't.
we always made more money at live performances, and we really weren't a single-orientated band until Rock and Roll Night, you know, and Beth and stuff like that started happening. You know, but
Yeah, it was all about the live show. That's for sure.
yeah, I think that's why Alive, you know, took off like a bat out of hell because it was the perfect souvenir for a Kiss concert.
Hey, why did you guys decide to take the makeup off the first time? And how scared were you? Like,
Well,
are
I
we
wasn't there.
Oh, you weren't in
I
that?
had quit the group in '82, and then the guys decided to get what did they get? Vinnie Vincent.
Yeah, Vinnie Vincent.
But for a while, Vinnie had some kind of ankh on his head, or something. An Egyptian thing, and then they decided to take it off, and then you know they had a.
Did you
Paul Gene had a
think?
nice
Did you
run.
think looking outside that was a mistake when they were going to take the makeup off, like they were killing
No, well,
a
I
major
took
hook?
my makeup off and started, you know, Pirelli's Comet, you know, and that did well. I had a gold album, the first out of the box. But, you know, also, you know, after I had left Kiss, you know, it wasn't the with complete creative control and freedom. It wasn't, the ideal situation either, because everything was on me. When I was in KISS, I could lean on those other guys because they were workaholics. And then I realized, wow, it's up to me. If this record sucks, it's because they're going to say Ace sucks. So, it wasn't the dream that I had imagined while I was still in the band, but
you're like, I don't got to wear that stupid makeup. I make my own
the
stuff.
makeup became a real drag. I mean, imagine having a hangover and then getting a phone call at 8 o'clock in the morning and say, you got to go to a radio station promotion and you got it in full costume,
Ugh. Yeah, it's not even for a show. It's like
it was a nightmare.
Did you half-ass it sometimes? Just fucking like, fuck it.
Just one star.
I was coming up with all kind of crazy ideas. I says, could we get stencils or something? Could we just spray the shit on? And, it was just like, God, I got to do this again. I talk about it in the book where I'm doing the film. I'd show up on set while we were doing Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park. And, I get into my trailer, get into makeup, and, the director would say, hey, we're going to do close-ups on Gene today. We don't need you till 1 o'clock. And I'd flip out,
Sit there in your fucking makeup.
But then you took off and fucking went to a King Tut exhibit and then came back and apologized.
That was the most bizarre thing. I was like all bent out of shape because it had happened more than once. And I lost my temper with the producer and director. I took off, lost my bodyguards, zigzagging through traffic. And then I just said, I ended up at the La Brea Tar Pits and the museum there, and I've always been fascinated with Egyptian culture, the pyramids, the whole 9 yards. And I'm standing outside going, wow, this would have been a great thing to see. And some broad just comes up to me and hands me a ticket. You go, you need a ticket? You look like you need a ticket. I said, yeah. I go, how much? He goes, oh, you can have it. It was insane. Most of my life seems like a dream. It's a fantasy.
I bet.
It's just weird stuff that just when I read it cover to cover when I got the final version. I said, "Wow, what a great movie."
Yeah. Who would you want to play you?
Play me? I don't know. Probably somebody who looks a little like me.
Yeah, I guess that would help.
We have to find some guy. We'll have to find. Maybe we can get Scorsese to do it, huh?
The book is called No Regrets too, and it's fantastic. I just wish I had finished it. I'm like 30 pages short. I'm a
What do you think of the pictures?
They were great.
Yeah,
they were really great.
A lot of them nobody's seen.
I like a lot of the young photos. You're a handsome guy, and I like some of the fucking outfits that you had on in the 70s. And two things too. I want to say. You said you and Gene were roommates at one point, and that you think Paul was happy that he was with you, and that you said he was disgusting. You said Gene Simmons in the Hotels was disgusting as a roommate.
Dirty.
Like, why was he dirty? I'm surprised to read that.
Why?
Like what did he do that was dirty?
You gotta ask him. I mean, Shannon's nickname for Gene used to be Stinky.
Would he really spit on the floor though? You said he was just hawking loogies on the floor.
Yeah. Well, you know why?
On his own floor.
You know why? Because whenever he breathed fire, he'd be drinking kerosene, and a lot of times he would swallow some of it. So he's constantly trying to. After a show, he's coughing it up.
Spitting down on the crabs.
You're in a Holiday Inn. I'm jumping over crabs and
That's why I invented that, to burn the
blobs
crabs.
of this and that, and it was all in good fun.
Where's
Yeah, when he burned his pubes off, is that what he did? Jesus.
Yeah, he would just spit the fire on the.
Gene's hair went on fire a couple of times.
Did you laugh or were you worried?
No, I was worried.
Okay.
I was.
Did you
genuinely
laugh
worried.
afterwards, though?
Well, after we knew it was okay, we thought it
afterwards.
was hysterical.
Of course.
Sean Delaney attacks him with a towel, and ends up rubbing off half his makeup.
Who was Sean Delaney?
Sean Delaney was our tour manager in the early days. And he was responsible for a lot of the choreography in the beginning. He worked with us, with our moves, the classic Kiss moves that you see. A lot of them were Sean Delaney's ideas.
Okay, you wouldn't have thought to do that. He decided, why don't you guys walk up at the end of the song and all do this or do that?
What's the
Sean was very instrumental with that.
What's the best band that ever opened up for you? Were you actually standing, even at the height of yours, going, "Oh my God"?
Best band. I don't know. We've had some. We've had Rush open for us. We've had
back in the day they were like unknown.
Bob Seger. Well, they were known, but it seemed like every group who opened for a Kiss tour, after that tour, they ended up headlining because they had gotten so much, exposure. Because all we were playing was arenas. Yeah, I remember after the tour, Bob Seger gave me, a gold record, and a thank you.
Oh, for giving him the shot.
Yeah, you open up. Look how many people you're exposed to. In those days, it was it wasn't MTV, it wasn't the internet. So playing before a live audience was one of the best ways to get known.
Do you have information on your signings too? Because I want to plug the signings before we wrap. Because
on my signings,
yeah. Do you have any?
Where's my assistant?
Do you have info on the signings?
Yeah, 12
Who's
o'clock
composer?
Noon at Barnes & Noble on Thursday.
Noon on Thursday, Barnes & Noble. Which one?
Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue, which is, I think, in Union Square. I believe that's the Union Square Barnes & Noble, or no?
I'm not sure.
That's the one here.
Where here?
Like on,
You're not sure.
48.
On 48th Street?
44th, I'm hearing.
44th? Is there a website that they can go to?
Yeah, you go to acefrehley.com.
acefrehley.com, and it's Frehley. I fucking have not been able to spell your name for 30 years.
German. Frehley.
I always spell it wrong.
A lot of people
Everyone
pronounce
says it
freely,
wrong.
but it's
Yeah.
Frehley.
I would have
Ace
said
Frehley freely admits that Frehley is the proper pronunciation.
Oh, it is Frehley?
Frehley, yeah.
That's so odd because no one is going to say Frehley.
No one has ever
Everyone
said
says
Frehley.
Frehley.
Listen to the live record. Paul
Yeah.
Stanley goes, Ace Frehley, lead guitar.
I probably think he's saying it wrong. Like everybody.
did he say it
Why did
right?
he say it like that?
Pretty much.
Oh, fuck. I didn't know that.
Frehley.
Ace Frehley.
Are you going to change your pronunciation, Jim?
No.
I'm just happy you say my name.
Yeah.
You can mispronounce it, It works.
Well, the book is great. Go to acefrehley.com.
What?
See, I just fuck how
They
fast
did
I
it.
just changed.
Nice. That sounded good.
Yeah. And get information on the signings, because I'm sure the signings will be mobbed. And it's genuinely a great book, man. And I learned a lot about. I thought I knew everything about Kiss because I've been a fan since I was just a boy.
Somebody was saying to me the other night, man, you've been in a lot of fights, they said
Yeah.
to me. And I go, hey, I'm from the Bronx, I'm a tourist, Give me a stage where this bull can rage.
If you,
How much? How's that go?
give me a stage where this bull here can rage. Although I could fight.
Although I can fight, I much rather recite. That's entertainment. What are you gonna do?
How great is it? Just doing raging bull lines with Ace. There really is nothing better than that.
Yeah.
We should just hang out and do them all day.
I've
that's just
never
my
hung
fantasy.
out with De Niro. There's one guy I've always wanted to hang out with.
Have you met him?
Maybe. I met so many people in those Studio 54 years. It's just like a lot of it's a blur. I'm dancing with Lindsay Wagner. I'm hanging out with John Belushi. The Stones, Alice Cooper.
So how many times does that happen to you when somebody just comes up to you like, hey, and you got to be like, hey, I don't remember you.
I have no clue.
I'm good at that.
Yeah.
What
Not
is your-
remembering people's names. I go, "How you been, man? Long time no see. What are you up to?" I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
But
So there you go.
over the years you get good at that.
All the fans, that's all you got to do. Just walk up to Ace, act like you met him before, actually shoot the shit with him.
Hang out and talk to you.
Yeah, dude, you invited me to your house. All right, let's go.
Yeah, cool.
I finally got time in my schedule. All right, man.
I said, give me a call.
Yeah.
Give me a call.
Did you really remember my shit cake?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I remember being here and
That'll make Jimmy very
had a
happy.
video camera going and
Yeah.
were you licking it or sitting in it or something? You were doing
I ate the
something.
log.
You were doing something obscene with it, weren't you?
Yeah, there was a little shit log, and I felt obligated to eat it out of respect for the chef.
all these years later, now it makes sense. Fraley's Comet. See, Frehley's Comet doesn't make sense. Fraley's Comet sounds like Haley's Comet.
Yeah, I guess
You got it.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
I never noticed it.
And you know what I was thinking
I
of
always
the other
thought
day. Go ahead.
even Frehley's Comet I thought was a great name
I
for
did
a
too.
band.
Yeah, I know, I did too, but it
Fraley's
didn't make any
Comet works.
sense.
Yeah.
Fraley's
Just like
Comet,
that.
Haley's Comet. Then at the same time you have Frampton's Camel. You got Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. It was the 80s.
Yeah, but we didn't
had
say
comets, rainbows,
Blakemore.
and camels. Running
But, Ace, is that why you came up with the name? Was it like Haley's Comet, Fraley's
Well,
Comet?
I
or?
was the spaceman, and I thought it really fit. I was actually somebody came up, showed me a picture, an actual great photograph of Haley's Comet, and it was the first album cover, if you remember correctly.
Fraley's Comet. Wow.
I never would. Frehley's Comet to me was fine. I never
How
would
many
have connected
years?
it.
And he finally.
I just thought it meant
it's
Comet.
They all,
revelation.
all the pieces in the puzzle finally
Yeah,
fit.
finally.
I thought it was Comet just because he was blazing up and down the fretboard.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What I thought.
Right, right.
No, I knew it was a play on Haley's Comet.
No,
but I
you
just-
didn't.
I,
No, you
of course
didn't.
I did. I know a lot about space.
He's yelling.
It was supposed to be called Ace's Asteroid, and he said, "Fuck that." Am I correct? No.
I
Thursday at noon. Let me plug your signing. Thursday at noon, Barnes & Noble, 555 Fifth Avenue. And it's called No Regrets. And also Friday at Bookends in Ridgewood, New Jersey, 6 p.m. Some of you went to see Iommi a couple nights ago. Go Friday for for Ace at 6 o'clock. It's an amazing independent bookstore in Ridgewood, New Jersey. And, you get to get the book signed and meet him. And don't expect a long conversation. There's going to be a big fucking line. But definitely go and buy the book and get it signed.
Just act like you've met him before. You'll get a hug.
Yeah. Hey, she said I didn't have to pay for that. All right, take it.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, man, very much.
Thank you, Ace.
It was a pleasure.
Jimmy, you need to promote Stress Factory this weekend?
Tonight, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, I'm at the Stress Factory, and Antisocial tickets with myself, Stanhope, Artie Lang, and David Tell. Pre-sale is now. ComcastTix.com, ComcastTix.com, and password Antisocial.
Nice. And Bill,
Dude, that's
thank
a
you.
sick show.
That's a good lineup.
That is a sick show. You got to go see that.
All right, Bill, you got anything? You good?
I'm coming back to do Carnegie on the 11th, so
I
I'll be
can't
here
fucking
on,
wait.
on the 10th.
All right,
I'll be on the
good.
10th. Come in and I'll say hello to you fucking animals.
Sounds good.
All right, guys.
See you tomorrow.
Bill.
Thank you,
All right.
Ace.
Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Yes, indeed. That's the name of the show, After Opie and Anthony Live. And I'm the guy that they just talked about, Sam Roberts. Opie and Anthony have left the building. I was putting the video camera and all that stuff away in the office right after the last segment as Ace was signing books and wrapping up in here. I saw the funniest thing. It was, I saw it, because you hear about these things, and sometimes I see it happen through the glass, but you don't get to, see it and hear it and be a part of it. Roland actually yelling and running down the hall, chasing Opie, trying to get his guest pitches. Hey, what do you think? What do you think? Wait, do you think we could? We don't have anyone on Thursday, right? It's just hilarious. And Opie, I mean, you know what? As far as Opie was concerned, if you catch me before I hit the elevator, you caught me. But if you don't, you didn't. You know what I mean? Like, this is the window of time you have
You have
to
the
pitch
30
a guest.
seconds from here to there.
Yeah, and if you're not walking alongside, if you're not keeping up this pace, this is the pace that has been. I'm the pace car here. Okay, this is the pace that's set for this. I don't know if Roland's around, but I should say that the after show, this show, After Opie and Anthony Live, is brought to you by Trojan Bearskin Condoms. Trojan, America's #1 most trusted condom brand. And Roland is now walking up the hallway making jerk-off gestures toward me. Yes. He's marching down as if I've said something offensive. What's wrong?
Heard you talking shit about me.
I wasn't talking shit. I said you were chasing Opie down the hall trying to get guest pitches out. And it was funny.
No, that's great. That's great.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's accurate then. That's accurate.
Hey!
Wednesday! We don't have anyone for Thursday. Do you think we can...
I thought Marty McFly. Doc! Back in time!
Except Opie wasn't turning around going, what? He was, sorry, dude. Just kept walking. You can't keep up.
And then Anthony walked by. He goes, whatever they said. Like, it's a yes!
Yeah, Anthony goes, whatever the room goes with. Okay, so that's one yes. Opie, Jim. Then, can you, after that pitch, do we have any?
Do we have a few yeses?
Okay. Now we just have to wait for confirmations before the big
It's confirmed. I send the emails out. It's confirmed.
It's already confirmed.
It's already confirmed.
So who's coming in? You want to hold off, though?
Yeah.
You like
no,
I'm saying you want to hold off on announcing him.
Yes.
He's booked.
He's booked.
He.
3 he's, yes.
3 people. Wow. You got 3 guest pitches out that quick?
You know how the mumbler mumbles, and they say yes, yes, yes.
Is that the trick? You just pretend. Roland, he's from the school of take your flaws and use them as positives.
Yeah.
You know, like let the mumbling and he's not a good speaker, Roland. You guys are aware of this. So let those things that would normally hold somebody back in the field of communications,
Yes.
the inability to communicate.
Correct.
Let that be an asset and just kind of mumble through guest names until hosts get frustrated and just say, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine, yes.
Yes.
And it works. Obviously it works.
I'm going to go see the Muppets now.
That was yesterday.
But the fixer projector or whatever the hell broke down.
The projector was broken?
It wasn't working properly for the film.
You made a big deal yesterday about getting to miss the staff meeting because of the Muppets thing.
But I made it to the staff meeting.
I know, I was about to say, but then you get to the screening
Yeah.
And I guess the projector is broken.
It wasn't, for some reason, it was like the first print of the digital copy. It wasn't working properly.
Is that like waking up? Because you thought you were going to get to miss the staff meeting. Is that like waking up on Christmas Eve, running downstairs and realizing Christmas is not today, it's
love the
tomorrow?
staff meeting. I was so happy that I made the staff meeting.
You were. And you felt like a lot got done. You were psyched about that.
Dude, I was psyched.
Did you fall asleep during this one?
Nope.
No.
Well, this one I can't. No way.
I'm
being monitored.
Because it was brought to everybody's attention and brought up on the air. And now Roland is under the old proverbial thumb.
And my buddy, he said, if he falls asleep, let me know.
Who said that?
My buddy, who's his publicist.
Oh.
He said, tell the asshole he better not fall asleep. The asshole is me.
Yes. Who do you say that to?
He told that to the studio.
Oh, I see.
He said, "You gotta keep an eye on the asshole. He goes, if you hear a snore."
So now you can't. Now you can't even sleep during the Muppets.
No.
So when are you going to sleep? I guess you'll have to try
During
to do
work,
it
I
sometime.
guess.
I was going to say maybe sometime at night, but you're saying during work.
Yes. People, as long as there's people, they see people. That's the job.
The studio's full of guests, right?
That's all they care.
And we did survive another Jimmy. I think Annabella's looking for you.
Okay, yeah, and
He's looking for. Oh, you must be going to the Muppets. Have fun, Roland. Bye. You say it loudly so they can hear it outside the door.
Yeah.
I guess the whole talent department is going to see the Muppets. So who's going to bring the guests in for the next hour and a half?
They canceled all guests for the next hour and a half.
Thank God nobody would ever agree to do this show, because otherwise we would have a problem. We'd have no bookers.
Yeah.
Luckily, nobody can book on this show. Not at the fault of the bookers, more at the fault of the host. But we
didn't you have Zach Ryder in here?
He was on the phone.
Oh, isn't he a personal friend of yours though?
Well, I mean, we do direct message on Twitter every now and then, but I don't like to brag. We survived another Jimmy guest day here on the Opie and Anthony show. Well, the show did. We're in phase 2 here at Sirius XM because Jim is now down the hall. As Paul, when Tony Iommi was in here, Jim goes down the hall after this show to record an interview for the Boneyard, which airs on his Boneyard show. Eric, do you know what time his Boneyard show is on?
No, I don't. I'll look it up.
Isn't it like 10 o'clock at night or something like that?
I thought it was.
It kept changing times.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's on every day on the Boneyard now. It's on 5 days a week, but we'll find out what time it is because he'll have Ace Frehley or Fraley. I'm going to still call him Frehley. But I loved that Colin Quinn called up the show today. After we talked to him on the phone about his complete Twitter, I don't know if you could even call it a debacle. Yes, Eric?
10 p.m. on the Boneyard, channel 38.
Okay, so on the Boneyard at 10 p.m., every weeknight, 10 p.m. Eastern, Jim does his music show, and sometimes he gets to interview people. For instance, Tony Iommi and Ace Frehley. Now, I couldn't be more happy that Colin called this morning. After he talked about his Twitter thing and we got back to doing the show, he simply called in to say that Jim had texted him and say, hey, you should come by the show today or call in to talk about what happened with you on Twitter. Just make sure it's before 9:30 because Ace Frehley's coming in. It's like... And that just goes to show that throughout when he got here, Jim, at 6 o'clock in the morning, and you couldn't tell if you didn't know because he's still putting on a great show, but when he got here, he was thinking about Ace Frehley the entire time. Even yesterday.
Well, didn't he mention in his dream he thought Colin came in and screwed it up? He had a dream about Colin screwing it up.
Even yesterday, when we were talking about, I was listening to the replay of yesterday's show, and we were talking about books and where they're going in physical media. And his first theory was that they were going to make 3D printers to print books and all this stuff. And then he admitted that he didn't know why they would do that. All he was thinking about was getting a reprint of the Kiss Alive, the book that comes with the album, so he could get Ace Frehley to sign it. So it's been on his mind a lot. He pulled it off again. It was a great interview. And that's the thing about Jimmy Guest Day. It's hard for anybody to complain because they're always captivating people. And I was just sitting there looking at Ace Frehley as he was in here talking about, his partying with John Belushi and Lord knows who else because it's all a blur, and being with Kiss and then leaving and then coming back with the group. And when he was talking about having this premonition, so he had to flush his drugs that he had on the plane down the toilet. It's amazing stories, and I can't believe that a person that this is just their life experience. Like when I look at like my life experience or Paul, your life experience.
Seems kind of boring in
right. I mean, it's
doesn't it?
like you and I have different life experiences.
Absolutely.
But neither of them are that great. Like, it's like, wait, you were a fisherman for a while, and I've been here forever. So it's
Yeah.
like, wait, okay, sure.
They might be great to us.
But people, you forget that that was just on my mind that this person, Ace Frehley, is a human being. Like, he's not an entity. He's actually a person that at one point was a child and then became an adolescent, then became an adult who had this incredible, is still having this incredible life experience where he's a member of KISS, the biggest band. They may be the biggest band ever. I mean, still, to this day, he's coming in here, and KISS's peak, their heyday, was probably what? Late 70s,
Yeah.
77, 78, 79-ish.
Yeah.
To this day, and he's not even wearing face paint, and he's been replaced twice. But to this day, when Ace Frehley, an original member of KISS, comes into this studio, people come out of the woodworks. Like one of the talent bookers, and talent bookers, they get to meet everybody because they're bringing the talent from show to show. And so they're not like starstruck. They're kind of jaded to all of it
they
at
are
this
pretty
point.
jaded.
And they're annoyed when people come around asking for pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And I do it, and Eric does it. I mean, Eric really does it, but we all do it. But like, it's almost foreign to them because they see everybody. But Ace Frehley had one of the talent bookers not only so excited that he was watching the interview.
Was it Liam?
Like a fanboy. Well, I'm not gonna, it wasn't Liam. But I don't want to say who it was because I don't know if he wants to throw his name on blast out there like that. But he had brought a friend up to be like, this is so cool. Ace Frehley's going to be here. And it's like, this is the guy. They were the biggest band in the world. And you know, you could say a lot about them in terms of, I know their musical integrity is questioned very often. And it was interesting that Ace Frehley said that for him, it was more, he was focused on the music, not so much the product placement and the this and that. It was also great that Ace Frehley, you know, Gene Simmons puts himself out there as this, like, you know, mogul and this businessman, and he always, you know, talks like this. And
Yeah.
deep voice and slow and
kind of like one tone, almost.
thoughtful and like, okay, but like Ace Frehley just painted the picture of this guy who was just giving the rest of the band crabs and spitting on the floor of the hotel room, and
his girlfriend called him stinky
because he didn't shower enough and just fucking anything that moved. Really does. The 1970s and 80s Gene Simmons was a far cry from the one that has showed up in this studio before he stopped coming because Ant trashed him dozens of times.
Well, I think Ant was correct, wasn't he? Didn't Gene hit on his girlfriend?
Oh, yeah.
Knowing full
Listen,
well?
Gene Simmons was a huge douchebag. And I don't think that's ever been questioned so much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but when I don't think it's ever been questioned, the doucheness of Gene Simmons. But when he came in here, that last appearance, and that was the one where he made a comment about Ant's then girlfriend, Jill Nicolini, after he had seen her at WB11. And that was the same appearance when Danny was typing on the keyboard. And Gene put his hand on Danny's hand as if to say, "Stop typing. Gene Simmons is here, and it's disturbing." The great Gene Simmons. That
I
was
have
his
those
last.
clips if you want.
Do you?
I have talking about the girlfriend, and I have him being annoyed at Danny.
Let's play. They're quick. They're just the clips.
The girlfriend one's 30 seconds. Danny's 53.
Yeah, play the Danny one first.
Okay, hang on.
This is Gene Simmons. This was the last time because, you know, Ace. This is the second time. We love having Ace on just because he's one of the most honest rock stars we've ever had in. The way he just he wasn't trashing Gene Simmons, but he was just saying, look,
He was just talking about his buddy.
This is how it
you know,
was.
nobody, yeah, exactly. Nobody, it's his buddy. This is how it was. Nobody talks about this. Like, he wasn't this guy with a button-down shirt with the first 3 buttons unbuttoned and a blazer. It was this guy who didn't shower and who gave the rest of the band crabs and who stunk and who had no standards for women that he would have sex with. That was the Gene Simmons I know.
Totally
And-
sold them out and said, "Watch your mouth, because kids are in the front row now."
Yeah, and a guy who had no integrity for music that just wanted to put his name on stuff. That is the Gene Simmons. And it's like, I had lunch with the guy. I love the guy.
Yeah.
But this is the guy, not this Mr. Reality Show man. This is the guy. So, yeah, this is the last time Gene Simmons was in. I'm sure he'll never be back in again. But this was when he put his hand over Danny's fingers as Danny was typing away.
In Europe, you actually had women who were walking around the courts of Europe and actually not making noise while I'm talking. Like this guy's on the side going like...
Danny was typing.
Danny was looking something up on the internet.
Why are you so uptight?
No, I just want to control everything.
It's just a keyboard.
I know, but just a keyboard to you means he's getting in the way of me.
He's looking up stuff for the show.
Okay.
He's not like checking his email.
Flies
Why are
buzzing
you
around your head
uptight?
don't bother me. They bother me.
Noises bother you?
Well,
does that really bother you?
At that point, I was trying to gather my thoughts, and that thing right there, I think that made me wander a little bit. Well, how come you don't do that when he's talking? Go ahead.
I certainly do.
Oh my God! All sorts of stuff happens.
Well,
while
you
we're
let
trying to
him.
do the show.
My dogs,
it doesn't bother
the
us.
dogs at my home don't bark because they're not allowed to. You allow them to shit on your carpet. That's your thing.
And for those of you keeping track at home, I think that does count as another Danny's fight with Gene Simmons. That was it. It wasn't the longest fight, but you got Mars, you got Steve C, you got Little Nicky, and of course Gene Simmons. And listen, anybody who's had the honor of fighting a rock star like Gene Simmons is okay in my book. But
you want the other clip?
No, I was about to say what was most telling about that clip is Opie. He goes, "Why are you so wound or
controlling?" I think.
No, he didn't say controlling. He said tightly wound. Something like that. Why are you so tightly wound? And Gene Simmons goes, "I'm not tightly wound. I just want to control everything." It's like, yeah, that would be what that would explain it. That's the symptom of being tightly wound. That's how we figured that out. And so yeah, it was just Danny Googling like whatever, trying to add something, and Gene reached over and placed his palm on top of Danny's palm as if to say, "The Great One is speaking, and you're ruining my weak-minded train of thought." How
His
weak
words of wisdom.
How weak? How wise can your words be? If that's gonna interrupt your thought that was so insightful that it couldn't be interrupted by
Like
simply
God is talking to
pushing
you.
buttons. Yeah, really. So, and then what really kind of stopped him from coming in. And again, we haven't banned him. He just hasn't come in because Ant said horrible things.
I think.
You think so?
I think. I think. Yeah. Unofficially, he's been like, we don't want him back.
Well, I know Ant is a permanent no, you can't come in.
Yeah, because
I know Jim.
Ant thinks he's a smug asshole.
Right. I know Jim is a permanent yes. And I call because he's a Kiss fanatic. He doesn't care. He doesn't. Gene Simmons could shit on his mother. Like Gene Simmons could take Mrs. Norton and shit on her, literally, and then
yell at his mom,
and then yell saying, "What is all this shit all over the place? Clean it up." And Norton would be like, "That's an experience we should talk about on the air. Why don't you come in?" Like there is no way that Jim would say no to Gene Simmons. Opie, I call him Mr. Wildcard because you don't know which way he's going to go. So that's why I can't say that Gene has been banned. Because all it has to do is the wind has to blow a certain way. If Opie said yes and Gene was willing to do the show after the horrible things that have been said about him, true as they may be, they are still horrible.
Yeah, I was going to say, he kind of earned them.
Yeah, he did earn them, and this is how he earned them. This was when Ant was dating Jill Nicolini, the traffic girl from WPIX, WB11, whatever that dumb station in New York is called. And Gene had just been there. Now,
yeah.
And Gene had this knowledge that he wasn't sharing with Ant. And I think that sets up the clip nicely.
Okay. There we go.
What do you do for pleasure? What?
I intend on fucking your girlfriend tonight. I don't know.
Hey,
whoa,
hey. Wait a minute now.
Well, I mean that as a term of endearment.
You actually probably just met her over at Channel 11.
Who? Oh, Jill.
Yes.
Yes. No, I'm fucking with you. But the point I'm making.
All of a sudden, he looked at me with a little more respect. I liked that.
I'm not at all concerned with respect. I really am not.
See, what Ant didn't realize at the time
is that he had already.
Gene knew that Jill was his girlfriend. Jill, when he was over at the TV studio, Jill had said, "Oh, you're going to do Opie and Anthony today. I'm dating Anthony." So when Gene
said, "I'm going to fuck your girlfriend," he was really just trying to man him and be a dick
because he knew that he had just kind of, and Jill told Ant that he had kind of been, very seductive almost.
Yeah,
kind of cornering her a little bit.
I was trying to remember. Didn't later on she texted him all this? She texted Anthony all of this, and Ant said, had he known,
because
that he would have brought this up.
Because there was physical kind of movements, body language that lets you know I'm kind of being sexually dominant here. This
Throwing an arm over
right.
her, just leaning against the wall.
And Jill said there was a lot of that going on, and she told him that she was Ant's girlfriend. And then Gene Simmons came on O&A and looked at Ant in the eyes and said, "I'm going to fuck your girlfriend."
What a dick.
As if to say, no, I know who she is, and I'm going to do it. Which Ant at the time didn't know. And if you notice, Gene, when Ant brought that to the table, Ant innocently enough said, "Oh, you probably just saw her," thinking that Gene didn't know. Gene backed down. Because I'm fucking with you, Ant, don't worry about it. But he was being a dick. And after that, after Ant found out, he has never let Gene Simmons back on the show, something that I'm sure Jim Norton would love to correct. But we've had Paul Stanley on, I think, once.
Yeah, and he did the walkover with us, too.
Yes, and he was great. Ace Frehley's the man. I mean, he's been on twice now,
I
both
loved him
times.
today.
Yeah,
I really did.
He was great. Like we said, he's
I
just
want to read his book now, definitely.
He's just an honest dude who's like, "Yep, this is what happened." Like, I don't have any big, Kiss corporate identity to protect. This is just what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just, and we never had Peter Criss on, did we?
No, I think Jim said once he was trying because I think Peter Criss was doing Chiller Theater. He was doing
he's
a
done
signing
a couple times.
We were going to try to get him on, but it didn't happen.
Rob, you're on the after show, after Opie and Anthony Live, that is.
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, not much. I did your show. Anyway, did you know Brewer kicked Gene off too?
Really? Jim Brewer?
Yeah, Jim Brewer had him on his show, and he was talking, and he said something about screwing Jim Brewer's sister. And then Jim was like, "You know what? I don't get down like that," or something. In his fashion. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was good. And he shut him off and hung up on him.
And he hung up. Well, why would you go on a show and tell the host you're going to have sex with their sister?
Well, I've heard rumors of women throwing him off.
Mighty Gene Simmons, I guess.
Of course, yeah. The untouchable Gene Simmons. He's, hanging out on Mount Olympus where only he can hang. Thanks, Rob.
Yep, see you.
Well, I mean,
I'll have to look for that now.
It's amazing.
I want to hear that.
Like, you just tell yourself you're God's gift to. And I was doing research for the Ace Frehley bio. Apparently, Ace says in the book that Gene was terrible with women before he was in Kiss. Like, this isn't like a Gene Simmons. Like, if he wrote a book on how to pick up girls, it would be start a rock band
Yeah.
and make it the biggest rock band ever, because that's the Gene Simmons strategy.
Remember when that sex tape came out, and we were watching that, and they were all Opa and Jim were criticizing his sexual techniques.
Yes,
that he just looked like he was really bad in bed.
Well, weren't his pants down at his ankles still the whole time?
But
and
he kept
was
his shirt on the whole time.
He probably lifted his shirt up right over his belly button right before he came, like, and just thrusting his fat old man thighs over.
You're getting good with impressions lately.
You think so?
Yeah, well, you did Chris Humphries today.
Duh.
And now you're doing Gene Simmons Coming.
Chris Humphries really is just so stupid. And I can't believe anybody who saw that show didn't think he was a moron. How stupid. But before we talk about Kim Kardashian and Chris Humphries and Colin Quinn, we should talk about, before any of that, we were talking about, Gene Simmons and the way he picked up women was to be in a rock band. Mm-hmm. You got to be a rock star. There's only one other way. Paul, I don't know. I know you've been having women trouble. There's only one other way. Yes, you have. There's only one. Don't look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about. Of course you have. There's only one other way to pick up women, and that's to get them a nice gift. Maybe something in Argentium. Argentium?
Oh, I was thinking Trojan brand condoms.
No. Argentium.
Do you have a second?
What is Argentium?
What is Argentium?
Does anyone know what Argentium is? Paul, I'll tell you what it is. It's Steven Singer's new Super Silver collection. That's right. Steven Singer's brand new collection of silver is made from Argentium, the king of all silver metals. This is the Gene Simmons of silver metals.
Why wouldn't it just be silver then?
It's unbeatable. Well, there are different silvers, Eric, and this is the best silver. The brand new collection of super silvers starts at just $149. Only Steven Singer can do that for you. Argentium is more pure than sterling silver. It's brighter than platinum. It's brighter than white gold, and it's brighter than sterling silver. Low maintenance, tarnish resistant, and Argentium is responsible and ethical. Why? It's produced using only recycled silver. You'll save the planet and you'll have a beautiful gift. How do you check it out? You don't even have to move. Go online to IHateStevenSinger.com and view the new collection of Super Silver. Have it shipped directly to your door for free. They'll ship it for free. They're practically losing money on this with Steven Singer's free shipping 365 days a year. It's not a promotion. Anytime you order from this website, you don't have to pay for shipping. Don't forget, he has a full money-back guarantee for 90 days. Nobody else has that. Visit Steven Singer online at IHateStevenSinger.com or on the phone at 1-888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER. You can even do it in person on the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philadelphia. Not the corner. Once you get to the corner of 8th and Walnut, go to the other corner. Then you can visit Steven Singer and get some Argentium and whatever else you need. It's Argentium from I Hate Steven Singer. And Paul, that is what's going to help you pick up ladies.
Yeah?
Getting some
I just got to
Argentium.
buy a bunch of Argentium rings. And
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
you
good to
could
go.
get a bunch. It's very affordable, and you'll be saving the planet at the same time. So I don't see why you wouldn't.
And what chick doesn't dig saving the planet?
And silver.
And silver.
You know, what chick doesn't dig saving the planet and having jewelry?
Yeah, definitely.
And you can't go wrong. Colin Quinn, you can't go wrong with him either. He is the star of Twitter. By the way, speaking of Twitter real quick, we were talking about Jennifer Hutt on the show today. There's a lot of Twitter activity going on, because it first starts with Jennifer Hutt, who we were talking about whether or not she really is taking these jokes in stride as much as she says she is.
But you insist that she's dying inside.
She's dying. It hurts her so bad because I've been in the position. It hurts me. It hurts your feelings when people like Opie, Anthony, and Jim Norton just relentlessly punish you, and then the listeners keep on doing it. I know they're not stopping. I'm not checking her tweets, but anytime she's mentioned on one of my tweets and there's a reply to her that I'm on, they're just destructive to her and her whole psyche, and I know it's messing with her confidence. It's a horrible thing that's going on. I just wish that she would be truthful with it. Do you think, Eric, because for instance, let me give you this for instance. Yesterday, she tweeted a picture of herself with Susan Boyle.
Mm-hmm.
Susan Boyle was walking around Sirius XM yesterday afternoon. I got to watch her between you and me. I got to watch her eating lunch in one of the offices here.
Oh, I heard.
I won't say whose office it was, but all the offices here are glass, and I got to see everything.
So like the
and
zoo.
It was amazing. You've never seen anything like this. But she tweeted a picture of herself
Eating?
with Susan. I'm sorry, Jennifer Hutt.
Oh,
tweeted a picture of herself with Susan Boyle. How did it go, Jim? Jim's back in here. We were just talking about Ace Frehley a couple minutes ago. Now, we were also talking about Gene Simmons, and I said I was sure that Ant would be a constant no on him, and that you, Jim, no matter what Gene Simmons ever did to you or someone in your family or whatever, you would always say yes to having him back in studio.
Yeah, I feel that we should say yes to him anyway, because if there was a conflict, it should be addressed on the air.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, I would love to see Gene and Ant talk about it. Gene may even go, "Oh, sorry about that." Like you know.
We listened to the clip a minute ago, and Gene was definitely being a dick, but at the same time, he didn't go as far as he could have gone. So I think if confronted on it, Gene would back down. But I also don't know if Gene would ever do this show, because I think he's caught wind of the terrible things
Maybe.
that Ant has said about him ad nauseum.
Yeah, it's very possible. But I will say that Ace was tremendous. It airs tonight on the Boneyard.
This one's going to be tonight?
Tonight.
At 10.
And we covered, on the Boneyard, we covered totally different stuff than the Opie and Anthony interview.
That's great.
Because that was his first one, so it's completely different, the material we talked about. We play a lot of Ace and Kiss songs.
We were just talking about how great he was, about how just like he doesn't have this sort of corporate thing hanging over his head where he has to protect the brand of Kiss or he has to protect anyone. He's just going and writing a book that's just honest about, here's what happened.
Dude, he walked away. His lawyer said you might. He really did say that. It was $15 million on the table, and he's like, I didn't get into this for the money.
Yeah.
And he really meant it, and he walked, like, for real. And Gene and Paul both asked him, like, look, you can do side projects, just don't go. Like, they really tried to keep
And there was
him in Kiss.
$15 million on the
$15 million.
table?
It wasn't like that there was, because, like, I didn't realize Peter got fired, but I was very impressed with that. Like, I was like, what a fucking lunatic. And then he walked away again.
You're an artist, man of integrity, a performer.
Well.
If you didn't want to perform, if somebody, I don't know, say they wrote a set for you, and you're like, I'm not going to perform this, and they said, will you do it for $15 million? What would your answer be?
I I would say, let me do this as many times as you need to make sure that every wacky face you require is made. Fuck that. I couldn't not do
15
it.
mil.
15 million. Dude, I would do it for 40 grand. Fucking a week. What are you talking about? That's a lot of fucking money, man.
How much had Ace made, though, already?
I should have asked him that. I did not.
Did he have enough money that it didn't matter? I mean, it's hard for $15 million not to matter.
It mattered, dude. There's no way that didn't matter. That's a lot of fucking money.
But he doesn't have any regret. It doesn't seem to have any regrets about it now, does he? I mean, you're the one who interviewed him.
Here's what a fucking groveling fucking pansy boy I am. After I was leaving the studio interviewing him, I didn't know he was staying there, so I was trying to put the cap on his water. I'm like, "Do you want your water, Ace?" And I'm putting his fucking cap, but I don't want to twist it because I don't want my fingers to touch where your mouth goes.
But you put the cap back
on
on
the
his water
fucking top, gingerly.
You know that's not what interviewers do.
No.
You're not there to put the cap. But that's just that. You're transitioning between interviewer and assistant.
It's not like men do. No, it's a homoerotic. It's what a lover does.
It's the same principle as asking Gene Simmons if he wanted
some of my banana.
Share your banana.
I know. I meant that metaphorically, of course.
So funny when you go because you double back. You go. You could have the banana if you want, or we could share it.
That's just.
Why would you say that?
I don't know. I mean, literally, I would have eaten it from both ends if he wanted to and rubbed noses and laughed.
But that is the difference between a guest and a Jimmy Day guest. A Jimmy Guest Day. That, like, you wouldn't have put Mark Wahlberg's water cap back on his water?
No, I love Mark Wahlberg, though, but not like...
Not like that, though. Like, you wouldn't have stopped him if it was going to fall on the floor.
Not like those guys, man. Those guys fucking... And you know what? Gene was weird to me once, but other times I've met him, he has been really nice to me. Like when I roasted him and when, when he's been on this show, he has been really nice to me. As a fan, he's been cool to me.
It's amazing because we were talking about the different life experience that Ace Frehley has than any of us. But with you, it's like as a fan, like you've roasted Gene Simmons, you've done all this stuff, but still seeing the guys from Kiss, you're not yet jaded enough that you wouldn't do something so silly as to put the cap back on his water bottle. You're still that kid. Like, it doesn't matter how many experiences you get with this band. You just go right back there.
But I don't get anything, like I didn't bring anything to get signed. I had Tony sign a copy of his book, just because it's very standard to sign their book. I mean, that's completely acceptable. And I had Ace sign one. Ace asked me, "Do you want me to personalize it?" And then he asked me, "You want to take a picture?" Like, so we took it in the photo, but I wasn't going to ask him.
But yesterday you were cursing yourself for not getting the Kiss... Was it Kiss Alive? One of the Kiss booklets.
Yes,
that you
it
wanted
was.
to get. Yeah. So why you didn't bring anything in? You were also cursing yourself for not getting a copy of Kiss Alive.
I'm glad
to get
I didn't
signed.
though, because he signed enough of that stuff, and it's like I don't want to be the obsessive fan. Like, it's nice to be able to interview these guys. It sounds corny, but it's like to give guys something back who, like, they've entertained me my whole life, and it's like, all right, so now I can help them promote something.
Plus, you get to talk to them.
And you get to talk to him. Like, what a fucking dream gig for a fan.
Yeah.
That's what the difference between, like, and maybe it's a weakness in me as a performer or the O&A show, but, like, some guys are great interviewers where, like Howard will get information out of people. And Charlie Rose gets information out of people. I can never do that. You're just listening to a fucking fan talk to somebody they love, which might be,
but if you're a fan,
boring, and I apologize if it is. I can't do better than that, because
if you're a fan though of Ace, and that's why you would listen tonight on the Boneyard at 10. See how I snuck that plug in?
Amazingly well done. Almost made me uncomfortable.
That's why you would listen though. To hear a fan interviewing. We got to wrap up though, because we're running into Ron and Fez time.
Oh shit. Okay. So just so you know, pre-sale tickets are on sale now for the Borgata. With myself, Stanhope, Attell, and Artie Lang, January 14th, one show.
It's gonna sell out.
Yeah, it will. It'd go to ComcastTix.com, I think. ComcastTix.com, password antisocial. And this Thursday through Saturday, I'm in the Stress Factory in New Brunswick.
And After Opie and Anthony Live has been brought to you by Trojan Bearskin Condoms. Trojan, America's #1 most trusted condom brand. Thank you for stopping by, Jim.
And they are great condoms. I honestly mean that. They feel like you're wearing nothing, which is very important.
It is, extremely. And they don't break, which is also very important.
I've never had an issue with a condom breaking.
Well,
Never.
neither have I, but Trojans definitely won't.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Ron and Fez are next.
Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!